Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Gold Coast here for finals day of the Australian Titles 2025. Got some medals on offer here today, Tate. This is when it starts getting exciting for everyone. And how are you this morning, my friend?
I'm doing very well, Scotty. It's fantastic to be here in the booth with you, as well as all the other commentators we'll have rolling through this weekend and today. We're going to be looking at the top 12 best crews in the country who've got their eyes on the gold medal across the 8 divisions that we have here today.
Yeah, there's no time for mucking around today, ladies and gents. This is where the real deal is done. So we're going to start off with some open female and open male quarterfinals. Then we're going to head into our semi-finals after that. Nice backdrop of the beach here. You can see, I think the swell has just bumped up a little bit today here at North Kira. So that'll make for a little bit more action. That shallow bank will still come into play. We've still got that little gutter too. As that tide fills, they'll have to get across there. So you can see order events there on the TV. And thanks for joining us wherever you are in the country.
It's going to be fantastic. It's been a fantastic past few days for the quarterfinals and the finals here today as the sun's out in the typical Gold Coast fashion. It's going to just be a great day of racing to top off a fantastic 2024-25 season for these crews.
Yeah, it's always a different vibe on the beach on Sunday. You get down there, there's just an energy there that doesn't really exist the previous days before, even though that's still great to be at Aussies. It's just something different when it comes to the Sunday of Aussies on Finals Day, Medals Day. You can see a bit of action on the beach, everyone getting ready, warming up. There's some Valera Wilco's open men there in the background.
See as we've mentioned before, it'll be interesting to see where these crews start from this morning with high tide and low tide, because we saw earlier yesterday that they were starting a little bit past that first sandbank. Towards the back end of the day, they were starting back at the beach and had to roll over that little sandbank through the gutter. So it'll be interesting to see how these crews deal with that as they're going out to sea today.
Yeah, it was certainly very shallow there in the reserve grade yesterday. There was a few boats, both in the men and women, actually grounded coming in on that bank. And when it's at the super low, there's definitely no way you could row across it. They only started rowing across it as the tide rose, and they went with the junior divisions first. So thinking behind that was that they were a little bit lighter.
Mollymook boat on screen there at the moment. Had a chat to a few of the Mollymook guys at the Tugun Beach Surf Club last night, talking about how they've been building up their surf boat crew for a while. The Collaroy crew there, and the main focus of your shot there, they'll be looking to try and build on some of the success that that club's had over the past few years.
Yeah, the Cannons are moving the boat nicely in the under-19 female division, so they'll be a medal chance today for sure, and I think the open females too are still going, and they're a very strong crew as well, Tate.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. The Point Leo Edge on screen there, one of the top crews coming out of Victoria. Behind them, Palm Beach. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing, and I for one, I'm super excited to be here, and I'm here on the Gold Coast watching some fantastic Aussies racing.
Oh, mate, I have mixed feelings. I'd much rather be still down on the beach myself, unfortunately for yesterday. However, if I had to be anywhere else, right here next to you, my friend, is where I'd like to be. So the starters there on the stand, starting to get organised.
Fantastic. Well, we've got a bit of waiting for the first event, the Open Female Surf Boat Race quarter-final. We'll have special thanks to all of our event partners and supporters for making the 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships possible. Tourism Events Queensland, Experience the Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Yannar Brewing, the Finns Company, Triple M Gold 92.5, the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and all of Surf Lifesaving Australia's major national partners, DHL, Isuzu Ute Australia, Qantas and Westpac.
Yeah, and thanks a lot for those people for making this, a thing that we can broadcast this. First time ever. All 4 days live streamed, and here he comes, the voice of surf boats, settling in next to us, Mr. Phil Stefano. How are you this morning, my friend?
Good morning, Scotty. Good morning, Tate. Good morning, boat fans. Well, this is the big day, boys. Sunday, finals day at the Aussies. The sun's shining. The beach is thinned down to the best competitors left in the country. And we've got a full program of racing. It's a very exciting day, Tate. And, guys, I don't know. This is the best seat in the house for me. As we look to the beach there, we see the open competitors first to race today. I'm not sure if you ran through our order, but at the moment, we've still got more open crews for open female, open male left. So we're going to start with those guys into the quarterfinals, move through the reserve grade, then under 23, under 19, then back to open. So we'll keep you guys posted with the draw and the order. Live heats will be up and running, and look at that picture, guys.
We were just saying before, Phil, and you've been here a few times on the Sunday, it's just a different vibe on the beach, mate, isn't it, when you're down there on Sunday?
Yeah, the nerves go up. The nerves go up a touch, as we see here now. There's the order of events, Scotty. So the open female first and open male.
And we're going to our reserve grade semis, so top 12 in all divisions will be remaining after this first quarter for the open. So it's pretty special to be in the top 12 of your division in the country. So good luck to all competitors today.
Sure is, and you see the date there, Sunday, 6th of April. And on everybody's program, on everybody's training calendar, that was the date that everyone wants to peak for. So all the training programs are geared for this day. We see the Tide doing its thing in a shallow bank yesterday. Officials ready in place on the tower there. And it's Sunday at the Aussies. If you're still racing, if you've got your cap and cozies on, well, that's the seat that you want to be in.
Absolutely. These crews are ready and raring to go. We're looking to be waiting just for the official call to start the first race, which will be a 5-boater in the open female quarter final. Cutting down 3 heats of 5 boats, cutting down to 12, which means unfortunately one of these crews will be missing out at the end of this race.
So looking at the course again, it's there's no wind at the moment. It looks much the same as yesterday. Little runners coming across the course, and that last little bit of finish to navigate there, that's the all-important last 10 or 15 strokes. You're looking at the water there as they come across the finish line, and you just hope that the runners and the waves are where you need them at the right time, guys, because there's the conditions on screen. 22.4, slight breeze. That UV index feels whatever's maximum, it feels like that right now, Scotty. Yes. It's hot up the back here.
It certainly feels like the Gold Coast. The first couple of days was a bit cool for up here, mate, but that sun is beating down out there today.
Yep, so spread the word. Aussie Finals Day, we've made it. Sunday the 6th of April. There's Maddie Silka and the Surface Paradise Sinners. They're very excited. Young Sam there, the stroke of that crew. She's been gracious enough to host me at her house with Don and Peter. And they're going to be very excited. They're going to be very excited to get onto the water. A couple of races time. There's the highly credentialed Palm Beach crew. And there's the new Point Leo Edge.
Yeah, they're ready to go, raring. They've been looking for an opportunity to try and get back up here. One of the most consistently performing crews in the open female division for many, many years. Looking to try and one-up themselves in the previous year. Unfortunately not making it quite past the to the final at the Aussies last year, but they'll be looking to try and one-up themselves this year.
There's the South Curly boys, the underdogs, 3 of those boys, current Australian champions, and they'll be going for back-to-back glory in the under-23 division, but that's not going to be an easy task. There's their master, Mr. Rob Lowry, and the Hoosier, his open women's crew, also going to achieve some greatness today, guys. They've come up from reserve grade last year. They won everything, including the Aussies and the World Championships in reserve grade. They've stepped up to A grade and they're right on the pace here in the open women's. So, yeah, wow.
That's a great story, that one. I really like that, mate. And, we were having a bit of a chat last night too. We think we need to encourage more people to step up into the top division. And we need to grow the numbers in both open divisions, the open men and open women.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. And you see, it's not unachievable. Thanks, Tash. What a lifesaver, literally. So, coffee's just been dropped off. Philo's in the hot seat here with Scotty and Tate. And Tate, I promise to not call you Tom too many times today.
I think that might be more of an insult to Tom than it is to me. I don't mind being mistaken for the great man himself.
Well, you've gone up the ranks in the commentary status, mate. You did a great job yesterday, and we're lucky to have you and your insight from Victoria. As we are with Scotty and all of our commentators, this Aussies, we hope you're having a good time and moments away from racing. So we'll just shout out while we can to the sponsors: DHL, Isuzu Ute, the Australian government, Qantas, Westpac. Here we go with the sweeps. couple of that might be the sweeps panel.
Yeah, that's the boat panel there. I think they're just looking at the course.
So for those at home and listening in, a group of sweeps usually decided on the day or for that day's racing, and they're the go-tos for anyone with any issues or want to put a few suggestions together. You go and find those guys and have your word and see if they can help you.
And they'll take it through to the powers to be, to the sectional referee or the whole carnival or the boat section referee as well. And usually it's all about fair and safe racing is what that's about.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's about fairness, and we all want a fair go. And I think amongst us as rowers and racers, we know when it's fair and when something's a bit iffy. So a few strange ones yesterday, guys, across that shallow bank. And
yeah, we'll talk about it earlier, Phil, just saying whether they're going to start out on that bank like they did yesterday, or whether there's still enough water before that tide drops, before they, do that. It certainly, it was shallow. A few boats hit ground.
There's Chantel Guziak, powerful bow rower in the Bowman's Alliance, and she's found a new club cap this year with the Point Leo team. There's our unsung heroes, finish line judges.
With the finish line technology there, the big orange housing on that camera. If they get a discrepancy between both towers on the decisions, we can always go back to that video and get a definitive answer.
That's a great investment, and every row in the country is grateful for that little apparatus because it's solved so many disputes.
It has, and it's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, it's great.
Looking here, we've got another about 2.5 hours before low tide hits. And similar to where the conditions yesterday will pick up a little bit towards the back end, but we saw from yesterday as well that even though the conditions might be a little bit flat going out, there are certainly runners to pick up, and they'll be able, these crews who rode down the waves really quite well, all the way from the back of the field right back into first. So it'll be interesting to see if the conditions suit those events again.
Yeah, just within striking distance, we say you can't give up because there is one there to take you through the field, and we've seen it all weekend. There's a great Palm Beach shot there. One of the powerhouses in our sport, Palm Beach, New South Wales. And I've got a few friends out there want to say hello. If you get a chance, send us some messages if you want us to broadcast anything. But shout out to Alicia Palestina. She's tuning in and rowing with Evoca now. So the Evoca Venice, the Evoca Zenith, they're going nicely. So good luck to Polly and the girls. So first race, guys, here we go.
Was it a false start there, mate? Doesn't look like too much happening. Got us excited. Everyone's pumped here.
Well, there's the start list for quarterfinals, but we were led to believe we're starting with the open female. So we'll sit tight. That's a good chance that's the first of the reserve grade racing in reserve men there. You see some big time crews in that list. None bigger in reserve grade this year than the Avalon Beach Pinkies, and they'll be vying for the ultimate glory in reserve grade. There's a target on their back.
There certainly is, mate. There's lots of talk of them, the way they've been running, stepping up, and there has been a promise made that next year they are, I've heard.
Yeah, that was made by young Matt, who's sitting out this carnival, so we hope he's fit and ready to go for next season, and you see those athletes there working out this finish line tower. And
I'm telling you, mate,
you're wondering if that's just a big bunch of men having fun on a stage, but no, that's a heavy piece of apparatus, and once it settles in the sand, it does take quite a few to move it. So there's the Point Leo Edge, formerly from Lorne. There's their sweep with his back to us, rubbing his orange hat there, Jeff Matthews, with Jeff from Cottesloe next to him. So we're waiting on the first start list for the first race of the day, and we want to thank Big Voice Media. Here we go. Palm Beach Pirates in Alley 1.
South Curly Shakers, Alley 2.
Currumbin Vortex in Alley 3.
The Surface Paradise Spice in Alley 4.
And the Collaroid Giants, that's one of my picks to be there at the pointy end.
Well, they're a top crew, the Giants, as are all these open women's crews, and the old saying in A grade is that generally anyone can win on their day. Conditions there today not going to take a bit of luck out of it because the surf looks manageable, and when you're getting down to the top end of the crews in the country, they're all ready for this sort of stuff. And Open women, fellas. Who do you like? You like the Giants, Scotty?
I'm going to go the Giants, mate, but you can't count out the Cockatoos, mate.
Well, they're a red hot chance, the Cockatoos, and a couple of great crews from South Curl. Palm Beach always put out a good outfit. We've talked about Point Leo there doing a good job and a bit of fire in their belly, Tate.
Absolutely, they've been training really hard. It's they get a bit of good flat conditions down at Sandridge and during the week, and then going out to the coast for the weekend for their wave session. They'll be well conditioned and looking to try and build up as they're going through to these next rounds and throughout later today.
And then also, I think if we look at the Chop Sueys from Mooloolaba, plenty of experience in that boat also.
They're one of Don's favourites. I know there's some prolific rowers in that Mooloolaba team, and Ellie Barton's with changing clubs this season or with them, and they're rowing really strongly. And as I do, I shout out to my friend, her mum Di. Hope you're listening, and good luck to you guys, my travel buddy. So I like the Hoosier in the Open Women's, sentimental favourites.
Yep.
Just that effort from coming from reserve grade to feature in A grade is a big step up, and so any extra support we can offer those guys, the better. We're just moving the finish line tower now. We think they might be listening to the broadcast. The brains up here, fellas. They get our messages through, and usually it's Don Cottrell. He calls the shots.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's
sorry, his tape. Yeah,
it was fantastic to see as well. We're here down at North Kira, but we originally meant to be held at Tugun, and the Tugun Work Party has been doing a power of work to try and help us out here. And we saw those boys moving those towers earlier, so a big shout out to them and the effort that they put in as a surf club to help us run this event.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Tate. And we got to sit together in the Tugun Surf Club yesterday, Arvo, mate, and wet the whistle, so to speak.
Yes. Lubricate the vocal cords, keep them tuned, boys.
We took the apprentice under our wing, Don and I, and it was good because, it's a great surf club, and we encourage everyone to celebrate together. And it's unfortunate for us that we're not racing at Tugun, but it is fortunate that we are racing. That Tugun Beach looked great as far as a finish line and a flat wave to the finish line.
Yep.
We like those even lines at the end if we can. But again, Cyclone Alfred paved the way for us to be here, and not much beach up at Tugun, so we're grateful to be hosted down at North Kira. We've been here before, plenty of sand. It's a fair walk up from the back promenade, you can see there, down to the beach. It's about 100 metres at least to the tents, and then another 50 or so to the beach. So
yeah, plenty of beach. I was actually surprised, Phil, from hearing the stories from down south that they'd lost a lot of beach. I was surprised how much we actually had here, which was great. And and a big shout out to Surf Life Saving, the events team. They basically had to pull everything down and then rebuild it again. I know Big Steve from Allura's come up and has been doing a bit of contract work for them that I work with on the ASRL, and he said it was pretty hectic pulling it down within 36 hours, what normally takes them weeks to put up. Sorry, Phil.
I was just going to point out those oars. If you've seen the shot, just explain square oars and round oars for the viewers. We've talked about that throughout the course of the carnival. So if you don't know boats, we'll try and educate you. Looks like Mr. Tannehill on the stand.
He's well known in Victoria for being a fantastic starter.
One of the starters. He was into us yesterday. So
here we go. We're finally getting some action out into the bank.
The Open Women's Division. First race on the Sunday, and it's one of the toughest races of the day. The first race of the day, you see the powerful South Curl Shakers there. There's the Currumbin Beach team, the Vortex. To their right, Surfers Paradise Spice. Racing for their young mate, bit of health issues, Johnny Munro, we believe, and wishing you well, mate, and your team. There's Coxie, Stephen Cox. Girls have just jumped in to get across that deep bank out to the, deep gutter out to the shallow bank here for the start. So recapping, we got Palm Beach Pirates in Alley 1, the South Curl Shakers in 2, Currumbin Vortex in Alley 3, Surfers Paradise Spice in Alley 4, and on screen the Collaroy Giants with Mark Ando Anderson in 5. And as you said, Scotty, the Giants are a top crew. I'm nervous to wish or to jinx anyone with...
we don't want to give anyone
the
commentator's curse,
what
mate.
I'm trying to avoid
Don't
all
want to do
day.
it. And if you look there, pretty sure they are round Rollicks that the Collaroy Giants are using. If you look at the two-seat Rollick, mate, I'm pretty sure they're round. Look at the front of those oars. So that relies on the rower to actually set the pitch of the blade.
In the water.
A lot of people think they've got an advantage when there's surf on. Perhaps you can get a little bit longer. You can control the blade. Whereas a square back, the pitch is set for you by the Rollick. Probably, I guess, come from flat water originally. So you've got a square back, so that bites onto the Rollick. It sets the pitch.
So we'll pick that up as we go through the day and try and bring you some good pictures. But the science proves that if four blades are facing the same way, the wash from the blade's going to go in the same direction, in theory, and it should propel the boat faster. But you've got to get it done. So there's Surfers Paradise. There's our check starter.
So his job is to make sure that the boats are pretty well lined up even and they're ready, and then he puts his flag up, and that means it's in the starter's hands.
His flag will only go up when he's happy with a fair start there. He'll be pulling people back and forward and getting him in an even line, and you can see there waves coming under the boat, filling up on the bank, and the starter's got to do his job here, because you take the first 3 or 4 strokes, those waves are going to hit you, and he's got to get everyone away fairly. So it looks like the gun's up there. See the girls grabbing attention. There it is.
Nice little jump start there by the Surfers Paradise girls. Big Hughes in the back of the boat there. They're going away. A little bit of an oar clash here between him and Lyle. The hands go up there.
Palm Beach on screen now, setting it early tempo. And there's the Currumbin Vortex with Lyle Clark, as you mentioned. Graham Hugel there. Surfers Paradise team. Doing a great job, Surfers, this year. And there's the field. So, Palm Beach in 1. South Curly Shakers in 2. Currumbin Vortex in 3. Surfers Paradise in 4. And the Collaroy Giants in 5. Just edging ahead would be the team from South Curl. But as they settle into their work now, this will be when you see crews start to lift and perform. And we'll see who's moving fast on the start of the day here. So,
Vortex pushing a little bit in front at the moment, setting a nice little arrowhead for this course coming through, but it's followed very closely by South Curl and Surfers Paradise and Palm Beach and Collaroy. There's a bit of work to do. This is a 5-boat race, 4 to go through. Unfortunately, 1 will be finishing off today. We were talking earlier, this is probably a race, the first race today. This is the one you don't want to get out onto. There's going to be a lot of fire and determination from these crews going out.
Just double checking that, Tate. Is it definitely 4 through? I was just flicking on the live heats, and there's only like 12 boats mentioned for the semi, so we'll get back to you on that one. But hopefully it's not that cutthroat that 2 are missing out straight away.
I think he's right, Scotty. There's 3 heats of 5.
Yep.
Drop 1.
Yes, sorry.
And there are a few competitors ahead of the field here today. They started with a few more.
And that's why I'm a PE teacher, mate, not a maths teacher.
No, you've been doing a great job, mate. You've been our legitimate commentator that's been on the water. The rest of us have been sitting up the back. So Currumbin Vortex just getting around first ahead of South Curl. Then the field. The sharp turn from Hugel up there in alley 5 with the South Surfers Paradise team. You see the glare on the water, making it tricky for the sweeps to see those turning cans as they look into the sun. But there's the South Curl Shakers with Spiteri. Powerful crew.
Here comes a bit of a run for the northern crews here.
Get an idea of the course here now. The Shakers in alley 2 with the lift underneath them, surging ahead. Beautiful technique.
Nice running there.
See the level boat. Great length from those girls out.
Look at Collaroy, top of screen, guys. They've got something under them now. They're making a surge.
And a little bubble for Surfers Paradise for Hugel. So we talk about this course, right place, right time. And there's one for Hugel and there's one for Palm Beach. So it'll bring the field closer together. And dear oh dear, we're going to have one disappear. And Palm Beach dropping off the back, but it's still not over. South Curly now charging ahead. With
Can they turn this into a wave? No, it's fattened up there, unfortunately, for them. Bit of deep water.
Coming through the gate cans now. All crews having to stay with the gate can of their colour on their right-hand side. Keeping an eye on that. Powering ahead. South Curl Shakers going through the red can. On a little bubble. And this one they might get down, Scotty.
Yep, they need to, because they're going to be swamped from behind if they don't. Although Surfers falling off, everybody falling off. Shakers should be right.
A little bubble just ahead of them there, you see, and that'll keep their nose ahead of the others. So As we look across the shop, we're looking to see where Palm Beach is, because one of these crews is going to miss out. It's not going to be South Curl.
Coleroy's in a little bit of dead water at the moment, caught up by Surfers Paradise and Corumba, and we're trying to have a view on where
there's Palm Beach. We're not sure. So, see the hand up. There's Palm Beach. They're on the same wave as the other three crews there. And you see the hand up from Hugel, indicating he thought he'd grounded. What I mean by grounded, hitting the sand. And as we know in the rule book, that states you're finished, but we shouldn't hopefully have too many boats getting grounded today.
No, the towers are out of fairway, and
Coxie there, not sure. With his Palmy girls, their heads are down. They've just ripped in, and we will have to wait for the official results on that one. But what a hot race to start off with, fellas.
Yeah, that's what we've come to see today. That was a great race, and more of that to come in the finals day here for the 2025 Australian titles.
Here we go. Round 2 open women, guys. Get excited.
Okay, Point Loyo Edge, Northcott Sinsin, or Chin. Coogee DMGs, Port Kembla Parrots, and the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys.
Sinsin on screen at the moment, Chin on screen at the moment. Jeffrey Hegarty there sweeping. Jeff Matthews with his girls. The Point Leo Edge from Victoria.
They were looking good this weekend already, Tate. You called them out. You see the Cleaver Blades.
It will be used. The Cleaver Blades, as we've seen, usually the top Victorian crews use them. They're a little bit better in sort of flat conditions because you get a little bit more send through the water and be able to pick up the rate a little bit easier than the typical rowing oars that we've seen throughout this weekend. But it'll be interesting to see. They've been training in those oars for a very, very long time, and they're as proficient in the surf with them as they are with a typical oar.
Well, this is a great Australian race because you've got Victoria represented, WA, you've got New South Wales, and you've got Queensland, the premier rowing states, we'd say. Tash would not agree with us with that one, but I think she'd agree with us. And there's a great man, Jack Patterson, with his Port Kembla Parrots, and he never puts out a bad outfit. So let's see how they go. The Coogee girls, my friends from Coogee, Lauren, Kelsey, Sam and Caitlin.
And the macro up on the big stick, mate. He certainly knows his way around surf boats. Has been around for a long, long time, and one of the true gentlemen of the sport.
Beal, yeah, macro, and he's swinging hips. There he is. So that's young Sammy in the bow with Kelsey on the second stroke seat, and with their backs to us, Lauren's a stroke and Caitlin in the second bow. So girls are fired up. They've been rowing A grade, stepped up from reserve grade a few years ago. Check starter's happy. There's the Chop Sueys. Don likes them this weekend. Husband and wife combination in that boat. That's a great line there, guys. That is fair. 2 check starters, keeping the noses flat. You see all those sweeps with their sweep oars hanging out the back. Jack Patterson. Brendan Weston on the back of that one. Just trying to keep everyone calm. Nerves will be right up with these rowers.
A few lines coming through, hence why there we go. Guns up now.
They're in away. Coogee, good start, girls. Up and over, Beals in, and they bounce over the first couple of waves, getting it in time and finishing them off. Heavy water, guys, the first 10 strokes. One on the nose from Mooloolaba there. So there's Port Kembla as well. You see the technique of these open women. They're the best in the division. Fastest and strongest boats.
Northcott and Mooloolaba look like they got the better of the starts here from this picture, guys.
Very much so. As you sort of see the swell starting to pick up, it'll come through. It's going through here. Unfortunately, the boat gets a little bit soft going over, but the two bow rowers will be able to set the boat and sit down and actually keep the boat still as it starts to progress through the water as well. Yeah,
you're trying to keep the nose flat and you're trying to keep from the nose hobby horsing. So that's when we say hold the finish or stay back. You want the weight in the nose. You see those noses bouncing up and down over every little bubble, and when the nose bounces up, the boat's not travelling as fast. But doing a great job up there in Alley 5. It looks like the Mooloolaba team, guys. They're probably a length on the field here in the early part of the race.
Yeah, definitely got it in the box seat at the moment, mate. They're in control of this race. And just results coming through from that last race there, and as we called it, unfortunately for Coxie's Palm Beach girls, the Pirates have missed out on making it through to the top 12.
Well, that's tough because, as you said, someone's got to go.
That's it. So Shakers got first, Colorado Giants second, the Spice from Surfers Paradise third, and Currumbin Vortex, the all-important fourth place.
Let's keep an eye on this Alley One, because Alley One just got eliminated in the first race, and they're behind at the moment with Point Leo. So we hope the Alleys are fair, and we'll get a better idea as they race through the course this morning. But it's the Chin Chin from Northcott turning with Mooloolaba. So Alley 2 and 5 with the early lead. Coogee right there in the middle. Then it's Point Leo and Port Kembla. There's not even a boat length across this field now, guys. But
Northcott on something, though. They just skipped away there on a little bit of energy in the ocean.
Yes, every one of these rowers lifting under their sweeps command. They'll be screaming at the girls now to get these legs moving and drive it on into the bow.
I can almost hear Jeff from Alley One there with his Point Leo girls letting it run, trying to get these little waves as the wave starts to build a little bit underneath them.
Coogee
Coogee
in the middle,
DMGs have also
sitting
caught
pretty.
on it.
Great call, Tate. Over the top, the Coogee girls.
They might turn this into a wave. Nice rowing by the girls.
Yes. Look at the power on them. Tap it along, Macro.
Still running with Northcott there.
Now the sweep. You see Jeff Matthews under our nose. You see the glare out to sea. That's Macro with the Coogee girls. So they've got a little lead on the field.
Doing his Coogee boogie, as you call it, mate. He's danced at the back of the boat.
The hip shuffle. So Coogee and North Cottesloe stroke for stroke. And let's keep them going, girls. Right over the top. Another little bubble as they come through the gate cans. Crews are going to come from behind. So they want to make sure of this and get ahead by a wave at least.
And it looks like they'll be sitting on this wave coming through for Northcott and Coogee. They'll be able to use this and utilise it all the way back into the beach. Port Kembla trying to do a little bit out the back alongside Mooloolaba, but we've got a very clear 1 and 2 of Northcott and Coogee.
Great start from these two crews. They'll be pumped, and it's such a great feeling getting away to a good start.
Coogee not quite dropping down that one.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. So Northcott over, Coogee over. You see Mooloolaba in the back there.
So now we're just seeing either Port Kembla or
well, there it is.
Point Leo. So unfortunately for Jack Paddo and the girls, that's their Aussies campaign over, which is always not a great feeling.
Terrible feeling, and Jack and the girls will... Yeah, everyone had their chance, but the waves popped up for Coogee in the middle at the right time and North Cottesloe, and they took their chance, and that's what today will be about.
Absolutely, and I think it was really great to see Northcott, a powerhouse crew out from Perth. They have so many crews and so many crews sitting now on here on Sunday. That pass, that attack straight out of the gate can to sit on that wave and make it out from nothing is going to be really interesting to see if they can do that again later on in the day.
Yeah, and you got another Vic crew there. What did we come up with? Your name, Tate? The Big V, I think we nicknamed you.
V.
The Big V or the Flying V from Victoria. He's a proud Victorian, and he's kept us up to date with those crews, and he'll be happy to see Point Leo and Jeff Matthews going through on that one. They looked a little bit out of it coming home, but picked up the run, and they got the run, and Port Kembla didn't.
Tell you what I did like to see. You notice Coogee sort of lowered the rate on their run and really sat in the nose, kept their shoulders in the nose, tried to keep that weight forward as much as possible, and it really, really worked for them. Here we are for our third open female race of the morning. We've got Wanda Wingett of Boca Beach Zenith.
Yes, the Woolgoolga Krakens, the Currumbin Cockatoos, the Australian team, one of the fancied open women's crews, as are the South Curl. Who's your take up in Alley 5?
It's going to be an absolute battle, and I've got a bit of a text message from my crew back home at Port Campbell. It's a bit of shout out to Leah Harris, who's rowing in the Woolgoolga Krakens, originally a Port Campbell rower, has jumped up to opens with this crew when she moved up, and she's and all the crew from Port Campbell will be watching her, hoping she'll get through this race.
Yeah, well, good luck to those girls. Woolgoolga really doing a good job, and you see my mate Alicia Polistina in that Avoca crew with Matt Mitchell, and they're a famous crew, the Zenith. They've been together, the girls, over the years. A couple of changes here and there. There's Woolgoolga on screen. Timmy White, we think, doing a great job.
That's another husband-wife competition in that crew too, mate. Catherine's in the 2C.
Husband and wife. A lot of that goes on in our sport. It's beautiful.
It is, mate, it is.
Yep. So...
Definitely a little bit bigger, I reckon, than the last few days. Just looking there, it's just slightly bigger on the screen. that wave there's
great camera footage. Looks like they're standing up.
True.
You see the depth on that bank as the waves come up and under. Girls trying to keep that nose straight with this sweep on the gutter going from south to north. The sweep will want his boat pointed in a certain direction so they can take off squarely. You don't want to go sideways or miss a stroke. If one of the rowers happens to miss a stroke or fumble on the stroke on the start, it can kick your nose left or right. You lose that length off the start, and that can be all it takes to see you get knocked out in these races, because the best of the best are here, and you've got to bring the best from this point forward, because if you make mistakes, it's going to suffer.
It's actually amazing how much speed you can wash off, Phil, when you got to correct it at the start, like as a sweep.
Totally. You nearly have to stop.
Yeah.
Because if you kept going, you're going to possibly punch into your competitors or hit his sweep oar or clash oars. And again, we don't want to jeopardise the other team's chances, but everyone given space here off the start. So, in theory, we should get away.
Winging it from Wanda, starting a little bit back. Brendan Palpine's probably a little bit more comfortable in that spot there rather than walking up a little bit more up that sandbank.
I think Don did say it was a bit deeper up that end, and he's not happy, McAlpine, because he's getting battered from pillar to post up here in one. He's still not happy. He's got a boat full. Sweep's hand's gone up. They're trying to give him a fair go. You see the girls manhandling that boat. The bow pair going up, down. Sweep's yelling at them. So it looked tricky in one on the bank off the start. We've seen those crews in the early races just tail off at the start from alley one. So we hope everyone gets a fair go, and you can see that boat moving around. Wanda still there manhandling their boat, and the winging it girls, you see McAlpine pushing that nose square with his bow pair. He's got an itchy hand, Brendan.
Guns up now. Be after this night, just before this whitewater.
Giving everyone a chance to get hit. And there's the Whoopie girls. We talked about it. Not missing a stroke. There's Avoca. The Zenith.
Ooh, a little bit of a check there for them.
And a little check from Wanda. And he's got his hand up again, Brendan. He's definitely not happy with that one. So we'll have to just let that go for now, because it's hard to give everyone... Oh, wow. He's not happy with that, because they're 3-4 lengths off it.
Cockatoos showing us why they're the Australian representative crew. They've shot to almost a full boat length lead over Woolgoolga and the Hoosier, sitting in third currently. Matty Mitchell's Avoca with a bit of work to do there, currently in fourth position. And as we've seen, Wanda not real happy with the start. However, as we know, you can't protest the start. No,
you've got to get yourself ready and deal with it. But I'm going to be honest, it's going to be hard in A grade to make up 4 lengths off at this level of competition, because the field has jetted away from them, and you see out in front Currumbin Cockatoos doing a great job from Woolgoolga, who have put together a strong team this season, and they've been well represented at the big carnivals, and they're still powering along the open women, Timmy White and the girls, so they'll be stoked. And you see Rob Lowry and his South Kilcool Hoosier. So we see Avoca sitting in fourth at the moment. Replay of that start for now. McAlpine on the nose. Away. Bang. Another one there.
Phil,
hits the pumps.
Would you be cranky at that one?
Well, it's time to be cranky after the race, but...
I'd be disappointed if I was the one to sweep and the girls there for that.
It's frustration as well, more than anger. But you see, rounding first place in Alley 4 is Currumbin Cockatoos. Then it's going to be Woolgoolga and the Hoosier, followed by Avoca Zenith, and then we see Wanda winging it going in now, but Avoca didn't pull out the best turn there, so Wanda can pick up a couple of places here if they sharp to react. They've closed that gap.
Get on this little bump coming now and milk it for all it's worth to give them a chance.
And look at the Currumbin team showing their dominance here now, with the Hoosier chasing one up in 6 and a little bubble underneath Woolgoolga.
Now it's Avoca's turn. So a bit of life come under, the rate comes up. A little bit more. Oh, look at the Cockatoos milk this little one, guys.
Fantastic effort from Currumbin Cockatoos, a crew made up of Tara, Lisa, Sasha and Kalissa.
Maddie's dialed one up too for Avoca. Look at this.
Very well.
There's away from Wanda too if they can get this, and if they stay on this and the others drop off, the Hoosier in trouble up in 6. Trying hard is Wanda now. They really need to get this going. Falling off the back.
starts to fatten up now for these crews going out. Google's sitting on it now, but Avoca Beach will keep the better of it. As we see now, their leaders, the Cockatoos from Currumbin on screen, trying to get that nose down, that little runner trying to make a wave out of it. They might not be able to get as that nose starts to go up, but they've got a well in front as Will Goulburn now making a bit of the play here alongside Avoca.
You see it there now, they both chipped over the front of it. Will Goulburn just
struggling to get at the drop.
Avoca's down. So it's Avoca and Currumbin. You see on screen Will Goulburn now getting a second piece of it. And the South Coco Hoosier up in Alley 6 are going to have to work hard because we dare say the fast finishing Wanda team are going to be there. There they are.
Oh, this is
going to be close. Who's going to find the finish line first? Wow.
Like you've said before, Phil, the race is not over until it's over. Wanda had a very unfortunate start there, but they said they did not believe that they weren't out of the race just yet. They kept going, they kept fighting. They might have been able to snip a fourth there.
Great row home for the girls to make up for that start. Yeah. Very impressive.
I think McAlpine would have just been saying, well, we've got to get it done now or never. And so we'll wait for the judges, and we're not sure. I don't know if they had enough in the tank on that one to get it over the line. It looked like the Hoosier might have snuck up under the nose of those Southern Tower.
But we know Avoca, Will Goulburn, Currumbin all through to the next round. It'll be just rely on probably a video finish for the Wanda Wingit or the Hoosier.
Without a doubt, that
all
video
important
finish, Scotty, yep. And
fourth place.
We've moved through the first 3 rounds of open female, and now we're into the big boys, and there's none bigger than that boat on screen. The Bull Eye Gold with Shane Gerloven, and this is going to be something to behold, boys, because they're going for history this weekend. 4 in a row they're trying for. They've won 4 already, but they've got 3 in a row, and that's made up of the Mercers, Heath and Kyle, Dean and Fraser, and the king himself, Shane Gerloven. There's North Bondi with Steve Larnack and his Blade Runners also having a good time of it.
Yeah, they've been moving the boat very nice, mate, as well.
They're fit, those fellas. Looking good. They're not intimidated by stepping up to A grade when they come up a year or 2 ago from reserves. They've done their club proud, and I'm prouder than their sweeping president, Mr. Steve Bluey Larnack.
One of your calls as well from earlier, Scotty, the Wanda Weapons on screen at the moment.
Mate, they're a good story too. They've been together since under 23s. I don't think they were a junior crew, but definitely under 23s.
They were definitely a junior crew. I pulled out my junior state final.
Yep.
I butchered it. I went from 1st to 5th when young Brody Hampson got a crab, and let's not blame Brody for that one, but we will. But the Wanda Weapons were in that final, and that was in 2016. So that was a junior final there, and most of those boys stayed together, and that's what it takes to be such a good crew, and that's how long Bull Eye have stayed together too, longer. And so longevity as a team, and you see here, Scotty, your boys.
Yeah, Rude Boy with the Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship. Tommy Adams, Andy Fisher, Brendan Ratcliffe, and Mitch Rod.
And you've got the Fairhaven boys there, Tate. Tell us about them.
Yeah, they've been a fantastic crew. They've always been up there the past few years. Originally from St Kilda, moved over to Fairhaven last year. Originally Matty Silker's crew has since moved up to Surfers Paradise, but Joe Bergen coming over from Mentone has inherited this crew, and they've been doing absolutely fantastically. They'll be ready to have a go at this with Jacob Morgan in bow, who's been a new addition for their crew. He's been putting in a power of work, and one of the great young rowers down from Victoria.
Also in this field is the North Cronulla Boffs A's, the A-grade crew swept by Michael Boffinger. He's a hungry competitor. He's no stranger to Sunday at the Aussies, old Boff, and well, he'll be in with a chance. We wish him all the best, but this is a hard race to call because Wanda and Bull Eye are 2 of the most favoured teams in the Open Men's Division from New South Wales, and they got a place each at the state championships. Wanda put an absolute display on down there at Queenscliff for the state. It's like they've ridiculous number of state title golds. So good effort from the Bull Eye boys on that day, chasing Wanda, but keep an eye on these crews. So Wanda in Alley 1 as we look at it. North Bondi in 2. North Cronulla in Alley 3. The Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship in Alley 4. Fairhaven Angry Otters in Alley 5. And it's the Bull Eye Team A. Shane Gerloven, I'm not going to call them Team A anymore. Let's just go with Bull Eye Gold, because that's how we know them. That's all they know, gold. So let's see if they can do it again.
first of 3 heats of 6 boat seats for the Open men, cutting down to 12, meaning that 2 boats from this race will unfortunately have to put their boats on the trailers.
Like the Wanda Weapons there, good fellas. Recently became friends on Instagram with a couple of them.
Nathan Spinner there, sweep. He's been around for a while too, and one of the nice guys of the sport as well, mate.
Yeah, either former president or current president of Wanda. Doing a good job for his club. He's a Wanda man. He bleeds Wanda colours. You see North Bondi there in 2, North Cronulla in 3. 6 boats in this one. How many we taken, Tate?
4 to go through here to bring it down to 12 across these 3 heats.
The big V keeping us up to date with the cut line. And there they go.
Nice jump start there by the 2 crews we've seen on screen.
Larnack squeezing himself into the back of that North Bondi boat, and the rate's up here because it's A-grade men. And look at the power of these boys. Take it away. There is no mucking around. First heat of A-grade, and it is on.
Look at that finish. Wanda there really sending it. Good start there by the Boat of Friendship, though, which is good to see. They've probably just got a nose. Oh, sorry, no, I apologise. That is Michael Boffinger, I think. Is it up there in alley 4?
No, Boff's in the middle in 3.
So it's the Angry Otters.
Yeah, Fairhaven going next to Bulli.
Too many white boats, mate. Makes it hard to call.
They're a fair pace marker, the Bulli boys. I think if your race plans set, it's just stay with Bulli. Because I think Bulli's race plans get to the Cairns, turn first and get home first.
It's pretty simple, but it seems to work for him too.
Yeah.
But Wanda, I would suggest matching with him at the moment. However, we have seen that alley 1 seems to be a little bit the unlucky alley, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah, well, we're not going to say it's fast at the moment because, crews have struggled out of there. But you see the crews in the earlier races, they gave away start, and Wanda hasn't done that. Wanda are right there as a North Bondi. Next to them, as we look across the screens, North Cronulla. Then Rude Boy Collins and the Boat of Friendship in alley 4 over to the Fairhaven team, and the all-powerful Bulli Gold doing an exceptional job up there in alley 5 on the white can. They'll be first to turn. So they're half a length ahead of Wanda down here in 1. Going about their business is Bulli, leaving nothing to chance. And they're great blokes too, the Bulli boys. So are the Wanda boys. They're all good fellas in this competition. So the Boat of Friendship
with the work to do, but I will give them a shout out. Andy Fisher, the 2-seat, first year rowing surf boats to go straight into A grade, and he's learned a lot. As Matty said when he comes down from Armidale for training, it's an absolute information dump, and he's picked it up really, really well.
Bulli Gold showing us exactly why they are the 4-time Australian champions, just letting it rip down there in alley 6,
Look
getting a bit of separation there.
Look at that rate, Tate. Right up there, up in alley 5.
There we go. The Fairhaven Angry Otters also rowing the Cleaver Oars as well, as we've seen many Victorian crews in the open divisions do. But the Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship starting to come up a little bit for them in alley 4 there, Scotty.
They needed that, mate. They needed to turn that into a bit of a wave. But look at these guys. I could just watch these guys row all day. They are the gold standard Bulli Gold.
There they go. And that's their first race of the day. And they've gapped the field early in the piece. And they're going to want to set their dominance early. Couple of races through the day, but the field's going to come back on this one, and if everybody gets down it, as Tate says, it's a party wave, but I don't think they will. It's going to be North Cronulla making the most of it, with Wanda up here in 1, so you're going to look at 3 crews going through, and the all-important 4th spot for someone to put their boat on the trailer is about to be decided, but it's Bulli across first with North Cronulla and Wanda, so they're safe. Now looking back to this finish line, who's it going to be? North Bondi pushing hard in deep water here. Larnack sending it. I think he's done it, Larnack. I think those other 2 crews got stuck on shallow water. And there's the Boat of Friendship.
Little crab, I think, there by Brendo in the bow, it looked like, unfortunately.
So we're going to come back to you with that result. We think it's safe for Bulli, Wanda and North Cronulla. We're not sure how that Boat of Friendship in the shot finished off, and we're not sure of the final results of that one. I hope North Bondi might have squeezed through, representing the great beach of Bondi and the people of the eastern suburbs. One of the great surf clubs down there, North Bondi. So we're gonna check out. We just got a bit of heckling in the background of the box. Our man there. So watching this finish, you see the comfortably through there. Wanda, North Cronulla and Bulli. Where's that finish line, guys? Who, you with me? You think Larnack might have done that?
Yeah, I think he's just that little wave in front.
Formed up just a little bit under him. The Owies 4 and 5 of Fairhaven and Coffs Harbour unfortunately weren't able to pick up. I think North Bondi might have been the right call there to get him through.
So we'll wait for the judges, but that's a good sign for Ali 1.
It is.
Given that the first couple of crews up there struggled off the line.
Just a text through here from my mate Ross Allen, the great Ross Allen from Avoca Beach and Crescent Head Folklore, loves to rate up. He just told me he timed Bulli on that runner at 42 strokes a minute.
Far out.
As we see there, as we've called it from here, North Bondi Blade Runners managed to sneak through here.
That's great work by the Big Voice team, putting it all together in tandem with the officials in the finish line tower and the judges. So,
but how good's this for everyone back at home too, guys? Live stream all 4 days of the Aussies, first times ever for the boats. Just great to see. So thanks for supporting this great initiative.
My word, Stefano in your lounge room with breakfast and boats on the telly. What else would you want to be doing? There they are. That's Mooloolaba.
So coming up here in the second race, we're going to have the Queenscliff A Rollers, Mooloolaba Sea Anchors, Bateman's Bay Black, Port Kembla Blue, North Cronulla Brooks A's, and South Curly Sneaky Nuts.
Sneaky Nuts, probably one of my favourite names when I went up to Allura for an ASRL, my first ASRL back in 2019. Looking at that, the Sneaky Nuts, that's a pretty cool name for the boys there.
It's a Sneaky Nuts. You know what a sneaky nut is, right, Tate?
Oh, I think it just sounds good that it rolls off the tongue, and I'm just happy.
Wow.
I'm just happy with that sitting it there.
Let's leave all that there. Sneaky nuts rolling off the tongue. Let's not get silly. It's early. We've had a couple of coffees, so we're fired up in the box, and everyone's itching to go out here. And well, we're grateful to calling these races, as you said, Scotty. It's absolute pleasure. I'd like to be racing, not this Aussies. Poor commentary box. I've walked it out. It's can't sit still here. So
yeah, that quadruple shot coffee that you had, mates, really kicked in now.
Yeah, caffeined up.
Ready to go for finals day here at the 2025 Australian Surf Boat Rowing Titles.
If you happen to be going past the commentary box, Tate's a latte man. I'll take a strong cap. Scotty will have a flat white, and Don will have a double shot piccolo. So our man from the Goldie drinking piccolos. What do you think of that, Tate?
I think it's just the good Melbourne coffee culture allows them to have something a little bit different than your typical.
Oh, you're with the big guy, eh? You're staying under his wing. Nice. That's a smart move. Smart move. So, Sneaky Nuts. Let's hope none of the nuts are popped out, because they're going to need them in the bag here, and they're going to need to get out and get it done.
See if they can add to their gold from the surf boat relay the other day here with the Sneaky Nuts and the Gus Man.
Yep, they were the first to win the surf boat relay ever years ago.
Yep.
And they hadn't won it since. So you see Gus's face when he took the sprint finish over the line. Let's go through this race again. You got Queenscliff in 1, Mooloolaba with his hand up in alley 2, Bateman's Bay in 3, the world champion Port Kembla crew in 4. In alley 5, is that North Cronulla?
North Cronulla, Brooks, A's,
and then in alley 6, your Sneaky Nuts, Tate.
Sneaky Nuts.
Who you like in this race, boys?
I can't put it past Port Kembla. I think they're going to be a good start.
There's DD, clever oars, hand up. A lot of hands going up from sweeps early on the piece on this start line. Everyone with a bit of nerves. Everyone wants to get the fair go. You see these two strokes, the drag's pushing the boat to the north, so they're going to have to push on it. The bow side going to have to hold that nose straight. See all crews just fudging forward. This check starter's going to have his work cut out today, guys, because there'll be little moving and grooving on the way up. So
still looking there, trying to get a even start. So you can just see that alley 1 and 2 are just pushed back a little bit, and that's probably why there's a little bit of, Damien's got his hand up in the air there.
Well, Damo, I've been told at the sweeps meeting, was crook on alley 1, and we've called alley 1 as a bit bodgy today so far. So let's hope that everyone gets a fair go on this. North Cronulla looking good there. Jack Patterson in the Port Kembla boat. The boys with the crew change this season, and it's a bit disjointed for those boys. A few of them living up and down the coast. So we see there now, getting in. Everyone getting in with the exception of Mooloolaba.
Yeah, not a clean start by Mooloolaba. And as you've said before, mate, if you don't get away, you come across and potentially impede another boat.
Or you lose a length, and that's all it takes in A-grade to get out the back door. So let's say Mooloolaba haven't cost themselves, but you can see from that shot they've got their work cut out.
As well as Queenscliff as well, having a little bit of trouble out of the back there. Bowman having a little bit of trouble, sort of whaled back into the boat. A lot of effort to try and get back in for Damien Daly's boys. But the clear 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the south end of the beach of Bateman's Bay, Black Port Kembla, North Cronulla and South Curl.
And probably the Sneaky Nuts, mate, just sneaking in the lead there, probably just by a nose. Followed by, I reckon, Neil Ennis here is probably sitting in second. Jack Patterson with the Port Kembla boys with the dark and grey hulled boat sitting in third.
Nothing in it there, and you see phones in the background. You see replay of that start for Damien Daly, and the Bowman didn't get in there. And that's cost them a length or 2 or 3, and their work cut out now, DD. He had his hand up at the start, and you can imagine if he doesn't get through this race, there'll be some sort of fireworks coming off the back of that boat.
Is a competitor, and will have something to say, I think, when he gets back to the beach, mate.
So, 2 boats closest to us. They're in the elimination zone right now, taking 4 through from this open race.
We'll start to see who knows is in first to the turning cans. As you see the Sneaky Nuts in on the white there, top of screen, followed by Neil Ennis coming in. You can see from the split screen there on the right, it'd be quite difficult for the sweeps today. You can see from the camera the glare as they look into the ocean, looking for their cans. And a very wide turn there by DD's.
Well, sometimes when it goes bad, it can go to worst. And DD and the Queensy boys, well, they're going to have to wait for one of the waves of the day if they're going to feature in the finish here. But again, look at them. They're just creeping up on this field. You see the crews on the southern end there. Sneaky Nuts with North Cronulla and Port Kembla, and the powerful Bateman's Bay crew with Neil Ennis on the back. But these 2 crews in Alley 1 are not going to die wondering, because this is the Australian Championships. A-grade and Queenscliff, as we talk about it, have lifted. They found a little something, and Damien's screaming at the boys. So he's saying we're not done yet.
It's picked up for the southern crews, though, all 4 there now with Port Kembla just surging there, Tate.
Another little run, Scotty, for Queenscliff, Tate.
Absolutely. Queenscliff are now starting to put in a little bit more pressure into the field here, trying to get their noses starting to go up, desperately trying to get back down as they fall off the back, and the 4 crews in front on the south end of the beach start to pick it up with the Cronulla Boffs A's on screen at the moment.
So Brooksy's there, mate. Sorry, it's a bit hard, but good on Cronulla for having a look. They've got 3 crews still going in the open men, which is amazing. And they've just run this. Look at this now, though. Damien Daly with them home. The Sneaky Nuts could be in trouble here.
Not done,
Phil.
Queenscliff, not done. Still, they're trying hard at the finish, and DD's going to be screaming at them. There's a way for the Sneaky Nuts. They're on the fast shoot up there.
Mooloolaba trying to drop.
I don't think Mooloolaba's going to feature.
Dead water now, Queenscliff.
Where's the finish line? It's going to be Sneaky Nuts or Queenscliff, I think. Wow.
That was a great comeback.
Absolutely.
After the start and then the turn by Queenscliff.
Well, it looks like it's hard to start up there in Alley 1. All crews struggling to get away and into the boat. The deeper water on the send bank. And there's Neil with the Bateman's Bay boys. We're going to watch the replay. Just ticking that one off here as we get through the race. So there's the finish. 1 crew across is North Cronulla.
Neil Ennis across. Port Kembla across.
And
Sneaky Nuts
Sneaky Nuts, or is it? We don't know where that Northern Tower is, and it could be the Queensy guys.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Sneaky Nuts just got there.
It looked like they get the better of that little shoot on the wave, a little bit more sort of curving back towards the middle, but Surf Curl had the better run of it compared to Queenscliff at the other end of the beach.
Yep. And wait and see what the judges think about that one, because we'll know about it. We'll find Daly on the live stream, see how they've gone. If he snuck through, he won't complain about that alley, but if he's missed out, as we know, it's one of the worst alleys of all time. So, looking at the results, let's see if these are official. Oh, there it is. There it is. It looks like Queenscliff and Mooloolaba to miss out there. North Cronulla getting through with Port Kembla. Bateman's Bay and the Sneaky Nuts just snuck through, true to their name.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how Damien Daly's going to feel about that. Very mixed emotions because his boys managed to row him all the way back in, but unfortunately that start just wasn't quite enough to try and get them back into the race.
No, and they found themselves on the podium with the silver medal in the surfboat relay earlier in the week, and that was a great effort from them. Sneaky Nuts, they found themselves with a gold on that race, and they've just got through. So in this next race, we're all good crews now. In Alley 1, the famous Allura Wilco. Another famous crew, Currumbin Barbarians in 2.
In Alley 3, we've got North Cronulla Purds. In Alley 4, we've got the Northcott Uppies.
In an Alley 5, the Mermaid Beach Kennards, and in Alley 6, it's the Point Leo Chops.
Well, representing around the country, we've got Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and WA in this one again. It's the Aussie titles. These boats have come from all around Australia to the beautiful Kira Beach for the 2025 National Surf Lifesaving Championships, and there's Lyle Clark. A lot of sweeps with their hand up today, all wanting to get the best of this.
Lyle and Wilco in from the Allura Wilco and Currumbin Barbarians, both putting their hands up, waiting for that start.
There's
sitting
Wilco
in Alley 1 and 2.
And his big boys, we had a chat with them in the car park yesterday, Fruy and the boys with Don, and they're feeling pretty good. They look pretty relaxed. They're all experienced campaigners, but it's all going to be tough first race of the day. Everyone's going to shoot out of these blocks and full of beans, ready to rip into this. You see the far turning can in the background there. There's Wilco with his 6'5" strokes. Dave Fruey in the bow, Fountain of Youth, Benjamin Button Frew. Just keeps evergreen. Is Fruey in the bowman, and he's a proud Bowman's Alliance man. So,
just unfortunate though for Allura, just the way this bank's working. They're giving away almost a full length at the start, which is not ideal in A-grade racing. Everyone is fast at this stage of the game, and that's going to be really hard to to catch up from there, I guess. But that's just the way it is at the moment.
There it is. Wilco and his Allura boys. Matt and Dan there in the stroke seats. Big boys. Wilco, a serious competitor. There's Purds.
Purds guys. Can I give that a shout out too? Like, how good's that to see North Cronulla with 3 very competitive open men's crew? They're doing their part for the sport. I know we talked about the super clubs, and they're always going to be there, but we need everyone to try and step up and increase the numbers in open men and open women. It's a Premier Division, and that's what we should be all chasing.
We're all ideas. So let's see. Guns up here in Currumbin. Big jump in, and they're going to have their nose underneath this one. 3 strokes and under. The starters have got their work cut out today.
Absolutely. Wilco go out. Lyle's got his hand up. He's going to have a little bit of trouble. We might be able to see a replay of that earlier.
Let's see if North Cronulla has encroached onto them, but Lyle Clark with the hands straight up, but he's getting out of there now, and the radius up for the Currumbin Barbarians, going up and over. You see those runners coming through the field. That excites us.
Well, Mermaid Beach Kennards and Point Leo Chops and Alleys 4, 5 and 6 starting to get a little bit of the field away from them there. The Kennards from Mermaid Beach have always been a mainstay in the open division alongside the Leo Chops, which have been moving around crew movements around, but they've always been up here and they're ready to have a crack here.
Yeah, it's hard for you not to call them the Lawn Chops. That one snuck out, the Point Leo Chops, and bottom of the screen Allura. And they're more like a big steam train, those boys. They do not go away, and even though there's a small gap to them in the field here, I don't think you can discount them out in Alley 1. We didn't like this alley so far all day. There's the Point Leo Chops. A big look around there from those rowers, checking out how they're going in this race.
Not to add salt to the wounds, but I don't think we've had a qualifier out of Alley 1 yet, boys.
Wanda stuck through.
That's right.
They're exceptional, so I guess unless you're exceptional, it's going to be hard up there in 1.
But if there's any exceptional crews, they're going to be sitting in the open divisions here as Mermaid Kennards go around in 1, followed very closely by the Point Leo Chops in 2, Northcott and North Cronulla going around in 3 and 4. Lyle and Wilco got a bit of work to do in 5 and 6 for respectively, but Kennards are starting to make a bit of a play here out in Alley 5.
Yeah, Marty Fletcher, no stranger to developing good boat crews, leading the way there for the Mermaid Beach Kennards. A little bit of energy coming on the boats here now. These trailing crews are going to need to work this to try and put them back up in the hunt. Here comes Allura Wilco now.
You see Wilco's now lifting the rate. They're up in one here now. These big boys, this big motor's going up and running, and you see...
Purds is down.
There we go with the Point Leo boys, or the Purds.
That's
They're
Point
on it
Leo.
too. Jeff Matthews, the big frame of the big fella. He's excited.
He knows he's very well known for trying to find the perfect spot of the wave down in Victoria. As North Cronulla sitting comfortably in first, Mermaid Beach Canards, Allura Wilco and Currumbin start to make a little bit more of a play here as Northcott drops off the back as the crews now start heading towards the gate cans in the break zone.
2 to miss out here, guys. North Cottesloe finding a little something. There's North Cronulla Purds. They're in a comfortable position at the moment, but you don't want to drop off in A grade. It seems Wilco just in alley 1, slipping out of it.
Little bit under Marty Fletcher there. They should be safe.
Yep. Those 3 crews look to be through as we pan back to the finish line for the bottom 3 places. North Cottesloe onto something.
Sitting also as well, Currumbin is sitting on the same wave as well with them. Going to be a bit of a dogfight to the back of the line.
And Allura will be there. So where's the cameraman when we need him? Point to the left. We need to see these finishes a bit closer. We can't see Allura. And we don't know. So either Allura, Currumbin or North Cottesloe to miss out there. And we couldn't see Allura under the finish line. Tower underneath our nose. Those heads don't indicate good times. So
body language would indicate that, unfortunately, that their campaign is over.
So we're getting through the first of the rounds and the first official rotation of the commentary box. We'll see you a bit later, Tate.
Thank you very much.
Don't go too far away, mate.
Won't go. And him coming in is the voluptuous sounds of Don Cottrell.
Delightful. There he is. Tate's even placed your headset on your head. What? Is he on your payroll now, Don? Young Tate?
He's learning well.
Isn't he?
As mentioned, he's on a steep learning curve. Sitting next to you in the commentary box. You're trying to lead him astray. You tried to lead him astray yesterday afternoon as well, but he kept playing with a straight bat. He's a cider drinker.
Yeah, I don't mind cider, but when Tui's Old's on the menu, then there's nowhere else to go.
There you have it. Boys, the open men. I just watched that Queenscliff crew out of Alley 1 get done there. Just saw Allura get done there.
Yeah, we think Allura and Currumbin maybe might have missed out on that one.
Yeah, I think so. And
big names out.
It was brought up at the sweeps meeting. They were complaining about Alley 1. They were complaining about the waves not hitting the finish line straight. The boat panel was involved. The officials were involved. But she's pretty tough out at Alley 1, boys.
We're going to throw down to Tash for our first interview of the day.
Headlands. Jamie, you've had a reserve women's crew out on the water this weekend. You're a multiple times medalist in for Maroochydore and for Alex as well. How's the weekend been here?
Weekend's been good. The girls rode really well. I was pretty happy. We didn't get the result we wanted, but they rode really well. I was really happy with their effort.
Yep. Now, I've just been prompted by Emma, one of the girls, to ask you, what's your career highlight so far?
Apparently, it's getting all of them in time and doing what I want them to do.
So not the medals?
No, apparently not.
Okay, we're going to leave it there, guys. Good luck, Jamie. I know you've got your health battle, same as me, so we've joined the same club. But we'll head back to the racing. We've got a flags up there. Back to you guys.
Jamie McKinless there. Alexandra Headlands, back-to-back gold medals back in the day. He had a very quick crew.
There's a beautiful shot there, guys, out to sea.
Jamie won it on the flat and won it in the surf, did both.
Coming up here in the reserve grade male semi-final, 6-boat race, top 12 remaining, 4 to go through. Gerringong Naps in and away there. They are in alley 3. Back in alley 1, we'll have the Palm Beach Peppers. Northcliffe Hurricanes are in 2. Then we go south of Gerringong Naps. We've got Surfers Paradise Sharks, Maroochydore Force in 5, and South Maroubra Mavericks in 6.
This is another red-hot race, and they're all going to be red-hot from here on in because any of these crews on their moment can do it. And you see across the field, it looks like a pretty even line. South Maroubra doing a good job up in alley 6, and I think alley 6 is the alley to get in and away from, it looks like, early in the piece.
Yeah, they seem to be getting away better up there. They're starting in shallower water. You're getting a better jump into the boat and a better first couple of strokes as where you're in deeper water down in alleys 1 and 2. But this has a real finals feel about it, guys. I'm looking across the page here. All these cruisers perform well. Don't know why Mal Dunwoody's got the hand in the air. Don't know if he's getting squeezed out. Maybe someone's going to the wrong can. Not sure there. But Mal Dunwoody, hand in the air.
Yeah, it looked like the Northcliffe crew from Claypan was starting to come onto him.
That's yes.
In alley 2 there.
Yeah, mate. Dead right.
And I think to Mal's defence, if Claypan's coming your way, you don't want to know about it because he's an intimidating figure. So, Gerringong Naps, we learned it's used to stand for nearly all pains. Now it's not all pains because the Payne family not fully represented there, but they're a great bunch of boys in Naps. But it's my boys, the Maverick, with La Rosa up the back in alley 5 or alley 6 there. 6 boats, beg your pardon. On the white can, South Maroubra.
Swinging in first, that's a good lead.
It's a great lead from the boys now. Bit of a dodgy turn getting it past the can, but up and out of it now, and there's the rest of the field turning.
All pretty close for the minor positions.
This is what we expect at this level of racing, and as mentioned, all of these crews could quite easily appear in the final. They're not going to, though. We're only taking 4 through here, and again, it's the top of the screen. That end of the paddock just seems to be a little bit better than ones down here, but a good effort out of Palmy here in alley 6. Can they bring it home?
Well, there's South Maroubra with another lift in alley 5. The Mavericks rating it up. You see them driving it away. Everybody's taking their chances because there's a little run for the field here, guys.
Yeah, there certainly is. And top of your screen there, you can see that crew there of Maroochydore Force.
That big layback that they do, Donnie.
Yeah, that's them. They're going to sit on this runner and milk it for all it's worth.
Northcliffe trying here, Don, in alley 2.
Yeah, some swells building up behind these crews. They're going to need to take advantage. Maroochydore there, left-handed sweep, Michael Brooks. And you can see this crew. Look at the bowman there, throwing his head back into the splashboard there. Runners underneath him now. And they've pulled up alongside the crew from South Maroubra as they go through the gate cans. Damien Claypan running the top of this one in the blue boat. That's good work there from Northcliffe. That is some excellent running on not very much at all. Surfers Paradise in the pink boat in the qualifying position at the moment.
Here comes Northcliffe, a little reform to secure their spot. There's 30 metres of racing, and it's South Maroubra in front there with the Maroochydore team and Northcliffe. Well done to the South Maroubra Maverick.
It's going to be a battle out here for this all-important 4th position, boys.
Going to have to try and get this camera working on alley 1 here. We just can't see Palm Beach there. They come into shot.
This is going to be tight.
I think they're gone again, boys, alley 1.
I think the Naps might have just snuck in there, from my mind, just the shape of that wave.
Yeah, that 4th place will be in between Surfers Paradise and Gerringong. But the kiss of death out of alley 1 continues.
And only the Wanda boys getting through from alley 1. You see Maroochydore there on screen, and you see South Maroubra, the Mavericks, a new crew. And let's give them a bit of wave dust because, well, it's exciting for those young blokes, a new crew. Jules been sweeping a few years, but this would be his fastest crew and his best moment in the sweeping. Claypan looking across saying, yep, we're sweet boys, but Coxie down here.
Yeah, replay of the finish here of the last race. And we think Gerringong might have just snuck through in front of Surfers Paradise.
By a nose.
Yep, not much in that one at all.
There's some young future boaties, so we don't know. We'll wait for those results. So we're going to throw. We think we're throwing to an interview now. No.
Yeah, here, guys. Down here on the beach with the Gerringong tribe, there are 11 children here that are supporting their dads that were just in the previous race. I've got Kendall here. She's the team leader of the tribe, appointed by me. Kendall, how exciting is it having Gerringong get through to finals?
It's very exciting.
Any of you guys going to row surf boats one day?
Yeah.
Kendall also picked up a silver medal down in the other end in the swim, so exceptional effort to Kendall. Well done. Were you competing down the other end as well?
No.
You're a boat carrier?
Yeah.
Yeah, boat carrier. Okay, guys, pretty exciting to have them in finals.
Yeah.
What was the most exciting thing this weekend?
Watching my dad.
Watching your dad row. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Do you get to go in the surf boat at all? Have you ever been for a ride?
No.
Not yet. You got to ask Dad for a ride in the surf boat. It's really cool. Okay, back to you guys, and well done. Good supporting. Give us a big cheer.
Thanks, Tash. And
good's
future
that?
of the sport there.
That's awesome.
Never work with animals or children. Well done, Tash.
Yeah, might have to.
There we
there's
go,
the
boys.
results.
The Naps just getting it done. Must be that support from the beach.
Surfers Paradise and Palm Beach missing out, and the dreaded Alley 1, guys. Alley 1 itis.
Yeah, Coxie in that Palm Beach crew. You've done well, fellas. You were right there in the hunt come the end of it, but it's just difficult getting home. It's difficult starting and difficult getting home in that Alley 1, which is the alley on the bottom of your screen.
You don't get to choose your alleys, but look who's in the favoured alley now for this next race.
Wanda Vodkas in Alley 1, North Cottesloe Charmers in 2, North Cronulla Funkies in 3, Palm Beach Pelicans in 4, Queenscliff Major A's in 5, and the unbackable favourites in this division, the Avalon Beach Pinkies. They're up there in Alley 6, top of screen.
Well, we've seen the first reserve grade race get through there, and it was South Maroubra showing the pace there. So they're in the same alley here as Avalon Beach. There's Damien Daly. His steam's just stopped coming out of his ears for the moment. In that DKG, shout out to the New South Wales manager, Mr. Greg Hurd, successfully regaining the ASRL trophy for New South Wales. That was a great day, Don.
Are we still talking about this?
12 months. The people love it, Don. The people want us going toe-to-toe more often.
I don't know if Queenslanders feel the same way, mate.
Yeah, no, they definitely don't.
I think the rest of the country, actually. It's like the rest of the world versus New South Wales.
Well, Stefano's got some friends, and we all bleed blue. Even a few sneaky Queenslanders don't mind me, Don. They won't tell you.
I've managed to lift your profile here north of the border over the last couple of days.
That's good.
It's not easy.
It's fun. So, there we go. Palm Beach, Dr. Giblin on shot there now. You see the Palm Beach crew name there is the Pelicans. They've been together for a while.
Second of the reserve grade semi-finals here. 6 boats in, 4 to go through. So 2 of these boats are going to be dropping out.
First race of the day for these boys. It's elimination. 6 in, 4 through.
And lads, that surf, those waves aren't that big, but boy, they got some punch in them. They're breaking in shallow water.
You see even the men are struggling to there's that Mr. Dennis O'Toole on screen. And they've fired the gun and they're away, so...
And good to see they took your advice, mate. They got an Australian flag up today. They got rid of that filthy bunnies flag for you, mate.
Yeah, it was like April Fool's Day yesterday. 3 sets of cans, a South flag, some sort of joke on the finish line. So all the way there except Palm Beach just sort of dragging the chain in Alley 4.
Probably the major A's there with Queenscliff with the pick of the starts. Probably just the nose in front of the Pinkies. And this Alley 1 drag, we're going to call it, starting to come into play again now, unfortunately, for Wanda.
See the angles of the swell there, guys, as well. They come from the south and they angle across. So if you're in the top of our screen, you're in that alley, you get first chop at these waves.
Sure do, and that can be enough to get you a wave ahead, Don.
Yeah, and just the different depths of water as they come back over the banks and the depths of the runners. The more shallow, the more you're going to run on these swells as they come back through here. And that is the crew in Alley 4 that's just dropped off a little bit. That is Palm Beach.
The Pelicans. There's the Avalon Beach team. Big target on their back in this division.
And we mentioned before, Sean is a late addition to this crew, sitting in the second stroke seat. And his mum's listening. And she complained that I said he was 50 yesterday. He's only 48. Sorry, Mum. Apologies all round. We love a good correction, though. Please keep him coming. We don't have all 50. The answers up here, especially sitting next to Phil Stefano. Anything can be said.
We'll make it up.
That's it. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, Phil. And the Pinkies starting to feather into the can now as they nose in. Nathan Wellings, followed by Queenscliff Major A's. But the Pelicans have had a good little back third of this trip to the cans and got themselves back in contention. But Wanda, the crew with a bit of work to do, will be praying to the wave gods.
McAlpine's not going to be happy with getting Alley 1 again. Brendan from Wanda, so he's got to deal with that now. And they're a length off it to 5th place, and they've got to make up 2 lengths to feature into the places. So on the right-hand screen, you see Avalon Beach, left-handed sweep with Wellings.
Yeah, and he's just putting his impression onto this race now. He's jumped a boat length out, and that's not easy to do. We are with the top 12 crews in the nation, and have a look at Avoca Beach go. Good run there from the crew. Second from the bottom, that's North Cottesloe Charmers. Still running on that one, the Charmers.
They've milked the marrow out of that one, mate. That was a great run.
Good crew, the Charmers.
Here comes the Pelicans now charging.
Yeah, there's still 5 boats in contention here. We're going to put the pen through Wanda. Hate to do it to you fellas, but you've got a lot of work to do from back there. Just dropping out a screen now, and we're going to stay with the top 4 finishes is what we're after here. Top of screen there, we've got Avalon, Queenscliff, Palm Beach, North Cronulla.
Funky's still working something here. Back on screen here with Northcott. They're in contention.
Chalmers. They need to get moving, though, because the crews just went past them going towards the gate cans.
Chalmers hanging in there. North Cottesloe, good row from them.
Going to need something here. This is going to be tight.
They are. They're looking for the shootout here. They're looking to run down here towards the finish line.
The only one that's safe at the moment is Avalon Beach, and they're going to cross in alley 6 comfortably. And that's been a good end this morning. So here come the Chalmers with a late push, and North Cronulla and Palm Beach all in trouble.
Queenscliff, hang on.
There's going to be one spot to miss out here on this screen. Who's it going to be?
You hate to tell you.
Oh.
Shape of the beach, shape of the wave.
You think Northcott gone?
Oh, mate, it'll be a great effort if they've been able to get across the line in 4th position.
And there's unfortunate alley 1 again. So we're not putting the commentator's mock on this alley. It just seems no good now at this start of the tide. But as we know, it could turn around and be the one to win from later on in the day.
Yeah. Don't know, are they marshalling off the white here, guys? They are?
Yeah, white back, Donny.
They're doing the best they can. But, wow, not liking this alley 1 at all.
Up until earlier in the weekend, you probably didn't see too many 6-boat races using the first 4 or the right-hand 4 or 5 cans, leaving alley 1 and 2, the yellow and red and the black can out. But as we progress to the championship events, you've got to use 6 of the 7 cans. And the Wanda team, they've been strong the last few years, and Brendan's doing a great job with that bunch of people, and they're representing the Shire nicely. And sadly, they're all out of it. But for now, it's time to pack up on the trailer.
That completes our reserve grade semi-final. We're now left with 8 boats in that category. And as a Queenslander, we've raced on this beach on many occasions, and it is a difficult beach to try and get right. It is awkward. The time that I heard that we're moving away from Tugun due to the effects of Cyclone Alfred, I knew there was going to be issues down here, because it is a tough beach to try and get right. You can see the sandbank there. You can see the gutters at the top of your screen there, and the water runs from the top of your screen towards us from south to north, and every now and then it'll find a hole and it'll run out through that hole. I think that's what you're finding down in alley 1, the water just moving out through alley 1. It's very difficult to come home, and along with that, with the angle of the swell, making it very difficult for crews in Avalon 1.
So, well, it was
Alley 1.
North Cronulla Funkies on that screen to miss out, and North Cottesloe getting through.
Wow, well done, North Cottesloe. That's a good row. Disappointment there for the Funkies.
And you're also missing out was the Wanda team in alley 1, not on screen there now, but that's a powerful reserve grade crew to miss out. Funky McDonald and his boys, former Aussie champs. So that's disappointing for North Cronulla. There's Wanda also missing out. So we're going to move through to the racing, and it's going to be reserve grade women.
Coming up in the first seat, we've got the Currumbin Collectors, the Wanda Wildfires, Alexandra Headland K, Palm Beach Platypuses, Southport Swell from South Australia, North Bondi Assets, and a 7-boat race here. This will be interesting how they're going to manage this on the bank with Allura Wilco in 7.
Well, these 7-boat races, you wonder who's found their way into there, because there's a couple of good protesting clubs on that list, and I'm not going to drop any names, but it's not out of the realms of possibility that these sweeps have protested their way in. I dare say maybe a count back, but 7-boat racing, the next one's 7-boat as well, so this is going to be hard across the field. We're down to the top 14 women's reserve grade crews at the moment, and I like the North Bondi Assets. I've liked them this week with Steve Bluey Larnack on the back.
You certainly like them in alley 6 too. Currumbin Collectors down in 1. They're going to do it tough. Wanda Wildfires in 2. Alexandra Headlands in 3. Palm Beach Platypuses in 4.
That's with Plugger on the back, the Platypuses. The
caveman himself at the back of the Palm Beach boat. Southport, South Australia. Big shout out to Ollie. He's tuned in. Saw Devo on the beach earlier on. My favourite beekeeper, apart from Greg Hurd, obviously.
Hurd's hunting.
But Southport, South Australia, good on you, Ollie. You'll be cheering them on. North Bondi Assets in 6 and Allura Wilco's in 7. And I do have some intel on the Allura Wilco's while we look like we just have a bit of a break here. Got to give a shout out. We've been calling Wilco himself and the stroke Edwina Wright, but we also need to mention Jessie, who was the second stroke in that crew. She comes from a Stillwater background, originally from Western Australia, rode with North Cottesloe in the 23s and Open Women's, has made multiple Aussie finals, winning a few silver medals, but never been able to purchase the gold. She'll be chasing that. Gabby, second bow. Second bow. She is a firefighter in New South Wales. Started rowing at North Cronulla 9 years ago before moving across to Allura. I didn't think that was allowed.
They do shift around over there a little bit.
She rode Ocean Thunder with Allura. She got second at the Aussies last year. She's chasing the gold again this year, and that is Gabby in the second bow.
Well, we might have to see them go up to A grade next year if they got second in reserves last year, Don.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's put it on some of these big time sweeps, Mr. Wilco. We'd like to see those girls in A grade.
You've called it. This crew, as we know, they come from several different parts of the country. Our second bow girl, Gabby, she lives on the Central Coast and she travels down along with the stroke Edwina, obviously from the Gold Coast.
Yep.
And Tarani, she's our bow chick in that crew. She previously rode with Tugan and Williamstown. There's a split. And she did nippers at Eddie Bay. Had opportunity to compete in different states as they moved often due to her husband being a naval officer. Shout out to the Navy, massive supporters of surf boats for a number of years. Scotty, you might let us in on a secret. I don't think we've got their sponsorship again this year, which will be a sad thing.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, after, 12 plus years, I think, Don, we've had them. Yeah, unfortunately, they've decided to go a different way. Sometimes I think it's just a change of people that are in charge of that area. But, disappointing. But we thank Navy for their support for such a long time.
We have to thank them, and they've left us with a bit of a hole to fill. So if you're a powerful businessman with some spare cash and you want to sponsor the series...
Something like Bisley Workwear.
Well, we haven't got that much. But the ASRL really need your support, so get in touch with Scotty and the team, Tash, because we want to keep this great sport rolling on in the forward direction.
Just
see
back
all
on
the
Tarani.
club caps down the bottom. Sorry, Don.
You're right, just back on the Tarani. One more thing. She's moved around a fair bit, and the beauty of moving around and joining a surf club is she gets instant mates straight away. And that's helped moving around with her husband in the Navy, is being a part of a surf club, and we all know what the surf club family's like, especially the boat section of that. It's a great community to be involved in.
Sure is. We're going to throw down to the beach now again for another great interview with Tash. Big Tommy.
Oh.
Okay. All right, so we're on the beach with Matty here from Surfers Paradise now. Almost got me with the Cronulla-shaped cap.
Yeah.
Suspicious.
100-year anniversary cap. Very proud of it.
Now, I've been told you moved up from Point Leo.
St Kilda and Fairhaven.
Fairhaven, of course.
Fairhaven was our last year.
How are you finding the transition to Queensland?
I'm loving it. It's fantastic up here. I moved for my wife's work. I thought I was a trophy husband there for a couple of years, so I didn't have to work, and we moved up for her work. But, loving it in Queensland. It's not being on a surf club board or committee, and I'm just the under-11 footy coach in a boat sweep. So it's great.
Yeah, well, with the fresh Queensland tan, I could see you being a trophy husband. No worries. So how are you finding the girls as well with your new crew?
Yeah, look, the crew, this is their first carnival together as a crew. Got my beautiful niece sits in the bow seat, which we started rowing back when she was 15 in Victoria, and she moved up here and rowed. And then Marley is in today. She's filling in to help us out because one of our girls couldn't make it. Then G's come across and Sammy. So Sammy's the daughter of royalty, Don Cottrell's stepdaughter. So they're more famous than I am, that crew, but they're just happy and fun, and I just love being around fun people. So it's good.
Yeah, that's good. We won't poke the bear with Donnie's niece, but with those family ties, how do you go coaching, or is that not an issue for you?
Oh, it's not an issue. It's just, I've got my job to do. I look forward in the boat, so my job is to tell them what's coming and help them out with a bit of things. And we just were discussing boats then a second ago with the girls, and it's a team discussion. I asked them what they thought, what they wanted to do. They made a decision, so it's we're 5 people making a decision, not me as the sweep. They're 3 more years left in under-23s, but they've all got a fair bit of experience in rowing, so I just trust that, and hopefully they trust me.
Yeah, of course, and that's pretty exciting. You guys obviously making the Sunday, shaping up really well coming into these finals, so the fact that you have a few more years must be exciting for you.
Yeah, well, look, it's it's always about making it a lifestyle and staying together and having fun. And I think the girls have great potential, and everything's a bonus now. We came in not with any expectation, great hopes but no expectation. So we'll give it our best crack. But there's some pretty good crews out there in the 23 women. The New Zealanders are quick, and then Palm Beach are fantastic, and Northcliffe Lightning are lightning. So there's some great crews out there. We'll just give it the best we can.
Anyone's guess. Well, I'm sure. Win, lose or draw, well, hopefully not a draw. You guys are going to be partying quite well. Looking forward to your Mad Monday fits. I'm sure you'll be doing well.
They've got their Mad Monday outfits sorted. I'll be back at work, but and we'll look forward to seeing you back in the boat next year. Get up there.
Of course. Thanks very much.
Good luck, mate. See ya.
Now I realise people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but a trophy husband, is he kidding himself? Is there no mirrors in that house? Really?
He's a champion. I'd put him up on the trophy cabinet, Don. Mr. Calm.
And Tommy, we need to pull him back in here. He got his research wrong at fair income. He needs retraining.
He's been affected in the sun, big Tom there.
Yeah, and we're on a mission here in the commentary team. Ladies out there, you spotted Tommy there on the camera. We're trying to find a date for him for Mad Monday. If you can help us out, please text us through.
Yeah.
We're doing our best to get a date for Tommy.
Beautiful boy. Big boy.
Lovely human.
But as you said, so's Matty Silka, and his under-23 crew with Sam in it. They're still going, so as long as you're still going, you're still a chance at the moment. And that's sometimes those crews under the radar are the ones to get it done.
Yeah, it's interesting chatting to stepdaughter Sammy, and she's as nervous as anything. And I tried to give her a Godfather-style speech
I
in
tried
regards
to help
dealing with the nerves as well. But
we gave her a good talk to after we got home from the pub last night, Don.
I think it's like telling your wife not to be angry. It doesn't work, does it? Like I told her not to be nervous. I don't know.
Or calm down.
Yeah, calm down. That one works.
Calm down, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, no missus, no kids, Stefano. So, just keeping things on the commentary box.
Now, we've got a delay here, and that's obviously got to do with the course. It's obviously got to do with Ali 1. They're scratching their heads. They've got 7 boat races coming up now. How are they going to make this course fair? Because I've got to tell you guys, currently, it's not.
No, I have to agree with you there, Don.
Yeah, Ali 1 is the kiss of death at the moment, with only the powerful Wanda weapons getting through an A grade. And you could say that might be the one that dodged the bullet for Wanda, because you need a bit of luck to get through to win the Aussies, and that may be one of their lucky cards played up now.
I think that's the sort of crew you have to be. You can't. You've got to be 1 or 2 or 3 of the toppest crews in the country to get through from that end. And
Lengths ahead.
Yeah. You really need something more. I don't know. Can they move the stand further out at that end? Can they move the cans in? Can they look at the areas and see if they can shuffle it one way or the other?
We're all experts here, as you know.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's an expert commentary panel. I think we got elevated too, Don.
That's what they call us.
And just a few more texts from my cohorts from New South Wales, just wanting me to remind everybody the current ASRL champion state, New South Wales there, Don, proudly giving it to the Queenslanders there at Coffs Harbour, Scotty, and you hosted a great carnival back then. We got moved to the bay in the Jetty Beach, but it had a wave on it, and we've got a boat panel meeting coming up now, you see on the screen, so race delays with the boat panel.
Looks like the Reggie women heading out, though, to this bank. So maybe they've come up with a bit of a solution to this problem.
Who we got in this first of the semi-finals, guys? Going to an interview now, I beg your pardon.
Okay, so we're on the sand with Zara Weston, the goat of women's surfboat rowing, and your clubmates have just kind of thrown you under the bus here. They were telling me you actually medalled in the under-17 beach sprints. What was the transition like for that one?
Oh, look, that was a million years ago. So it was actually under 18s, and it was before I was actually good at anything in life saving. So they thought, oh, we might as well put you in the beach sprint team. And then an aspiring sweep thought, I've got a better use for those sturdy legs, and threw me in a surfboat.
Of course. Well, that's kind of how it works out at Mooloolaba sometimes. I mean, it's nice to be kind of former clubmates at some point.
Yeah.
Although I hear, well, you've been chasing golds all around the country. What brought you back to Mooloolaba?
Just the opportunity to row with Brendan again. So we obviously we rode together for a few years between 2005 and 2013, and then had some time off for kids and other things. So I had an opportunity to jump in with Damo at Northcliffe for a couple of seasons, which was a great experience. And then once that crew was finished, another opportunity arose to row back at Mooloolaba with Brendan. So nice to get the band back together.
Absolutely, and it's good to see it. You know, a bit of a power couple, and you guys seem to go really well together. So it's good to see. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Well, that's great talking there. Great calls from Big Tommy. He's with one of the goats there in the female category. And Don, you've spoken highly about Sarah for some time.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, she's a wonderful human being. As the gun gets them away here in the first of the 7-boat semi-finals in reserve female. Even start there.
Good shot there with the widescreen from the drone. So, in Alley 1, it's down this end. Currumbin Collectors. In Alley 2, the Wanda Wildfires. Getting smashed there, Allura. Amazon in Alex Headland in 3. Palm Beach there in Alley 4. That's with Plugger Trotter. Alley 5, the Southport Swell. Alley 6, North Bondi Assets up there with Larnac. And then Alley 7, Allura Wilco on the white can up the furthest end. So, Alley 1 not getting away too badly here, guys.
Yeah, good to see, isn't it? Alleys 1 and 2 with their noses in front. We haven't seen this for a while. Don't know what they've done with the line, but let's just hope that they've fixed it. The crew at the bottom of your screen there is swept by Foxy. They've got Davina Finter in the bow, Michelle Gaffney, Catherine Griffin and Penelope Hamilton in that crew. And they are leading it. Have a look at these swells. Like, there's a couple of swells close together here. These crews bouncing up and down. The mission here is trying to keep the boat as flat as you possibly can.
See water still coming out of the Allura boat. They got a big hammering off the start, filled them up. But there's Eddie, and they're sending it on now. Trying to keep on top of the water.
Gabby, Tarani and Jesse in that crew, as we previously mentioned.
Nice strong finishes there. I like the way they sit back and finish hard in the chest there, boys. But the Foxy probably got the nose in front here, still at the bottom of the screen at home there with the Currumbin crew.
Yeah, and Don's spoken about Davina, and as we know, Bowman, the most important seat in the boat. So, as Don said, she's an absolute beast on the oar, and she's showing us how to do it in the bow. And well, she's in the Bowman's Alliance, Don.
Oh, I think she's a deputy president.
Yes, for sure.
That's the only seat I've ever known her to row in. She's an athlete. She's no spring chicken. She wouldn't mind me saying that.
She's showing them how to do it, and showing us age is just a number now. So it's Foxy going into the turn with Wanda and North Bondi up in 6. Allura not far off them in Alley 7. And then it's back to, it looks like Alex Headland. And the boat's in the middle, just a length off there. So
Foxy, not your best turn, Foxy. He's come out of that on a bit of an angle, and he's given the crew beside him a bit of an opportunity there to sneak out in front, and that's the Wanda Wildfires.
There's a little shove under them now in one, Don, and they're lifting the rate. You see the stroke rate coming up.
And it's got a little brother too who's going to come behind him now. They're getting another little opportunity here with a bit of energy under the boat. Only a couple of strokes out of it though, but top of screen with...
Big run up there for the boys and girls, in the Alley 6 and 7. That's North Bondi, and they're sitting easy. Wanda in Alley 7. Allura in Alley 7. Wanda trying to sit easy as well. Working hard over the top of this one.
Here comes the swell for the rest of these crews, though. What can they do with this?
Oh, this is a wave, guys.
They're a fair way out. I don't know if they can pull onto this. They are a long way off our gate cans. They're certainly going to run along it. We're back with the Wildfires here. They're in Alley 2, and they had their noses up with the leading crews.
Nathan Spinner looking around and egging his ladies on there. Allura Wilco, North Bondi on screen here, looking for a bit of energy.
What was that let it run call there from North Bondi? He just stopped rowing for a second. I'm not sure the tactic there.
Well, either way, they're sitting safe at the moment in second. Larnac, you might wish you have that one again. But coming from behind, when you're leading, the arrows always coming from behind. And here they come. But it's going to be fattening up here for perfect for Wanda. And if Wanda get down this, there's your 4 place getters, I'd say, guys.
Tough racing here. 7 in, only 4 through. Currumbin just out of screen. They're going to miss out here as well. There's our top 4 place getters coming across the line now. That would be Wanda, Allura, North Bondi and Southport, South Australia.
And Alley 1 has done it again.
Yeah, we thought they might have fixed it.
Not even Davina could get them home on that one, Donnie. And That's unfortunate for Foxy and his girls because he's a top bloke and they're going well. Powerhouse Club Currumbin, but official results that we're going to wait for. So we'll shout out if anyone from Nah Brewing is listening. We want to hear. We want you to make yourself known to us.
Absolutely.
Nah Brewing.
How can we be expert commentators when we can't talk about the product? We need to sample the product.
Well, we need a 6-pack of your top 10 beers
each.
Well, 60 beers will cover us for the Savo.
Right. We'll get Tommy off the beach getting to go get some ice. Yeah, and we'll really rev this commentary up later on this afternoon.
The water boy. Big Tom.
Not sure whether Australia's ready for Stefano and a couple of beers under the belt for the commentary, though, because he's pretty animated as it is, Donny.
Yeah, we'd been in the Tugun Surf Club, had our first sip of beer, and someone came over and he said, boy, that's Stefano's drunk, isn't he? I said, no, that's him normal. That's him normal.
Gets excited. So, and yesterday I had the privilege to take a photo under Don Cottrell's A-grade trophy, the sweep-all hanging up there in Tugun Surf Club from 2002, and it was a great effort on that day. It was this day, how many years ago, Don?
Mate, what the important thing
24.
is, on the ceiling of the casino on the Mad Monday organised by Peter Hickey, every boat, every category was won by Queensland.
Wow, that's a good day. And I met Aaron Hickey yesterday.
Yeah.
And we relived some surf boat tales. This is how good this sport is. I met these guys at Tally Surf Club yesterday, talked about a race I was in 2001. He was in the same race. We both pulled out some videos and we're mates for life now, those boys.
The sea was angry that day, my friend.
It was big.
Yeah, it was big.
Yeah, Darryl Eastlake was commentating that day, and we've got some big shoes to fill, Don, but we'll try and do it.
Oh, that's a big hit there from the fat man.
Yes. I think on that day it was boat over, boat over. Oh, it's Bronte. Oh, what a way to go out in the final.
Get back to the racing, come on.
1,000 times. So, Mollymook Mongrels, unfortunate in Alley 1. Palm Beach Peace Mode in 2. Avalon Beach Chaos in 3. The Currumbin Crab Sticks / Seafood Baskets in 4. Maroochydore Binks in 5. In Alley 6, it's the Bateman's Bay Banshees. Wow, and then North Narrabeen and the Master. This is a hot race, guys. Oh, I don't want to jinx anyone, or what do you think? Alley 1's going to have their work cut out. There's the Banshees. We went through their list of accolades, and Tracy's going to get a new jacket. Going to need a new jacket after this weekend because there's a bit more embroidery going on the pocket. And you see even just here, guys, Mollymook just look to be half a length behind the crews up the southern end.
Guns up. Girls are set.
See him drag on that boat. Away they go. There's the Sea Slugs. There's McManus in now. In the older of his two boats, the Teddy Whittaker. He must prefer that one to his new one at the moment, because they've swapped it over, and there they go. So there's Currumbin with Steve Purcell, the Crab Sticks, hitting the pumps. All crews getting checked, and there's a bit coming, Don.
Oh, there is a bit coming. As I mentioned, the wave's not that big, but boy, they got some punching and breaking on a shallow bank.
And isn't there a lot of run out there as you look out to sea?
It's just the swells are really close together here. Crews are bouncing up and down.
I think looking at the weather report earlier, Donnie, it's only a 7-second period, so that's why we see the swells so close together. So if you get, checked by one, you're into the second one straight away. So probably got two waves to really slow you down.
And same going home, if you see those runners, they'll come under you. You might only get 2 or 3 strokes of a lift, but you've got to take it, because if you don't, the other crews will, and that'll put you behind if you're not taking your chance when the ocean presents itself. So, looking down that race, go ahead, Don.
Mollymook Mongrels, bottom of the screen. Beside them, Palm Beach Peace Mode. They look like they're in about second position. Out in front, Avalon Beach Chaos. Currumbin Crab Sticks, probably with a little bit of work to do there in Alley 4. Maroochydore Binks, they're probably sitting in around about 4th position. Beside them, the Bateman's Bay Banshees. And as mentioned, highly decorated, the Banshees and North Narrabeen Sea Slugs. With Donnie McManus, God himself. He's just going to go up and over this one on the top of screen now, as they settle into their work here and head for the turning cans.
Banshee's making a bit of a run at the lead of this race here, guys. A nice second half trip to sea. But for me, Chaos probably still just a nose in front, but we'll get a better idea as they feather into the cans here, Phil.
They mean business, the Banshees, for this Aussies. If you think back to last Aussies, they got hurt in the Masters last year and had to pull out of the reserve grade women with South Curl Hoosier going on to win that. So the Banshees trying hard, but it's Avalon turning around first, then Palm Beach, and then up to Maroochydore, and up to Bateman's up there in 5 and 6. So Mollymook, a little bit of work to do down here in Alley 1 with Marty Drysdale.
And the Banshees, Donna Megan, Tracy and Alison Wayman in that crew. But we've got Avalon Beach out in front, and that is a crew of Laura, Tegan, Lauren and Sophie. And they're on a runner now. Nathan Wellings will be absolutely giving it to them.
There's McManus on the shot on the right-hand side. Shout out to Stevie Maxwell.
Let her run out in front. We've never seen anyone catch a wave that far out so far today, and that is impressive. He's got them rowing again now. He wants them to chase on the top of this swell. Another one coming. Donnie McManus has dropped out top of screen.
Yep.
And here comes the next wave, and it looks like the crews at the top of our screen were the ones that were going to get the advantage out of it. We're back here with the leader. They're a mile in front, these guys.
That's Avalon Beach, New South Wales, and they're trying to get through these gate cans and get back to the 10 quickly. Another little run forming perfectly for Avalon, but behind them, the crews are coming. So Avalon taking this one. Can they milk it to the line? Streaking ahead. 2 more strokes. Getting the best out of it.
Just fattened on them, though, Phil. Cratering.
Drag race to the finish, so Avalon is safe. So as we pan back to the shot, we're going to need 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, the Crab Sticks from Currumbin look like they've moved up into 2nd place there. We've got the Crab Sticks. We have got Maroochydore Binks in the mix there as well, and the Banshees.
Bay. So looks like Mollymook down this end and Palm Beach and North Narrabeen going to be the 3 to miss out.
Don't know what happened to Donnie McManus, top of the screen there, but he's dropped right off. They might have a bit of an issue in the boat, mechanical or otherwise. But there you go. They have not been able to fix that Alley 1.
So we think it's goodbye and good night, Irene, to the Mollymook team, the Palm Beach team, and North Narrabeen Sea Slugs. It's a great effort from these crews to get through this far and to make the Sunday. Well, we're joined by our little apprentice, Tom, the Big V. Don, the Big V, has come back to join us.
Mr. Victoria himself.
Welcome back, Tate.
No, it's fantastic listening to the masters at work sitting in the back chair there. Mollymook on the screen, Martin Drysdale, fantastic effort for their club to make it through. Had a bit of trouble yesterday as well with that back set of cans to make it up here. It was fantastic. And now we're looking to go strength to strength next season.
They sure will, and the Mollymook team still represented by the Loose Cannons in the junior boys. We'll see a little later on. So as we get around to this semi-final number 2, and we will highlight that last race had 7 in it. This race has 7 in it, so we were through to the top 14.
No, we've got 6 in this.
No, the semi-finals for the reserve women I was talking. I beg your pardon. So
we're at under 23 men here, and not sure, mate, we may be going live onto the beach here with our call going over the beach microphones as well. I'm sure our boys will get in our ear and let us know. Under 23 males pushing onto the line here. Titahi Bay, New Zealand in Alley 1. And it is Currumbin Buccaneers in 2. South Curly Underdogs on screen there now in Alley 3.
Defending champions,
Cronulla, yeah, they are. North Cronulla Weapons in 4. North Cottesloe in 5. And North Cronulla Purds in Alley 6. Hotfield.
3 states, 2 countries being represented in this race here. Titahi Bay coming over from across the ditch, putting on a master performance here, looking to try and get into that top 8 and then that top 6.
They're going to need it. They're going to need it in Alley 1. They are going to need a master performance, the Titahi Bay crew.
Hot race there in Alley 2. You see just getting out to sea is our man David Dwight and his Buccaneers from Currumbin. And they got their work cut out as well, because that's a pretty tough end. You got the underdogs next to them, so we're just waiting on Dwighty and his Buccaneers to join the line. Hope they got out of bed this morning, because that's one.
You're invited around there last night, mate, around to Dwighty's camp, Camp Dwight.
Yes, I was invited to Dwighty's last night for some carbonara, but I thought against upsetting the boys while they're still racing. So last race results there, and you called it. It was Avalon Beach first on.
Yep, Maroochydore Binks in 2nd, Currumbin Crabsticks in 3rd, Bateman's Bay Banshees. There your 4 qualifiers that will move on through below the line there. Unfortunately, their competition is over at the Aussie titles.
So getting back to this under 23 mile race, you've got 2 crews from North Cronulla. You've got the Purds and you've got the Weapons. Both solid crews. I think they might have partnered up to do the George Bass, Don, for North Cronulla in the under 23 division. You've got the powerful club from North Cottesloe represented on screen. There's our man, the bucket hat stroke. He's becoming a bit of a famous stroke in surf boats for his club in North Cott with that bucket hat. There's the Purds with Adam Purdy. And, well, not going to jinx anyone.
Jack Stars are happy here, waiting for the gun to go off, the gun to be raised. Still looks like a pretty even line. Tatahi Bay on screen, guns going up, and they have sent it away here.
There's bucket hat for the Moose for North Cottesloe, getting in and away. Good start from those boys, finishing them off. There's Tatahi Bay and Ali 1. Got some work to do from one, we think. The pumps are humming there. You see the spewing out water. There's North Cott, and it looks like the North Cronulla Weapons to their left, just battling to get it away.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some different positions here when we zoom out, because a few of those boats got touched up off the start. Tatahi Bay, bottom of screen, they've gone away well, along with the South Curly Underdogs in the blue boat there. Then we go right to the top of the screen, North Cronulla Purds. They're our 3 leading boats here, but there is a long way to go, as we know, and you've got to be pretty good to win out of this Alley 1 at the bottom of the screen.
Buccaneers and the Moose having a bit of a trouble trying to battle for that 4th place here at the moment, and they're looking to separate, but as we see as many times there, the South Curl Underdogs setting away the pack here alongside North Cronulla's Purds Coats up in Alley 6.
Yeah, they're just settling into their work now, the current Aussie champs, the Underdogs. He can sense he's out in front, and it's a good place to settle your boat and send it out to sea, but doing a very good job with them is the North Cronulla crew in 6 of the Purds, and North Cottesloe Moose also doing a great job in Alley 5, but it's a line of 3 behind them with Tatahi Bay, the Currumbin Buccaneers, and the North Cronulla Weapons all pushing along. So 2 going to miss out here, guys.
South Curly out in front. That's the crew of Harrison, Tremaine, Zach, son of Rob, and Sam. Sam's the new kid on the block. One of their rowers aged out, and Sam has jumped in there to complete the crew, and they are going really well here. And why not? They were Australian team representatives a couple of years ago in this division. They are the current Australian champions, and they led the New South Wales state champs through the gate cans on the way home. And they are going to get their noses out in front here.
There's nothing in it other than first place to the Underdogs. They're getting away nicely, and then up to North Cronulla in 6 with a good turn. North Cottesloe right there in 3rd, but Tatahi Bay have pushed along, and they're trying to catch North Cronulla for the all-important 4th spot from the Weapons. So it's this crew in Alley 1 and 2. Again, this end suffering, but they're trying their best. David Dwight is doing his best to push these boys down, and it's the Underdogs out in front still.
Dwighty needs something to come underneath him now. 2nd from the bottom of your screen here. Let's just see if he can get the nose down here. Come on, Dwighty. Lift the boys here. They've got a lump in front of them. They're going to run along the top of this, and that's not going to bring them up to the rest of the crews. Tatahi Bay, nose down now. Rate comes up, and you can see them making a move now, and they're going to need to. They need to push through on this. A little lump in front. If they can get over that, they'll run again.
It's trying to double up for them, Tatahi Bay, but there's nothing in it. And the field's come back onto the South Curly Underdogs. So North Cronulla next to them has gone through the Underdogs, and they're going to take the lead through these gate cans, guys.
Fantastic from Vaughan Meldrum there with the North Cronulla Weapons going through the gate cans in first. Alongside them, their compatriots, the North Cronulla Purds Colts under Adam Purdy. Looking here on screen now, one of the North Cronulla crews starting to go through
That's
here.
the Weapons, and there's the Underdogs pushing, and there's your first 4 boats to the line at the moment. Don, call it.
Yeah, they're the qualifiers there that we think you're going to get. The 2 of the North Cronullas, North Cottesloe and South Curly Underdogs.
And dare I say, unlucky to Dwighty and the Buccaneers. They've had a great campaign, but Alley 1 and 2 Idas has cost those teams again, and at this pointy end, it's unfortunate, but 2 going to miss out. And the Tatahi Bay boys with their heads down, as are the Currumbin Buccaneers, and they'll be disappointed because they've made it so far, and yet the trailer time has come for them. So, looking down the barrel of these next races, the South Curly Underdogs have done the business. They're going to put their boat away, and we're going to see another hot race here in the under-23 men's division.
Yeah, we certainly are. Shout out to Michael King, who's tuned in. He's enjoying the A-team.
We're going to throw to a beach interview as these crews get set, guys.
If we can quickly get through the interview.
Yeah, hi. Down here on the beach, I've got Nathan from Williamstown. Just going to have a quick chat. We've seen over the last couple of years, Williamstown has had massive growth within their boat section. They've been really active on the socials. What's been behind that success?
I think it's just the people we've brought into the club. Like, all clubs are people first and members first. So I think everyone talks about the no D-head policy when you build a club, and I think we've done that. Got a great bunch of young people, great bunch of masters. Everyone loves the sport, and I think we just think socials is a big side of the modern part of the sport. It's an advertising platform for us as a club. I think in the west of Melbourne, it's pretty hard to sell surf boats as a sport, so you want people to see what you do and the places we get to go, and yeah, it's incredible community, incredible club. Love it.
Yeah, well, there's definitely, something in the water down there, because it's just had huge growth, lots of following, and you're getting success here, crews through to the finals day. Is it the one crew? How many crews have you got in?
Just the one through today. We had the Resi men and my 23 girls through as well yesterday and knocked. So, yeah, we'll see if the WAPs can make a run, and hopefully we'll see them late into the day.
Awesome, good stuff there. Good luck to Williamstown, and we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box for the next race.
Thanks, Tash.
Cheers, thank you.
There's the whistle. Thank you, Tash. Right on time as we bring it to you in the second semi-final under 23s. Era Buckier in 1, South Coco Thick Shake in 2, South Coco Burley in 3, Currumbin Dracus in 4, Kyneton Rocks Monsters in 5, and the Palm Beach Fins in 6, guys. Hot racing in the under 23 division.
Hocko at the back of the boat there for the Kyneton Rocks crew, and they've done really well. Great to see the South Australians doing so well at this. And there's Gus Patiri and his well-credentialed Australian team, the under 23 crew from South Curly, and they are in there with the Thick Shakes, the third of the 23 crews from South Curl. As we look across the field there, South Curly Burley, good start there in Alley 3. And then we'll go across possibly to the Kyneton Rocks Monsters in Alley 5. They look to be our two leading crews at this stage. Big gap over to Alley 6.
You must be so. Spencer's probably found a nice little wave to try and get through. A nice little alley he's able to get through, which is why he's given so much space between him and the Kyneton Rock Monsters in Alleys 5 and 6. As they're on screen, hocking on the back there. And these crews are setting out to see what it looks like. It's going to be the South Curl Thick Shake currently, or South Curl Burley currently going out in front, going over this little wave here.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of wind around pushing from the south on screen. That's right to left, and the low tide is half an hour away. So the conditions are going to change through the day. But there's the powerful Burley, Alan Perry at the stroke, Campbell Brothers and the Smart Jack Rivet in the bow. And they're doing a great job, but Spency's out wide. He's got to drift up onto that turn. So let's hope he's left himself room to come up and into it. And that is a great shot for surf boats under 23 male. Looks like they're all in the mix here with the middle crew there. I think it's
That's
the Burley.
Burley closely followed around by Palm Beach. We've got the 4 crews at that end of the southern end turning first. But it's the Burley with their nose in front. And here comes Palm Beach, top of screen. A runner here for them. How can they go along with this? They've run it about half a dozen strokes. The nose is going to come up in the air, and they'll just drop off this now. And that's moved them up into a clear second. Good effort from the crew down here in the bottom of the screen. Not sure that they...
Yeah, that's Era.
Not sure that they can go on with it from that particular position.
We're going to need this run with them right now. This is the run to take. The Thick Shakes and Era Buckier. And right on command, there's Nathan Wilson driving him over, and Era's going to get this one too. So as you've seen the race before, Donny, and it's fattening up down this Alley 1. So a bit of luck here for Alley 1 still. And the Era boys driving it on. They won't stop rowing. 6 boats in a line. Looking at this. Palm Beach up in 6 in the Fins.
Oh, this is hot
Kyneton
racing.
Rocks in 5.
This is fantastic racing as these boys start coming through the gate cans now. They're all going to be sitting on this wave here. It's going to be very tight coming in, but it looks like the South Curl Thick Shake and the Kyneton Rock Monsters start to make a bit of a play. The boys from South Australia going all the way through here towards the back end.
Can you believe Palm Beach up the top of screen just dropped off the back of that, but they are in Alley 6. They are going to get the better angle into the beach here, mate. Kyneton Rocks on screen there now. We think they're safe.
But this race is not done yet because there's the Fins up in 6. Kyneton in first, and the Burley got to work because they're all in a line. We're going to see some big crews miss out here. Who's it going to be on this finish line?
Wow.
Currumbin right there with Tooley.
Wow.
And I don't know, but I think, unfortunately,
Era and the South Curly Thick Shakes may have missed out here.
Alley 1 and Alley 2.
Yeah. And
that's pot luck.
The reason we're expert commentators is we get help like people from Michael King, who's come through and said the scientific physics term is wave diffraction. When a wave, be it sound, light or ocean, bends around an obstacle. Michael King, thank you.
We'd be lost without Kingy.
We would be. He's a smart man.
You've got direct access to the great man.
Professional surfboat sweep. He's retired now. All he does is sweep surfboats.
When we get the replay back here, this 5-boat battle to try and get out. We'll be very hot to see what these results will be on from that last race.
Well, I think the South Curly Burley just got through that one. And it doesn't matter what you place, 1 to 4. You just want to be in that top 4. Here we go, Donnie. Here we go. Our favourite crew, Surfers Paradise Sinners, with Sam Downey stroking that boat and Mum's on the beach. You see there, that's the Piha team borrowing the Tallabudgera boat and representing the Tallabudgera club with their only boat on the water, sadly, for that great club. You got Nathan Perry with his Freshie Freaks to their right-hand side. Run us through this start line, Don.
Yeah, we've got Palm Beach Pina Coladas in Alley 1, Surfers Paradise Sinners in 2, Williamstown in 3, Piha, they're a crew to watch in 4, Freshwater Freaks, NR Perry at the back of that boat, and the Coleroy Cruisers, red hot, especially those crews down 4, 5 and 6. I like the look of them. Piha, Freshwater, Coleroy. And they're on the line here now as our coffee arrives. Thank you, Scotty. Well done.
Fantastic. Another opportunity. We're seeing a lot of states being represented here, as well as New Zealand with Piha. So we have New Zealand, Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales being represented in this race across these 6 crews.
Our friends from across the ditch, we've got Molly, Niam, Tyler, Toby and JP.
There they are, the piranhas.
Yeah.
That's a flesh-eating little fish, a piranha.
We might need some help. We might need some more technical terms than that. Is that it?
Well, they've got sharp teeth, don't they?
Yeah, they do. NR was on screen there before, sweeping in the Speedos. Michael King, another Speedo sweep.
There they go. They're away. All crews getting in and even. So we see Piha trying to navigate the break. There's NR jumping in the back of it with his Freshie Freaks, getting in nicely, and they're away with their cleaver blades. So we're looking out to see now the under-23 Heat 1 of the final. So,
yeah, that is the crew down in Alley 4. That's the Kiwis. And they dominated the Australian team over in New Zealand. Surfers Paradise already had Williamstown put some space into them there. Something's happened at the start there for Surface. They haven't been able to get away with these other crews. In previous races, they've been able to come home in the second half of the race, but I'm not sure whether they can do it from there. They've given the crews a fair lead and they are down the wrong end of the paddock to start with.
If there's any sweep that can urge his crews to go on, it's Matty Silka who will keep that sort of elevated voice in his back pocket for these times of conditions, but they've got a bit of work to do as the Piha crew from New Zealand sets the pace here, followed closely by the Victorian representatives from Williamstown with Timmy, Eloise, Liv, Em and Chloe in the boat there trying to get through.
And our 4 leaders are starting to take shape here. Coleroy, Freshwater, Piha and Williamstown. Surfers Paradise and Palm Beach with the work to do from the dud end of the course.
So just going through the last race, we had Kyneton, Palm Beach, Currumbin, and who's the important 4th spot? There they are, the Pearly have squeezed through on that one. So they'll be breathing a sigh of relief, the Aussie team. But back to the under-23 female racing, and it's the crews in the southern end on that. Tate, that are looking good here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We've seen the unfortunately Eiley's 1 and 2 Idas, as you put it down this morning, as the crews on the southern end of the beach go around. Piha in 1 in the Tallabudgera boat, Williamstown in 2. The crew in only 3, Currumbin going around in 3, Freshwater going around, and Coleroy going around in 4. Bit of work to do as these crews, these top 4 crews, going to get a separation, but it looks like Palm Beach, Pina Coladas as well, had a fantastic turn to try and get back into this race as we now go from a top 4 to a top 5.
Well called, mate. Palm Beach brought themselves back into it here, but we know they're rowing back into some water that's running out. It's going to make it hard for them. Surfers Paradise, you are trailing the field, but you have done your club proud by getting this, as mentioned by Matty Solka. This was their first carnival together as a crew, and they've done really well to make the top 12 in the country.
There's the Piranhas.
Yeah, riding back with Piha now.
So This is important. Top 4 going through. And the Piha Piranhas and Palm Beach have turned it up here in Alley 1. This is a great race from Giblin and his girls. They needed to do something special if they're to qualify. And there's a little bubble forming. They've got about 10 strokes to get through these gate cans, and they're going to lift the rate again.
What an effort out of Alley 1. Maddie Giblin, well done, son. You've been able to do something here. It ain't over yet, though.
The doctor has found the medicine for this race here, showing around Alley 1 here.
Here he is, he's back. He's back.
As they're welcome through the gate can, sitting comfortably in first, but it's going to be a bit of a dogfight for the 4th place here as Piha make a bit of a play. You see that nose go down, and they're sending it through here now, gentlemen.
Williamstown also trying, but it's up the other end. It's going to come from Palm Beach down this end. Looks safe. Piranhas look okay, and Williamstown look okay. So it might be a race in 2, as I say that. Williamstown going backwards.
Might be just enough for the girls from Williamstown who might be able to get through. A bit of a shoot coming up from Freshie or Williamstown.
Oh, wow.
As we sort of see there, a bit of dead water for Williamstown, but it was quite enough to just get them over the line here. As the Surfers Paradise girls come through, Piha, they're looking very, very happy.
Yeah, they're pumped. They're pumped. They only just found out a week or 2 ago that they were actually coming over here, got themselves a sponsor, got them on the plane, and over they came. And they're not here for a haircut.
Sinners in a boat that they're not quite used to rowing as well, doing a fantastic effort to make it to the top 12 in the country.
Yeah, mate, we can hear you loud and clear there in the tech tent. Surfers Paradise with the cleaver blades. They're going to put it on the trailer here now. But well done, ladies.
We're going to go down to Tash on the beach.
Okay, I'm down here on the beach. I've got Popey from Northcote, so we're just chatting to Williamstown about their growth there. Northcote, you've had some massive growth and you've had some really hot crews this season. Talk us through where they've come from and what's been in that reinvigoration of the section.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ash. It knocked us. We had a couple of years where we lost our sort of pathways in, and so last year we had a good crop of juniors come through from the club, and a few people just bringing their mates down. And they all happen to be really good rowers, so that helps a great deal that we can just sort of slot them in to what we're doing. We had an off-season program, we got an out-of-water program, and basically we just sat down at the sort of the end of last season, all the sweeps, and thought about, well, what do we need to do to sort of lift to the next level, and just remind everybody that we're protecting a bit of a legacy in the club, and it's up to us to try and build it back. And look, one of the things that's really pleasing is everyone just likes being there in the shed, and they like going fast, so it's really a nice win-win sort of perfect situation for us, and we're really happy to have all 6 crews here on the last day and still going.
Okay, well, good stuff there. I'm going to let them get back to the racing there, but great stuff, and you've still got crews racing, so the plan's working, so well done. Back to you guys.
Good stuff, Tash. Thank you very much. And on the line, we have the second of the under-23 females. There is Foxy at the back of the Currumbin Vixens, Palm Beach in 2. We have Northcotter's Low Glossies in 3, New Brighton, New Zealand in 4, Allura Fancy Pants in 5, and the Northcliffe Lightning.
Does Wilco have his fancy pants on today, though? But I assume not. There's nothing bright at the top of screen, boys. I always hassle him if I have to wear them. For my girls' crew, he has to wear his too.
We've shamed him a bit over the years.
Do you think he's had enough, mate? He can't take any more?
Yeah, the pressure's gotten to him.
He'll be happy to be at the other end of the beach here, as we saw from his Wilco's cruise earlier today. The New Brighton Boomfers in the north and the south Narrabeen boat from New Zealand going off here as the gunner's gone off and these crews are heading out to sea.
Can they join their country mates, the Boomfers from New Brighton, New Zealand, into the top 8 in the country? And there we have Foxy on screen there now with the Currumbin Vixens. They are a red hot 23 crew, and they'll need to repeat the best in that alley in Alley 1, similar to what Palm Beach just did in that previous race. Hadn't seen a winner come out of Alley 1 for a while, but we certainly got one in the last race. And Foxy, bottom of screen, he's going to need to pull something out here, lads.
Absolutely. You sort of see now sitting in the top of one, the gold medal GOAT himself, Damien Clayplan, with his Northcliffe Lightning crew of Ava, Sophie, Annie and Imogen sitting comfortably in front, but close hot on their tail is the crew from New Zealand, the Boomfers. Northcott on screen there. David Hunt, Harriet, Sarah, Georgina and Ellen in the boat looking to try and get a bit of WA representation in the back end of today.
Good to see our friends from across the ditch making their way over to the Australian titles too and putting up a good show here, guys.
Absolutely they are. And their crew from Piha got through there in the previous race. Damien Claypan on screen here now.
Very unique style, very front on, his massive frame. Probably one of the few sweeps you would not recommend using two hands for. He could control that well and truly with the one.
Yeah, he's a good sweep in any condition. Representing the Northcliffe Club, the Lightning, top of screen there now. They are going to nose into this turning can first on the white can. They will spin around quickly and try to jump on the first runner they can. Currumbin Vixens doing their best to stay in the mix here. Nose in, Lightning around. We're riding with them there 2 strokes and they're away on the third. Claypan straightens them up and heads them for home.
Pretty tight for the minor places though, guys. Pretty all everyone around together.
Yeah, the New Brighton, the Boomfers going around sitting in second at the moment, but the Currumbin Vixens are going to start to make a bit of a play on the bottom of your screen here. Currently sitting in third. Northcott as well, pushing forwards here. They're pulling away from Palm Beach and Allura Fancy Pants.
All still in contention here as they come back over the back bank now, looking for a runner. Results from the last race just appearing on the bottom of your screen now as we stick with
Oh, nice run here for Allura too, up the top of the screen, guys.
Fantastic.
Fancy Pants.
Wilco and his Fancy Pants are going through here as well as New Brighton Boomfers. It's going to be a 3-boat, and Currumbin's also going to try and catch this little wave here as it starts to fatten out a little bit, and their nose is going to go down.
More runners coming in the centre of the field there. That crew in Alley 3, North Cottesloe Glossies. They're going to run the top of that one here as well. And it is going to come again for the 3 crews top of screen. Northcliffe, Allura, New Brighton, New Zealand.
Northcliffe fall off the back and New Brighton just getting a little bit of an extra sin there.
Yeah, wow.
These girls here from the Palm Beach Pythons falling a little bit behind the pack, but they've got a little bit of a wave building behind them. They're going to try and catch up to these crews.
Spencer looking around, hoping for something.
Yeah, he certainly does. Bottom of the screen here again, all the work to do. The Currumbin Vixens, we would have expected to see them featuring later on this afternoon. But Damien Claypan, top of screen. Northcliffe Lightning, they're going to be wave in front. And they're going to cruise over the line. I shouldn't say cruise, they're just dropping off the back of that one. And it is on for the 4th position here. The Vixens, bottom of your screen.
They've got a little bit of life under him, Donny. Might be just enough, but look at the crew in the middle there, charging.
Northcott trying to get back into the equation. They might be getting a bit of the better shoot against the New Zealand crew from New Brighton.
Yeah, the Kiwis in dead water there, just getting sucked back into the wave behind them. As the Northcott crew came down on them, we'll need to check the results of that one. See the Northcott or New Brighton to miss out there. I think the Currumbin Vixens out of Alley 1 have been able to get through. Tight racing.
Fantastic racing as we now look to the under-19 male surf boat.
I'll stick on the screen here, guys, for the results. And we're going to shoot down to Tash now.
Specialty.
Okay, back here on the beach again. I've got Joel Zamek, and I would say you're from Allura, but you're actually with Kyneton now. Had a brief stint in Henley. Just talk us through. You've been obviously a member of Allura and rowing in New South Wales for many years, very successful at Aussies. What's the difference between going to South Australia for surf boats, and then what do you think of Robe as a venue for a future ASRL Open?
Firstly, very kind. Thank you for calling me a successful Aussies athlete. That's very kind, Tash. Look, South Australia's a great place for surf boat rowing. Obviously a bit smaller, but very competitive. We've got some great junior crews and 23 still going here today. Robe as a venue, spectacular, one of the greatest beaches I've ever rowed on. Great space, good atmosphere, good waves, good surf, great town. I think the more places like that ASRL goes to, the better.
Awesome. So you've heard it there. So future venue, Robe, South Australia for ASRL Open. We'll do some work. They are getting a surf club there. So who knows, 2-3 years time, it might be a possible venue. So back to you boys. You can mull that one over, Don, up in the commentary box and see what you think about that. I know Bristles would love it. But we'll go back to you guys and let you pick up the racing that's on the line with the under-19 boys.
Good stuff, Tash. As the results start to drop here, I'm going to get Tate just to call us into this race that is on the line. As the results drop here from your previous race, I'll quickly get those in. Northcliffe Lightning in 1, Allura Fancy Pants 2nd, Currumbin Vixens, they got 3rd, And the all-important fourth spot between North Cottesloe and New Brighton, it's gone to the Kiwis. They've got themselves through, and they will continue to be competing top 8 in the country. North Cottesloe and Palm Beach Pythons, the crews to miss out.
Gee, that must have been tight for that fourth place, Donny. There was nothing in it, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. What have we got on the line here, mate?
We've got the under-19 males with the Queenscliff Double Ds with Damien Daly in Alley 1, the Kyneton Rock Critters in Alley 2, the Avoca Beach Wolfpack in Alley 3, the Wollongong City Waterboys in Alley 4, the South Curl Tickles in Alley 5, and rounding us out, the Palm Beach Parentes in Alley 6.
And good to see a Wollongong crew back at the carnival, but also at the pointy end. Good to see him building down there on the south coast, the Illawarra coast of New South Wales, Donny.
Absolutely, mate.
So just waiting down from here. I will give a shout out as well to Roe. It's always been a fantastic carnival for some Victorian crews, especially from Port Campbell going over and competing there. It's always been a highlight for their career. So I'm wondering, maybe it's not a bad venue to bring your surfboat down and trip to South Australia.
Mate, cute little town too, Sandstone Village. Went there for an Uncle Toby series many, many moons ago. But Kellogg's is my preferred cereal now, guys.
Did a Nutrigrain, would you say?
Oh, them as too. Yeah, them as well. Damien Daly drawing Alley 1 again. He'll be having brain explosions.
Yeah, Queenscliff and Wanda certainly getting the unluck of the draw, shall we say, getting those northern alleys.
There's the Mike Tamlin boat, the bag of peas on the back of the boat there. Nickname Peas, Mike Tamlin. Queenscliff Damien Daly, we were just chatting about him. He drew it in his open men and missed out, and he was the one at the sweeps meeting complaining about this alley, and he's drawn it twice.
And just waiting on here, Peter Spence in this race again with Palm Beach. Just the changeover, you can see the famous dark green and white hulled boat coming, a white gunnel boat coming up to the start line now in Alley 6. So that's why there's a little bit of a hold up here, ladies and gents, back at home. And thanks for joining us. And like I've said before, guys, how good is this that we could be getting live streamed not only the finals but all 4 days here. And thanks to Surf Life Saving Australia and the support of the ASRL and Big Voice Media for making this, come of age and happen.
Yeah, they're good people to work with, the Big Voice. And if you've got any feedback for us, jump on the text and send it through to us. Mr. Victoria, I'm sure he's got some mates down there, would be sending him some info, giving him some feedback.
I think they're just happy to hear a voice other than, say, Frank Veltman on the screen.
Oh, Frankie Veltman.
Oh, shout out to Frankie. He'd be watching it, no doubt, back at home.
He's in Vietnam.
Is he?
Yeah.
Very good.
Going on his spiritual journey, I believe he put it in our Lawn Alert group chat the other week.
Spiritual. There's a word I wouldn't have put next to Frank's name.
Spirited, maybe?
Yeah, spirited. I'll agree with that one. Love you, Frankie. Bottom of the screen. They're just waiting for the check starters to be happy. Oh, Damien Daly be letting this check starter know what's going on here in the A-grade race. His Bowman didn't get in. They nearly got themselves back in. Magnificent row from them. But they just couldn't do enough down in that end to qualify through in the open men. And he's got it here again in his under-19s. And he's tuning the check starter up, telling him what he wants.
Good to see Kyneton Rocks representing still here at this stage of the Australian Surf Life Saving titles for 2025 in the first semi-final. Top 12 in the country. That's a good effort.
Absolutely, it is. Wollongong City on the screen there now. This check starter's happy. Have we got both happy or just one of them? We have one flag in the air that we know about.
It's like the wind's picking up a little bit more out there now.
Yeah, we're
Donny?
getting that southerly, southeasterly breeze, which is cross shore. Boy, it's picked up quickly. There was nothing down on the beach about half an hour ago. Wollongong City on screen here now, representing the Illawarra. Jimmy McFarlane heading there next year. He'll make a big impact in that club. Darren Hocko, Kyneton Rocks. As we mentioned before, a chiton is a mollusk that grows on the rocks at the end of the beach.
Interesting setup there with his sweep bore. He's got like a little bungee cord that holds the handle.
Yeah.
He's just got both hands sort of on the gunnel and on the quarter bar.
Helps to keep the sweep bore there. As these boys go out, you'll see him move this sweep bore back in and then into the water just like that to get it out. As the Kyneton Rock boys go out to sea. Wollongong on your screens at the moment. The water boys, they're representing Illawarra, going out to sea here now. Hard rowing out for these two crews.
Yeah, wind picking up, making conditions even trickier than what they've been. As we mentioned, as Scotty mentioned, short period swell. The swell's very close together, these boats bouncing up and down. The more you go up in the air, the less you go forward. You're trying to flatten it out here. The crew down there in Alley 4, Wollongong City, beside them in South Curly Ticklers, they've moved out in front, and Palm Beach on the far right-hand side of your screen. They appear to be our three leading crews.
It doesn't look like that Alley 1 is stopping Queenscliff Double Ds, who seem to just getting a little bit ahead of the pack here. But Kyneton Rocks on screen, the boys, Finn, Nick, Lucas and Hugh, with Darren Hocking their sweep as these crews head out to sea. And it looks like the Queenscliff are putting on a little bit extra pressure through the plate as they're heading out to sea.
Oh, he'd be firing them up, Damien Daly. He would be letting the boys know, Alley 1, you've got to be doing your best here to get me through. He's had enough of it. Let him live another day to pick another alley. I'm riding with him now, Damien Daly, Queenscliff, under 19s, with the Cleaver oars, heading out there in Alley 1. And we have to go down to the Ticklers there in Alley 5. I think they are our leading two crews.
4 through here, guys, into the major semi-final. Probably the Peas boat from Avoca, the Wolfpack, probably with a little bit of work to do judging from this angle. Unfortunately, the drone will be just rechanging batteries, ready to get back up in the air and bring us that great footage that it provides. But right now we're from the beach, and we'll just see who the Tickles and Queenscliff just nosing around first.
Yeah, they're a fair way in front. They've given these other crews a couple of boat lengths. And Damien Daly down there in Alley 1. He'll be looking for every little run he can. There he is again on screen.
A little bit of life coming under there. You'll see the nose drop in the tuck lift. Boys throwing their shoulders to the bow. You want to lay back a little bit more on the way home. Once that run comes under, you get as much weight in the nose as possible.
We're seeing better waves coming out from the south end of the beach here as we can sort of begin to see South Curl Tickle start to get a bit of lift. But aside them, the Palm Beach Parentes going through now, but Queenscliff, it's Queenscliff and South Curl sitting in prime position, and they found a little bit of runner under them now, Queenscliff.
Yeah, moving the boat nicely here, Tate, as they work the top of that, just starting to come off it now. And as we all know, this next stroke as you come off is the worst stroke in surf boats, Don.
Swell building, lads. Swell building here for these trailing crews, especially that crew at the top of the screen there.
That's Spency.
He's going to run onto that one. It's going to slip under and just in deep water, is he? He's running half a dozen strokes with it, nose up in the air now as they drop off.
A little bit of life under Queenscliff here again. DD's just trying to get his junior boys down this one. Not much there for the Tickles at the moment in Alley 5. They're in a bit of dead water as they come through the gate cans.
Yeah, they won't want another swell to come for these trailing crews because they will get the momentum to push through. Our two leading crews here, South Curly and Queenscliff, Sydney Northern Beaches, are going to come across the line here. Oh, here we go. Here's the run from behind. We're going to have, are we going to have three? No, we're not. Palm Beach, top of screen, nose in the air. They're not going to drop down that, and that might be the end of them. Palm Beach not being able to pull onto the wave with these leading crews.
Tickles through, Avoca through, Queenscliff through now, and Kyneton Rocks, for my mind, in the all-important fourth place.
Fantastic from the boys from Kyneton, Finn, Nick, Lucas and Hugh to get through, as well as the Avoca Beach Wolfpack. Fortunately for Wollongong and Palm Beach, that will be their season done. But a fantastic row from Wollongong to make it to the top 12 in the country.
Damien Daly, impressive row there from your lads. As we look to the north, Burleigh Headlands in the foreground there.
Coming up next, Donnie, in this second semi-final, we've got the North Cronulla Funkies. We've got Mollymook Loose Cannons, the Currumbin Cartel, Mark Cooler, Mad Hatters, Coleroy Black, and the Currumbin Erics.
Currumbin Cartel, Currumbin Erics, two of the three under-19 crews out of the Currumbin stable. Future looks bright there. The Funkies in Alley 1.
Good to see Mollymook still featuring from down the south coast here at this stage of the game too, mate.
Yeah, certainly. Thomas, Jacob, Paul, Hugo and Oscar in that crew. And Paul, the sweep, has his son Jacob in the bow.
Looking very forward to seeing. They're very happy to be here and ready to have a crack, and I think they're going to have a lot of belief. They've got nothing to lose here, the Mollymook Loose Cannons. They've still got probably an extra year, I think, in under-19s as well.
Yeah, rebuilding the Mollymook mighty surfboat club, the Mollymook Club. Beautiful part of the world too. Tate, don't know whether you've been to Mollymook or not, mate.
It was the 2020 ASRL Open I went to. Unfortunately, I didn't get to row at Mollymook because it was going to be like 12-foot swell, so we got moved over to Long Beach. But it was still a fantastic opportunity to be part of that ASRL straight after the bushfires.
Yeah, handy to have a backup venue as we experienced at this year's ASRL Open as well. My co-commentator Scotty, a lot to do with that, moved us into the harbour at Coffs, but it's hardly a harbour.
No, there were still waves, which was good. All reports, everyone still had an enjoyable time, and I think the viewing from the actual jetty was quite good as well.
Cracking, mate. Cracking place to watch surfboat racing.
Just a game we're going to talk about. See, just this alley one, just that slight disadvantage. The nose is probably on the 2-seat of the other boats. They're giving up a third of a surfboat length here, unfortunately. Hopefully they've adjusted the cans maybe to allow for that, or move the finish stand so to try and even it up a little bit.
You can see how those waves are hitting the other finishing stand before they're hitting the finishing stand down this end. Even though it's not in screen, that was the issue earlier on in the day. Hopefully they fix that. Will at the back of the Currumbin boat.
3-seat just looking back there to the starter's stand, waiting for the gun to go up. You sort of know, yep, there it is. You know when this goes up, the boys get set. Into the way here with the Coleroy crew.
Yeah, good start there from Coleroy. Short strokes. They're finishing back into the boat there, but look at them jab away. Mark Cooler there. Oh, there we go. The Rainbow Angel Wings, I think you were calling that yesterday, Tate.
Angel Wings, nice little separation there. I think someone from Victoria called it that, so I'm going to take some creative liberty and take that away from them. These crews head out to see Coleroy Black on screen at the moment. Getting a nice jab punch start going out, and looks like they'll be able to go through the gains now, sitting comfortably in first alongside the Currumbin Erics.
Good start from the Erics at the top of the screen there. One of the under-19 crews from Currumbin. And the Erics, swept by Lyle Clark, has Max in the crew with him, his son, Jonah, Sho and Vern in that crew. As we've mentioned over the weekend, a lot of father-son, father-daughter combos in surf boats in the family that we are in.
And their stable makes the Cartel probably currently in third position here as we come back on screen with Coleroy Black. Boys have dropped that rate now, sitting back. Nice strong finishes there, Tate.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Coleroy having a nice little set out to sea. They want to try and get in those comfortable positions of 1 and 2, so they're not going to get caught out by the chutes here, but it'll be interesting to see the turn coming up now from in alley 1. The North Cronulla Funky Fresh seem to have rode themselves back into it after starting a little bit back at the start of the race here, Don.
Yeah, they're a quality crew. And you can see that good length, good send in that North Cronulla boat. Bottom of the screen, striped doors.
What a surfboat factory they are down there, just creating great crews and have been doing that so for years, Donny, at North Cronulla.
Yeah, great effort there from their boat captain, Boff, to be able to control that many crews.
Cartel in and around there.
Yeah, good turn there. Will Kiwi sweep up the back. He's a jockey and he's turned them. Good effort there
from them. Bit of help
for
for him straight away, mate, as they come out of the cans.
That is going to be that's one of the best strokes that you can pull coming straight out of cans, straight onto a wave here, as we saw the Cartel get there, and they're going to start to lift it up again on this little wave here that's building a little bit under Mollymook as well, as they're trying to keep their nose down. North Cronulla Funky Fresh as well, and alley 1 trying to push through. Coleroy back, and the Currumbin Erics as well, as Mark Cooler fall off a little bit off the back.
Mark Cooler with the work to do there in the bright orange boat at the back. We are riding back again with Currumbin. And that is Lyle Clark. And look at that boat run. There's nothing underneath it. It's speeding along there. The tilt action boat. Lyle looks over the shoulder now. What's coming for his boys? They've had a good row there.
It's a race of 5, but only 4 going to come through from this. So 5 in the 4 doesn't go, but it's going to be tight. Mollymook now charging North Cronulla here for this all-important 4th place.
Going to come down to the run up to the beach as a crew at the top of the screen there. Just looks like they just did not get the runs that the other crews have got. Might be one coming for them now.
Life under Mollymook now, Donny, as they come in. Funky's having a go at it. Coleroy Kennon's still in the lead. Coleroy Black is still in the lead at this stage.
Currumbin Eric's top of the screen might have just dropped off them and Mark Cooler with the work to do. There's Mark Cooler at the back of the screen there now. There is the Cartel from Currumbin on screen, and yes, that's what's happened. We've got 4 crews coming through there now. The ones that look like they're going to miss out will be the Currumbin Erics and the crew from Markoola. Qualifying crews North Cronulla, Mollymook, Currumbin Cartel and Coleroy Black.
Top 12 in the country is nothing to sniff at, but I can tell the Currumbin Erics is probably a little bit unfortunate not to get there. As we see them, their heads are down. They know that it was a hard row out. Nothing else they could do up on Alley 6 there, but once again, Alleys 1 and 2, it's thrown away a little bit back. They might have evened the course out a little bit here in the break, but North Cronulla and Mollymook getting through. Special shout out to Mollymook as well, getting through here on this race.
Have a look, heads down there from the Cartel. Hold your heads up, boys. You've qualified through. Markoola got the club getting around them there. That's the end of their campaign. But well done to the crew there from Markoola.
Text coming through from the beach. There's still protests going on in the open men too, Donny, so we don't know what's going on there. I assume we'll go to open women next. Or under 19 women, sorry, it should be. So we're looking for the semi-final.
Yeah, to be expected. There's sheep stations on it here today. Finals day, Australian Championship medals up for grabs. As we look south towards Rainbow Bay, Snapper Rocks, Coolangatta area there. We are at North Kirra.
Okay, going to go down to the beach in a moment for an interview, just while we wait for the start of this under 19 female surfboat semi-final.
Down here on the beach, I've got Dave from Era Surf Club, and for those of you that are not familiar with Era Surf Club, Dave, just tell us about the location of it and what's unique to it compared to other surf clubs on the coast.
Well, we're located in Sydney Branch in the Royal National Park. The unique thing about it is us and our neighbours, Burning Palms, we've got to walk two kilometres down a bush track to get to the beach. So that's all our patrols and all our club stuff. You've got to walk in and walk out.
Okay. An important question, how does the drinks get in and out, the bar get stocked, the food, do you have any facilities like that, or is it just a shed? What does the club look like?
The shed is, the clubhouse is basically a glorified gear shed, but we're very social down at Era, so we don't let the remoteness get in the way of having a good time. For the last 4 years, the nearest road, which is down to Gary Beach, has been blocked, so we've been choppering in all the essential life-saving supplies, all the kegs.
So who foots the bill for the chopper? That's impressive, that's expensive.
It is very expensive, very stressful on the one that organises, so yeah, very stressful when you get the invoices, but we've got a really good shack community down there, so they all jump on board and get loads in and out, and we share the costs and make it as cost effective as possible for the club.
Okay, and so what does training look like down there? Do you train out of there, or is because of the accessibility, are you off elsewhere? Where do you do ergos and water work?
No, we call it the High Performance Training Centre, which is 2 shipping containers out. They're out at Kurnell, so we leave the boats out there, train off Cronulla, Gunnamatta Bay, whatever the conditions are like, but we train around Cronulla.
Okay, and ergos, where do you do them?
Ergos, at the moment, there's 2 in the backyard of the sweeps house that the boys do, or we just all join a local gym and go from there.
It's a bit like North Cronulla, where the boss got everyone training out of his house at the moment, while their club is in the process of being rebuilt as well.
Yeah.
Is there any future plans for a new clubhouse, or for it to be built up more, or because of the national parks, it is what it is?
The clubhouse, it's limited. It is what it is. It's going to be how it is. But it's got everything.
Makes
that we
it
need.
Special as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so just talk us through the crews. So you've got 2 crews at the moment. What divisions? How have they gone this weekend?
2 crews up here in this season. We had a reserve male crew, the Marts. We made it to the second quarter yesterday.
Yep.
We were basically a boat carrying crew for our young guys, and we started going pretty good. So we've had a good season, and then we had the under 23s, the Buck Yares, that just got knocked out in that first semi. Then the Buck Yares were juniors last year. 3 of them still qualify as juniors. 2 of them are still 17, and this year was just meant to be a bit of a social year, and they just kept getting better and better and better, and kept reassessing their goals.
Okay, and I know a couple of years ago, ERA had a lot of 2 commando guys down there, which made the cruise, and it was put a bit of a recruiting tool.
Yep.
How are you managing recruitment and getting members into the club?
It's very tough. I mean, we sort of draw from our shack community down there, which is quite limited. But we do try and, just the local footy clubs and things like that. We try and sort of invite them down. We have a lot of footy clubs, Union, Southern Districts, and that use the clubhouse for training, off-season training weekends and things like that. So try and get them interested there. But yeah, it is hard when you invite them down and the weather's crappy and they've got to walk up and down a hill in the rain.
Yep, you're not going to imagine.
They don't last very long.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for your time and for having a chat, and good luck for the rest of the day.
No worries.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tash, and thanks for all the beachside commentary and the people willing to come and have a chat to us. If you see us coming up to you, don't run away. People want to know your story and what's going on in this wonderful, great big surf boat family that we have here in Australia.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We were having a chat off air about Coffs Harbour and building up races, rowers through there. And it's very difficult when we're in sort of regional sort of parts of Australia, but we've seen time and time again crews doing really well from the regional parts and getting up to here. Clubs like Mollymook as well, the Loose Cannons going through.
Yeah, no, it is tough sometimes. Like, people got to move away for university or work and things like that. But you do your best and try and do it. And it is great to see these country clubs. And results here from the under-19 male. We have the South Curly Tickles, the Avoca Beach Wolfpack in second, Queenscliff Double D's in third, and the all-important fourth place, Kyneton Rocks. And good to see them still going. Those guys are 1 row away, Phil, from a Aussie final.
Well, this is really exciting, guys, for all of these crews still here. And the tension just goes up another couple of notches when you wind through the field. Getting down through to these finals now, and you see the results on screen there. It's Collaroy Black taking that one out from Currumbin Cartel. The Mollymook Loose Cannons, they're good boys, hoping they do well this carnival. North Cronulla 4th, and then the Currumbin Erics in 5th. So we are getting to the nitty-gritty. You see Markoola there also just missing out in 6th place, and a good effort to the Markoola team. They're on a little resurgence. It's good to see those orange caps back on the beach and representing their club from the Sunshine Coast. So, yeah, guys, let's shout out to our sponsors while we can, Scotty.
Okay, big shout out to Tourism and Events Queensland. Experience the Gold Coast. Kellogg's Nutrigrain. What a way to start today. Get yourself a bowl of Kellogg's Nutrigrain. BHP. Yeah, nah, Brewing. Still waiting for the sample pack.
Yeah, nah.
Finn's great makers of surfwear. Gold Coast Triple M. If you're looking for some tunes on the way home this afternoon, tune in there. The Australian Federal Government and the Sports Commission for their support, along with Surf Life Savings major parties, sponsoring parties. We've got DHL, we've got Isuzu Ute, we have got Qantas and Westpac Bank.
Well said, Scotty. So we're going to go back to these popular interviews on the beach shortly, and I wonder who we're going to have on screen next. Let's wait and see who's with Tash.
Yeah.
Little buggers. There's one in
Okay, down here on the beach, so we're having a little chat here while we're waiting off air. I've got Davina from Currumbin from the Collectors. You're in reserve grade women's. Just talk us through, what's the water like out there? How's it been racing?
It's been tricky. I think there's some movement and opportunities in the water, once you spin, coming out of the can. You could see from the overhead shot that the water was sort of bit lighter, so you could see that causing some assistance and some opportunities to stand up out of the can. So you really have to make the most of those opportunities, and I think work the best to what you've got and what your crew can do, regardless of what alley you're in.
Now, one of the sort of top end of the Resi crews when it comes to age, like Bateman's Bay. Your crew is in there matching it with the young ones. How do you mentally, do you just go like you're just going to give it to the kids? Like how do you face that challenge of knowing that you're taking on much younger crews?
Yeah, look, I feel like myself and the other girls that I row with, we have been around for a really long time. We tend not to have an external focus, so we're not thinking about other people or other crews. We're just focusing on what we need to do, and as a 5, so the 4 rowers, the sweep, Foxy, and the boat as well. So couldn't even tell you who we're lining up against, so I'm not thinking about other crews.
No, it's a good way to be. And so having Foxy as a sweep, he's had an incredible season. I think in 22 he came down to South Australia and swept my girls there, and it was sort of his reinvigoration into sweeping, and he got keen. But he then went back up to Queensland and picked up a few crews, and then this season it seems to have all come together with the Vixens. You girls are rowing well. What's he like as a sweep? Feel free to, say whatever you want.
Yeah. Look, he's great. It's been fantastic. I first knew Foxy from Tally, and he was only, a young fella rowing up there. So it's a really nice shift in dynamic now to be rowing and to be steered by him. He's been great, and I think that rejuvenation that you're talking about, it's been so rewarding for our crew because we've really been connected, and he is thinking and planning and strategic about every detail. Having said that, I think the Vixens have done a lot more racing than we have this season, so whether we made it hard for ourselves or not. But look, I guess as rowers of a certain vintage, we just kind of do what we can and get to what carnivals we can. So yeah, he's been fantastic, really good. Yeah.
And what's it like being part of that machine that is Currumbin Beach Vikings with their boat section? It's a huge section, over 60 members. When you travel interstate and compete, there's 20-odd crews coming. How does it seems to all still stay together, you haven't got division within the crews. What sort of contributes to that?
Yeah, look, it's interesting because looking from the outside in, you can't help but wonder and say, is it as good as it looks? Does it really work? How do they maintain this good, positive team culture consistently over the years? But I can tell you, it really is, and I think there's a top-down just culture of just leadership and expectations around being part of that boat club. So it really is like just fantastic Viking family. It really is great. Yeah,
I have to say the brief moment I had with over in Perth with Currumbin, they really just get around, wrap the arms up and make you feel part of the team, even though you're literally flying in and out for a moment. So it's a great boat section, and the club should be proud of what they've done with that boat section. So anyway, thank you for coming and having a little chat with us. Good luck for the rest of the day. Hope it all goes well, and back to you guys at the top.
Yeah, great interview, Tash, and with Davina there, and very experienced bow person, probably the chairman of the Bow Persons Alliance, and she is a fantastic rower, giving you the insight there, and that's what young rowers should aspire to do. What she said there made perfect sense. You don't need to worry about anything else but your boat. When you're racing, it doesn't matter who you're racing against, who's next to you. It's just the 5 of you in the boat that can get it done, and it's up to you guys to make your boat move fast, and nothing outside that will influence your boat other than yourself. So worry about yourself, and then the results should take care of itself. So we're looking there on the rider screen there, catching up with some of our... we're going back to the shot. Slight delay here, guys. Looking down to Kira there, beautiful part of the world, guys, and it's been great to see the sun out in the last day and a half. We see Yeah Nah Brewing. Shout out to the CEO of Yeah Nah. It's getting desperate up here.
It is. We're getting a bit parched.
It's 10:40, guys. Where are you?
It's very, very close to our beers o'clock, I think, in the commentary booth here.
Coming along nicely, Tate. Well said. So, we're only joking, guys, for all of those people that think we're desperate alcoholics. We're not. We're just thirsty. And we want to maximise all the sponsors. So we're going to throw down now to the Open Female Surf Race. This is for the medals, we believe, in the other end of the beach, down there in the craft competition section. You see all those swimmers there negotiating that drag, and you can see as they hit the water, they're drifting to the north, and that's a sign of what the whole beach suffers, the sweep from south to north. It's a bit more, it affects you a bit more as a swimmer, you see there, to a nose of a boat, but it is there, and you have to plan your
course.
Your journey to
your
sea,
course
with
out to
that
sea,
in mind. Yeah, Scotty.
Yeah, and just charging through the little swells here as the girls make their way through and over. Pop their head up, use the swells for an advantage just to make sure they are on course there, Phil.
Bit of argy-bargy in that one, Scotty, I'd imagine.
Mate,
people hitting toes and bumping shoulders and putting their big strokes down on top of each other's heads, and you see these girls in the open female surf race, and we'll try and bring you this race as best we can while we can. So the Big Voice Media team doing a great job across the beach. You can tune into this event on a different broadcast, but well, I don't think there's anything more exciting than a couple of boaties calling the open female surf race.
That's it, and there's a distinct leader here. We're just trying to get a cap here. I can see a few Northcliffe caps leading there. Looks like a Newport cap. They're always strong in the in the life-saving events.
Always strong in those events. They pride themselves on that, and they go for the big championship events as a club with the point scores.
Tell you what, they're tougher than me. I don't think I'd like to be in that blender right in the middle there with fists and feet flying everywhere. I'd much rather be in the safety of a surf boat.
I got PTSD from Nippers swims and found myself on the beach as a beach sprinter and a flags guy until I could get into the safety of a surf boat. So,
Stefano the Sand Ferry.
Yeah,
hey?
Once upon a time, little legs got me moving. But
mate, I could just see he was a very feisty competitor in the flags, actually.
Yeah, I think my claim to fame was 4th in the state Nippers, and I came up against some giants from the southern beaches. I think we were like between 10 and 12, and these kids were 6 foot, so I had no chance. But it doesn't look like a great time to me.
Looks like 2 Northcliffe swimmers here leading this race, and I would suggest Newport, as we can see here, as they come around the string cans and make their way home.
And I will shout out to my new surf club. Great to be back out in Bondi Beach. The Bondi Surf Club, they took out the Masters competition overall.
Happy days.
Strong Masters competition competitors, and it's going to be great to be amongst those champions in the near future. We're very excited to get boats back on the beach at Bondi, and I'm itching to get to training. So.
Great example of clubs coming back into the fold. I'll give a shout out as well to Point Lonsdale. They're building back their surf boat section as well. Been very lucky to be doing a bit of sweeping with those girls and a few of the boys as well, and we're looking pretty keen to have a crack at it next year. So for those clubs who haven't been able to build surf boats sections, just you got to ask and ask around. There's heaps of people who want this sport to grow across all the states here.
Sure do.
Northcliffe making a little charge here. I think they might have a quinella in the bag here at the moment. On the bank, they're standing for a little wave.
You see now they're porpoise diving and duck diving, and they still have to get across the bank and then across the gutter. And I've just got a few texts. People are loving our open swim commentary, boys, so keep this up.
I was about to say, mate, who said boaties know nothing about swimming, eh?
Hey.
Look at this.
Nah, we were okay with this. So we see Northcliffe looking good, trying to get out in front.
It's been a very impressive swim. She's pretty well led this race from the back turning cans as she went across the string. I believe they call it in this, mate.
Across the strings, good call. So you see little runners there, still body surfing, showing the skills of these athletes and trying to get to this finish line. And here's the shoreline, up
She's
and
up,
out of
porpoising.
it. There she goes. We think, what club cap are we
Northcliffe.
got?
Northcliffe are going through here.
Look at her.
Goggles off, she's smiling.
Yes.
Georgia Fitzsimmons.
Wow.
And
well done. Newport second, maybe.
Yep, and Wollongong. Was Mooloolaba?
One of those maroon-coloured caps, but there she is. Georgia Fitzsimmons, appropriately named Fitzy. She's done a great job from Northcliffe, and that's a huge swim. We don't know much form on this, so we're going to say that she's earned that.
Well, she certainly earned it from.
There she is.
From the whole trip home. Led the whole trip home.
Take a breath.
That's her too. She's sucking the big ones in there.
Great camaraderie there from the open swim females, and she can't believe it. And Aussie Gold's an Aussie Gold, boys, and she's just picked one up in the pocket. We don't know if Fitzy's got one before, but the clubmate there cheering her on. Caps on tight. And that was great to see. So we're looking now at the next race. It looks like getting set. There's the start. You see one of the swimmers
Is that
across
her
the
heading
back.
across, going to allow for that drift? There was a Northcliffe cap that went across.
Maybe
headed
a bit
south,
of a master stroke, you reckon?
Yeah.
Headed south to drift north. So, we see all the open swim competitors. Just to make these finals is great. I'm sure there was a bunch of them that were qualifying and had to make this cut. They don't just make a final. So to make the Aussie final, and you would say, I don't know, 20 athletes or so in that one. And I guess if you're looking at the Aussie final in boats, 6 alleys, 5 in a crew, that's top 30 people.
Yep.
It's around the same numbers in the final.
Nice run after the swim too. She still had plenty left in the legs. Sometimes it can be a bit hard after kicking to get up on the sand and go.
She's stoked at that finish line. Wasn't much more of a run too. And look at that. And there's our unsung heroes, the officials. And we can't do them without the army of officials. And
we'll throw here to this interview if we can pick it up.
If we can pick it up. Here's Fitzy. See how we go. Just waiting for some audio there, but you can see the elation.
To place, so I'm just
if you could lip
the
read,
luckiest person alive right now. I feel I need to go buy a lotto ticket or something.
Know where I
Buy a few. We have come full circle from your first under 17 gold. I think you're in the late 30s now for Aussie gold medals. I know you're not meant to keep tally, but we do that for you because we're so proud, so excited that you've announced the retirement. You've come to do this final race, and it just keeps getting better.
It does. I can't believe it. But every morning I've woken up and been like, no, I'm good. This is my decision and I'm sticking with it. And I think I race a lot better when I'm just enjoying myself. And I've had a blast this week with the BMD Northcliffe crew. And I love the Aussie titles. I love finishing off a season on a high. So that one is very, very special. 6, I can't believe it. Yeah, who would have thought those many, many years ago that it would have turned into this?
I think little Georgia would have been so, so proud of you. It's been a massive Aussies already. Surf teams, mixed double, all the good stuff with the Gone here. Congratulations. We're going to wrap you up in cotton wool. We know it's the last day. We're so excited to have as much time as we possibly can for you. We will see you again very soon.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jen. And thank you to everyone for being so supportive. I've had the most amazing messages and people coming up saying congrats for the retirement. So it's been very special, and I'm just trying to soak it all in.
Soak it all in. Hold it together for a few more hours. We're going to get there. Congratulations. Go celebrate.
Great job, Jen.
Okay, here we are. Okay, sorry, Scotty, back on there.
Okay, back here after that interview, and a great swim there by the Northcliffe competitor. And we're going to cross to the beach again. Tash has found someone to have a chat to on the beach. So over to you, Tash.
Okay, down here on the beach, I've got Nath Wellings from Avalon Beach. Just talk us through how your crews are feeling. We know you had a late change with your open men's, Matt going out with a back injury. How's the crew feeling with the change?
Yeah, the crew's feeling good with the boys. We've got a guy in Sean who's rowed for a long time with us and stuff like that. Hasn't been in the boat for probably about 20 years since the last time actually rowed competitively. But he's loving it. And the boys, he's a really good guy. He's actually a really experienced person to have in the boat with us. He's been here, done it before, so it's really good. We enjoy it.
Yeah, and I was chatting to Maddie on the beach. So the call was only made last Monday. Matt's back it went back downhill again. So he's made the call to step out of the crew. A little bit of FOMO, I think, standing on the beach and watching the boys. Last time you were here, 2022, successful hunting ground for that crew?
Yes, but there's only one person left in that crew that was in there. So there's 3 other people in there. But yes, last time we raced here, the boys got a gold for the Pinkies, and that's good.
Okay, and your girls, they're also still within the competition?
Yep, the Chaos girls, they're still going strong. So at the moment we're just down to the last 8. So the next race we got on is 4 boat 3 through.
Cool. And how's the boat section going at Avalon Beach there? there. What you got? Junior crews coming through. What's happening within the section?
Yeah, got a couple of in the works and stuff like that. A couple of young ones which are sort of not up to, like, not competing yet, but just like sort of getting the bronze and stuff like that. It is a bit hard around our area because a lot of kids go to private schools and stuff like that. But you know, we're trying to get the footy clubs involved around the areas and trying to get a group of kids together. So.
And, you know, at ASRL Open, when we had our interview, Matty committed the crew to going up and rowing Opens next year. Is that still the plan?
Well, that's why Matt's not rowing now. So, yeah.
It's not a back injury at all. He's been booted.
Definitely not a back injury. So the rumour we're putting out is that we're kicking Matt out because he made that commitment. The boys are sticking together. Well, there will be a crew change next year as well because one of them's going overseas. We want to step it up. So
yeah, I think it'll be good to see. Like, I think it's something we're noticing within the open divisions, both male and female, is that there's 71 resi men's crews, and then we've got 24 odd open men's crews, and some of those resis and even some of the 23 boys are super competitive, and I think they could translate that speed into opens. And maybe just balance up the things a little.
Yeah, 100%. It could even be the way that you actually run a race instead of having open men and open men and reserve men. Maybe throw them all together, then you split them at like the Olympics when they have A and B finals and stuff like that. So that might be something that needs to be worked on, rather than just going, oh, you're an A crew, you're a B crew.
Do an all in and then separate out.
Exactly right. So.
Okay, too easy. Thank you for your time. Good luck for the rest of the day, and hopefully we might be chatting again a bit later on.
No worries. Thanks, Tash.
Cheers. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great job, Tash, and she's still putting the heat on that Avalon crew to step it up in A grade, so we're loving it. Welling's dodging the question and wanting to rerun the organisation. I mean, there is a bit of talk, Scotty. We've talked off air about how we can make it a better sport and more inclusive and appealing, and one of the suggestions we had was maybe instead of 3 rounds, we go for 5 rounds and cut to a shorter number, to a semi or a final, so everyone gets maximum races.
Yeah, I'm thinking that there definitely needs to be something to attract people up to the open divisions. Something better. I've even toyed with the idea maybe make the medal a little bit bigger or better. There's just got to be some more prestige to really encourage those crews to come up. But I definitely think if it's all about racing, if you offer a 5-round round robin prior to the cut, you're really going to see your peak crews. Going to be a lot more consistency in those open crews as well. Even if there's a surf on, it's not going to need a luck of the wave. It's the consistent crew then that's going to get through to the elimination rounds.
Yeah, and an idea maybe I just thought of, a bit of a Stefano brainwave. Maybe A-grade competitors don't have to lift boats, and everyone else has to lift the A-graders' boats.
You'd have everybody rowing A-grade if that was the case.
There you go. That's an idea. No boat lifting for A-graders, and the rest of the competition has to lift the A-grade boat around. Because, we want to see the best of the best. Of course, it's hard. We're going to go to another interview here, and this is great with the Big Voice Media bringing us all of these interviews. So we might have Tash or Tommy with another lineup, and we're going to go to that shortly now.
Yeah, thanks for that, Phil. I'm here with the big cheese. I've got Mick Crow, so one of our sectional referees. So you're in charge of the male side of the racing today. You've got the females, and Tamara's got the males. So they've sort of split now that we've combined to one area. They each were responsible for their own areas, and then as we combine, they share the roles between the male and the female division. So we've obviously had some pauses in the program today, and I know there's been some challenges throughout the last 4 or 5 days with getting fair racing and getting the course straight. Just talk us through, I guess, what the pause is at the moment, and then what it's been like the last few days.
Yeah, at the moment we've got a sandbank at the starting line. It's not wide enough to get our 6 boats on. It drops off on either end, so we're trying to get boats in a fair position so they can have a fair race. So at the stage we stopped racing for 5-10 minutes so we can adjust the course slightly, so we can have the boats racing fairly.
Okay, and will boats continue to start out on the bank, or are we coming back? What's happening with the tides?
The tide's turning, low tide at 10:20, so by the time we finish racing, we'll be back at the conditions that we had earlier, which was it's too deep
really to start, but we're trying to manage it. But yeah, we'll probably stay on the bank most of the day till the end of the race.
I was thinking when I was watching earlier, if my crew was out there and I was sweeping my girls, I would be in a whole lot of trouble on that bank. I don't think I'd be getting in the boat. So aside from what you've got going on today, what else has been happening with the courses across the areas?
We started off with one course Saturday, Sunday for Masters. We worked quite well. We had some good waves and conditions. Wednesday was very wet, which caused a few problems, but the Masters went quite well. We then went to 2 areas with the Opens. North area, we ran quite well with the North area, and then South area had a few problems, but we fixed it all up. Both panel got together and they selected the best area, although the conditions of the beach are no good for having any area really. So we're trying our best we can with what we've been given, and we're working the problem.
Yep. And a shout out to all of your team, because it's a long time to be on the beach, not just for the whole day, but then you're back to all the successive days, and some of you guys have actually been here since the Youth Championship as well, so there's been some people that have been here for well over a week now and doing very long days, and the sun's come out in the last few days, so it gets a little bit more draining when the sun's out. So hats off to you guys, and thank you for all the effort. It's not a paid role. I think everyone does it just for the passion and for the love of it. So and we couldn't do it without the effort of all the officials and the water safety, powercraft, first aid, etc. So thanks for we do have a good team, and boats do it best, absolutely. So awesome. All right, well, thank you for keeping us up to speed with stuff. When are we expecting racing to kick off again?
Any minute now. We're just waiting for them to set the cans north, and we're into the under 19 females.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you for the update. Cheers. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, great cross, Tash, and Mick Crowd, the big cheese there, Tate. What sort of cheese do you reckon Mick would be if he was a cheese?
Well, we've been chatting. We've talked about he is a soft. You know him better than I do. A soft cheese. I think we might have to go for a brie.
A soft brie or a camembert. So Mick Crowd doing a great job, as is Tash, with the interviews, bringing us the faces of the sport, and we're going to try and keep those going throughout the day. And as Mick said, we're just working back to the junior girls division. He's just adjusting the course, giving it a fair chance to settle, and you see in the background there now these boats going down to the waters line, Scotty, and on screen there the girls from North Cottesloe. And it's just fantastic to see young people from all around Australia coming together and bringing these races to the water. So with this race being about to start, we'll go through the start list. In Alley 1, Palm Beach Prosecco.
Alley 2, Jan Juck Jets.
Alley 3, it's the North Cottesloe Calypso.
South Curl Runaways in Alley 4.
Met Caloundra in Alley 5.
And rounding out Alley 6, it's the Collaroy Cannons.
Well, the Cannons have been doing well with Mark Rees, and they've had a good season all round. A big grudge match up in the Northern Beaches between them and Mona Vale, duking it out for the positions in the early carnivals this year.
New South Wales bronze medalists too this year, the Cannons.
Yeah, I think they won the ASRL, and they were the New South Wales rep team, the all-powerful and all-conquering New South Wales ASRL rep team. And while Cottrell's not here, shout out to every one of those team members in the New South Wales team. We'll shout out to Captain Berry and Manager Hurd. We love our state of New South Wales, especially when we take out the ASRL. So you see Met Caloundra there in Alley 5. There's Reese in Alley 6 with the Cannons. And they're going to be fired up, the Cannons. You see Met Caloundra doing a good job. They had a couple of junior girls crews on the water this year, so that was great to see. Jace Bean with his younger girls earlier in the week doing a good job. They're quite young. And there's Allhead, the man of the moment. He's flying, Wilson, and we love his work, the girls. Haven't seen him yet, so he's probably not that stoked about me giving him that new nickname.
Okay, he's avoiding you, mate, is he?
Well, I'm avoiding him. Yeah, because he's a tough bugger. So
these girls move the boat well too, Phil.
Yeah, they sure do. And again, North Cottesloe, one of the powerhouse clubs. We can't leave them out of the conversation when we're talking about the big clubs. Swept by Andrew Pope. There's Jan Juck, the Jets. We know Tanner Hill, a little bit involvement there. He's been around different Victorian clubs, Tate, but he'll be singing out. You see that nose getting pushed around with the junior girls. Bow pair trying to hold it steady.
Natalie Perry there in the 3 seat, NR's daughter.
Doing a good job is Minnie Perry, and the
We're
gun's
set.
up there now.
As this white water comes under, I'd say, they're in and
And
away.
away.
They are waiting for some water on this bank. That's why you'll see them sometimes from indoor white water, just to give them some water over this shallow bank. Girls just with short, sharp strokes over this shallow bit. Jan Juck Jets getting hit there by a little bit of white water tape.
Yeah, Jan Juck, they'll be able to push through here and sitting in Alley 2 and Palm Beach Prosecco on your screen, and Alley 1. It'll be interesting to see with setting this course what the officials have done with the very troubling Alleys 1 and 2s. These crews go out to sea. Met Calandra on your screens at the moment.
Yeah, and you see the wind in the background there starting to increase, so it's only going to become a trickier course for these rowers. But as we get through the day, the pointy end of the competition, the fastest crews, the most competent crews will be there. And look at Alley 6, the Coleroy Cannons. They want to get out of there.
They've shot out of there, mate.
Shot out of the cannon.
Yeah.
Well played, Scotty.
Look at them go. But South Curly, they're not far behind them. Nathan Wilson on the tail there. I'm pretty sure his daughter's in that crew too, Phil.
Yeah, it is, and they've been training hard all year. He really pushes the girls along, and he's a great asset to the South Curly Club is Wilson and Junior Wilson there, Abigail. So they're doing a good job as well, just staying with the leaders. They don't need to win. You don't need to win this race. You just want to qualify.
Taking 4 through, 2 to drop out here. And the Jan Juck Jets making a nice little move this latter half of the trip to sea here.
Just dropping out of it at the moment would be the crew in Alley 5, because that's the better end. That's the Metropolitan Calandra team. And we know that this Alley 1's troublesome. So if Palm Beach, if Spencer can just stay with them, he's not out of this race. But you can't give too much away down here in Alley 1. So as they head out to sea, and there's lengths ahead of for Coleroy and the Cannons, they're shooting out to that white turning can you can see out to sea. Alley 7 on our course on the string line, but Alley 6 in this race. We've dropped the red and yellow. Just coming into shot there now. The red and yellow can just on the bottom there left. So you see the 6 cans, the crews are going to turn, and it's going to be Coleroy going in first.
Probably half a length over South Curly as Nath angles his boat in. Throw a blanket over here for third, though.
Yeah, third, fourth and fifth between Palm Beach, Jan Juck and North Cottesloe, and all boats getting around pretty simultaneously and up and out of their work. So Natalie Perry in this boat underneath that's in Palm Beach. She's got to lift the motor. She's in the engine room, and they're looking down the barrel of elimination if they don't pass one of these crews. So Palm Beach
bit of
working
life
hard.
there for them now, Phil. Get a couple of strokes out of that, but looks like Nathan Wilson and the South Curly guys have shot out there. They're leading this race at the moment.
As we said yesterday, Tate, the runaways.
The runaways, they're looking like they're going to get through. Jan Juck as well, starting to push up. Coleroy's built a little bit of a wave underneath them after falling back a little bit earlier in this race. You can see that nose is trying to get down as they're going to run this wave all the way in to sit right with the runaways here.
Big puddle for Palm Beach, trying to get with them now. So it's Palm Beach, Jan Juck and North Cottesloe all fighting for fourth spot. Third and fourth important. Coleroy taking it away to South
This
Curly.
could be interesting, boys. This
Here's
field's
the
behind.
field. Here we go, fellas. Inching up on them. There's Wilson with the South Curly girls, the runaways, doing a good job. They're comfortably qualifying at this stage. There's the rest of them. North Cott and Jan Juck.
Palmy with probably the work to do now, but a little bit of life coming under them.
Going to need to work out of that Alley 1, as we said all day. There's Mark Reese and the Cannons. Still safe up in Alley 6.
This crew's now heading towards the gate, Kansas, South Curly and Coleroy. The 2 crews from New South Wales starting to push through here. Throw a blanket over for third and fourth here. Jan Juck starting to put on a little bit of the afterburners as Palm Beach builds a bit of life underneath them.
They've got to drop this to be in a tape, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think we have our 4 qualifiers there, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Alley 1 Itis has struck again, but it's going to be successful for Palm Beach and successful for North Cott, just coming on the back of South Curly there, just navigating his way around. Wilson's just claiming that I think his sweep ball was hit, but it's not going to matter because those 4 crews should qualify, no worries. And there we go.
There's a seafood
The
basket.
Bowman just got a bit unsettled there with that North Cott crew coming across his sweep oar, and he just lost it, and she got a crab and went for a swim. So as a boatie, that's about all the swimming you want to do, really. Don't want to be doing too much. And there's Peter Spence. He'll be disappointed. Unlucky for those guys, and it's potluck, these alleys. And yeah, gee whiz, it's hard out of Alley 1. And I mean, if you put those girls in any other alley, they're probably featuring
They're probably through, mate.
in the racing. So
Usually-
that's going to be something to talk about later, but it's not uncommon for us to talk about a bad alley, guys.
I'm about to say, is Weena Wright put the kiss of death on everyone this year. She put out a post, one of her new little stickers, about Death by Alley 1 on her little Instagram page. So
wow, she must have had a bad run of it in maybe the States. So there's Wilson. He felt that boat on the back of his hand and just making sure. And there he goes, switched off. So we're going to have another interview from the beach.
Over to you, Tash.
Hi, yeah, I'm just catching up with some of our the grassroots of the sport, our under-19 girls. So I've got Liz and Tani here from the Coogee Nut Crabbers. Just got to get that name right. Liz, what's your involvement in surf boats been like, or your journey? Is this your first season? How long have you been doing it for?
This is our second season in under-19s. It's been really good. We've got such good support at Coogee. They've all been so supportive along the way. All the crews just join around, and it's been a really good family for us, and we're really comfy in it. It's so good.
Awesome. And did you guys come through the Nipper program, or were you new to surf lifesaving?
I was pretty new. I started at Maroubra, but then I didn't really enjoy it. But then I heard Dave Smith was sweeping at Coogee, so I had to come.
What was the draw card with Dave?
The draw card?
Yeah.
He works with Tani's mum at the Fireys, who's such a good bloke, and then he was just like, Tani goes, do you want to row? I rowed a bit at South Maroubra, a bit of training, and then Tani goes, do you want to row? And I fully switched clubs, Coogee, and now we're in the Nutcrackers.
Awesome. Okay, what's your favourite thing about surf boats?
Probably the community. Like, Coogee's such a welcoming community, and we're all friends. Like, it's always so fun, and it's just a good environment to be around. Yeah.
Awesome, cool. Okay, girls, we're going to leave it here. We're going to pick up the next semi-final that's on the line. Thanks for having a chat with us, and good luck next season. Are you in 19s, or are you ageing out? I'm hoping you're ageing out, because you're really tall, and my girls are in 19s as well, so you are ageing out. That's a good thing. Okay, awesome. We'll see you in 23, girls. Good luck. Cheers. Back to you guys.
Great interview, Tash, with the future of our sport. Young Liz there, I remember, from South Maroubra. She was mad as a cut snake and loves the boats, perfect for it. So they're having a good time by the looks of that. And, well, here we go, guys. Let's call for this one. Alley 1, South Curl... Oh, there's the results, I beg your pardon, is it?
No,
there we go. Alley 1, South Curl Cruisers. Alley 2, the Noosa Heads Birds.
Alley 3, it's the Mona Vale Menace, and in Alley 4, double up the Mona Vale Machicks.
They should feature too at some point in the pointy end, I reckon, both of those crews. And then rounding it out, we've got the Bateman's Bay Skipjacks and the Currumbin Chaos, swept there by Brady Dowker. They were moving the boat quite well yesterday as well, guys. Only a young crew. I think they were first year last year and going well.
So let's just see how we go here out of Alley 1, because I know Ribs Fleming and this South Curl crew have had a good carnival so far. They've been up the pointy end of the races, but this is a stiff one. It's the Aussie semi-final, and you've got all of them there. You've got the Currumbin Chaos, 2 Mona Vale crews, the current New South Wales State Champions. Correction on Nick Jones. He's known as Tuna, ladies and gentlemen. I've been calling him Mr. Jones. He doesn't like it. He wants his real name used. So Tuna on the back of that crew for Bateman's, and we know Tuna, formerly of the Northern Beaches, found a good home down at Bateman's. And that was Mona Vale on screen there now. The Menace, current New South Wales State Champs.
That was actually Kai's crew, the McChicks.
Beg your pardon. So same boat and cap, but both next to each other in the middle. And I think you want these middle alleys when you can get them, because you see there Ribs Fleming, like you called a few races ago, their nose is now on the 3 seat, so they're giving at least half a length off. You see Noosa even further back on the tuck. Don't know if we can bring those other boats back to check starter, perhaps.
Noosa starting to walk forward a little bit there, trying to lessen that gap. But Ribsy's still back there with his girls.
Yep, well, if they're good enough, they'll do it from 1. And not forgetting there may be some... there's got to be a good start through the break, and you've got to put it all together. So there's Mr. Fleming. Guns up, it feels like. Girls set in that crouch stance for the start.
In the Gus Pasteri boat, the newest one of the South Curly fleet.
Yeah, it's a great boat, that.
Holding it very long time, waiting for the perfect opportunity for these boats, as their nose will be down at the same
stroke
time.
There, she's got her eyes on the starter, making sure when that gun goes up, she'll let her mates know. There it is.
In a way, nice slick bump start there by the Skipjacks.
Tuna getting in nicely, and he's up and away. So Bateman's Bay off to a good start. There's Kai Cooper getting a little bit on the nose there, hitting the pumps. Next to them is the Menace. There's Alley 1, South Curl, Chris Fleming, doing a good job representing their club. You see the girls in the previous race from South Curly getting through with Nathan Wilson, so they're hoping to get a couple more down the pointy end of this racing. And there it is, guys. There's the field.
Looks like the McChicks with the better of the starts there, but Noosa Head's also hanging there tough as well. On top of the screen, we have the Currumbin Chaos.
Yeah, Currumbin Chaos off to a good start as well up there in Alley 6, and that's with Annie, Ella, Isabella and Jordan, with Brett on the back of that Currumbin boat. But there's 5 boats in a line there, guys. And as we see flashing up the results for the previous heat, so it was South Curly from Collaroy. And then in third place, we had, there's the North Cottesloe Calypso. And all important, I think, the next place, the Jan Juk Jets.
The Jan Juk Jets. I had a bit of a chat to Aaron. We were all very happy to see Jan Juk do so well and to get through to that top 8. And I'm sure that they've got nothing to lose. They'll be looking to try and build a little bit better as we go back to the race here.
Big lump going through the field there, guys, and you'll see there as that tide comes in, more of those coming across that back bank. So in this second semi-final, we think we got Chris Fleming having the work to do from Alley 1, but there wouldn't be a more accomplished sweep amongst that field, and those girls have a lot of experience at the back, and he's one of the nice guys too as well, so he knows his way around the cans too, so he's not going to lose composure just yet, and they just need to stay within striking distance, but they can't let them get too far away, because up in Alley 6, the Currumbin team pushing ahead with the 2. Next to them is Bateman's and Mona Vale.
Skipjack's probably looking to their idols. The Banshees running in reserve women later today as well.
They're my idols too, Tate.
I tell you what, hold the phone. Ribsy's going to feather in first, guys.
Oh, here they go. South Curl. The Cruisers cruising back into this race here now, Tate, as they're going to go through, going around probably in 4th there, but now they're in the prime position. But the 2 Mona Vale crews in the middle of the pack, the Menace and the McChicks, are currently sitting at the top of the pack, boys.
And a great call there from Scotty, harnessing our big Darryl Eastlake. Hold the phone, as you see there now, the New South Wales State Champions in Alley 3, the Menace. They've lifted, as for South Curl. So
James Meadows' crew there, the Menace, must have had a great run out of the cans.
Maybe they've adjusted these cans just a touch too. So
yep. Oh, Ribsy on a run here down at the bottom of the screen, guys. Nice layback there, girls.
Alley 1 doing its thing now for Ribsy. And there's 4 boats out in front and they've got the field, but there's a wave for Currumbin up in 6. And they've gone from first to last, but they might come back up to it. And that's a great wave. They're going to keep rowing on this.
The Menace hanging on.
Tuna from Bateman's trying to stay on it for life or death in this carnival.
There's going to be a big one building out the pack for these 4 crews here. South Curl will feel the effects of it first, then Noosa, and then the 2 Mona Vale crews. The cruisers start to build in now.
Filling up for Fleming in Alley 1, you're right, Tate. Just slipping under the...
dropping for Noosa.
And here come Noosa and the 2 Mona Vale crews. That nose for the Noosa Heads boat. The Birds is going down there now. They're sending it and flying it into the beach, putting a statement here for semi-final heat number 2.
Good call.
Got a bit of dead water now. They've just got to negotiate. But coming from nowhere, the Chaos top of screen. Look at them, Phil.
Yeah, it's going to be on here for the minor places because a few crews have slipped positions. So it's Noosa Heads in dead water now. Here comes South Curly. 4 boats fighting for 3 spots.
Oh! We'll leave the video on this one, guys.
That was the closest finish of the day, boys, and it's good because that finish line looked a lot more even there. We know Stewie Cooper on screen. He'll be happy with the Noosa Heads Birds. And they're through. The rest of the day, we'll have to just have a guess. We'll wait for official judges because they came from everywhere for 2nd to 5th. And we're only taking 4 through.
Absolutely hard, well done. But that rating there, as we see go back here, all those crews, Mona Vale, Currumbin and South Curl, all sitting on the same wave, and I cannot call it from here. We're going to have to give that to the official technology and the officials down on the beach.
Well, South Curl, you see, rowing it across the line, and I think that might save them. So wait for the results, and we're going to go down to the beach.
How did that feel for you guys in your first season together?
Well, yeah, I also came from Tally, so it's interesting, completely different style with Matt, more of a still water type with the cleavers. It's definitely interesting coming together because we all row slightly differently, but we've definitely merged them all together and we're rowing pretty well. We're loving it.
Yeah, and could you see that working as you start to merge those styles into the future? Are you looking to race together next season, or are you just focused on the party at the moment?
No, we're in it for next season. We're going to give it a crack, red hot go, with 4 sessions to this weekend. We're pretty chuffed with our results, so next season, look out, we're coming.
There you go. And just one last thing, with those cleavers, how are you guys finding that? Do you find it preferable, or are you still adjusting?
It took a bit to get used to, but just like Matt's whole style of rowing, like trained with it, get used to them. Now we all like them.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Look out next season, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Great interview there for Big Tom. And
I'll tell you what, Fox Sports, mate, if they're looking for a new
crossover man.
Yep.
He's the guy, and that was young Sam there, Donnie's stepdaughter, and that was her crew with Maddie Silka. And it's great to see they've got a bit of fire in the belly. They didn't do much work this year, admittedly, to themselves, but they're excited to put more training together, and your check starters are happy now, and I think we're back.
Open women, I would suggest that's a Woolgoolga boat there. Second top from screen, Timmy White.
Yep, going well, the Whoopie team. They're away and in. So, Woolgoolga in this one. Let's call this race through. Who we got, Tate?
North Cottesloe, Chin Chin in Alley 1, the Abokovich Zenith in Alley 2, the Collaroy Giants in Alley 3, from Victoria, the Point Leo Edge in Alley 4, the Woolgoolga Krakens in Alley 5, and rounding us out the Currumbin Vortex in Alley 6.
Well, A-grade women's racing, and there's the fancied Collaroy Giants, because they're always there or thereabouts. That's with Mark Ando Anderson, and what a great line of boat racing we have here, all boats going over the same bump. And there is nothing in this one, guys. Another ding-dong battle out to sea, and you'll see more and more of this as we get going through the afternoon. These crews are really here to race, and they know it's everything on the line. As Don says, sheep stations up for grabs, national titles there. There's Palestina in the stroke seat, setting a good tempo with Matty Mitchell and the Zenith on screen now in the Peas boat, Mike Tamblin.
Going back to our talks on rounds before there, Phil, you might see with the round blades, they reverse feather it to take the water, scoop at the water there.
Yeah, good call. And just while we're on the rounds, I'll put it out to the audience about when the last A-grade men's won with rounds in open men, and I was told it was the 2004 or 5 Avoca Beach crew. So, 20 years since rounds have won A-grade. So, I don't know who's telling me about rounds being the thing to do, but the results don't show that. But let's see if we can get a few more rounds into the finals today.
Very interesting to see as we now go out. You can still throw a blanket over the top, but it looks like it's the crew from WA, Northcote and Collaroy setting the pace here in 1 and 2. Point Leo Edge as well, probably just going a little bit in front in Boca and Woolgoolga there, but Currumbin Vortex do not count them out so far. They're going to be going around in Cairns for top 4 race, top 4 from this going through the semi-final.
Coming in tight is North Cottesloe, not giving himself much room. You see how steep he came on that one, so he's going to have to take 3 to get around. Collaroy Giants going around here with the Avoca Beach Zenith. Great row from Alley 1, and it looks like it's improved on those cans, Scotty, because Alley 1's now turned first in the last 2 races.
Jobs. The officials have listened, and they've evened up this course.
So, the Giants, you see that nose. There's the girls from the Chin Chin. There's Jeff on the back of that one, we think.
Heading through here, yeah, Jeff
Hegarty. So he's barking his instructions, and they're a length ahead of Avoca Beach in Alley 2. So this race is far from done, and these are a good bunch of girls from North Cottesloe.
The Giants getting a little bit of life under their boat there in the middle of the screen, guys, and the Zenith now just nose out there, hanging on the top of that runner.
There's a little double up now for the Collaroy Giants and Avoca Beach Zenith, trying to keep their noses in the top 4 spots. Just dropping off to them in Alley 4 is the boat from
Point Leo
there. Good call.
The edge there, trying to find. They're sitting a bit of a wave in front of the other of Woolgoolga and Currumbin, but they're going to have to do a bit of work not to drop up this wave. There's Northcott on the right of your screens as well, working it through, sitting in a boat there as the Avoca Beach nose starts to go down, but Northcott will take this wave, building under them all the way to the gate cans here.
Yeah, and putting further ahead there, Tate, you see them stretching this lead out. So there's Jeff with his chin chins. They're going to be happy. Looks a big look over the shoulder going, you little beauty, we've got this. Just keep rowing, girls. They get a little bubble here now and they're done. So let's see, can the crews up in the southern ends, Currumbin and Woolgoolga, find anything on the line? At the moment, we have North Cottesloe on a wave crossing the line. Then Avoca Beach, Collaroy, and the Point Leo team trying to get into these top 4 places, guys, and it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Currumbin having a bit of trouble trying to get over that wave, but it'll be that top 4 with the Coleroy Giants, Leo Edge and the Voca Beach Centres rounding us out to get to the semi-final number 2.
Wow, that's great racing, and it's a special shout out there. The day's done for Currumbin and for Woolgoolga, but huge effort for the teams to make this far on the Sunday, and this is the Australian Championships, guys. This is what we're all training for to win. And, well, there's your man, Tate, Mr. Matthews, one of Victoria's finest.
Yeah, and we'll be very happy with that to try and get through. All you need at the moment is a chance to get through. But we'll see these crews getting separated out from the best and worst. Woolgoolga on screen as well.
Timmy White.
Yeah, doing a fantastic effort to get this far, and we'll be hoping to see them build their surfboat section up over the next few years' times as well.
Well, we dare say that will happen because that 10 has swollen the Woolgoolga 10, and it's great to see so many boats up at Whoopi, and we raced up near there, the Coffs Harbour Carnival. It's a great part of town, Scotty. You're from that neck of the woods, and yeah, good work to those guys. They've got some famous old godfathers rowing.
Oh, they certainly do. Clutchy's been there forever.
Thinking, yeah, he's looking good. I don't want to drop his age in it. So
Wacker, well, they do row 260s, mate. We'll say that.
Okay, here's the fancy Hoosier.
Okay, so it's in this next semi-final for the Open Females. We've got South Curly Shakers, Surfers Paradise Spice, Coogee DMGs, South Curly Hoosier, Lullabar Chop Sueys and Currumbin Cockatoos. This is a red hot.
This is hotter than that last race, I'm here to tell you, I reckon.
A Rip Snorter, I think, to take the words out of your mouth there, Phil.
Rip Snorter, Rip Tickler, Humdinger. This is whatever you want to call it, because Open Women's Racing does not get much tougher than this. South Curly Shakers performing well all season. Jeff Hugel and the Surfers Paradise. Spice doing a good job. Coogee, the DMGs, those girls. Let's see them break through to the Aussie final. I know they can do it. Let's go, girls. South Curl Hoosier, New South Wales Captain Berry in that boat in Alley 5. Mooloolaba Chop Suey, Don's favourite, and then the Aussie team themselves, the Currumbin Cockatoos, with Matty Wildman on the back. I don't want to jinx anyone, and we'll get a good look at these alleys out of this one, because we think Alley 1's fixed. You see Sarah Weston there as a second stroke, and her husband Brendan on the back. A family affair, as she said, but you see that face of concentration. That's experience there. Ellie in that crew there, doing a good job. I think in the bow seat, again, you need a top bowman to win anything, and they're safe with Ellie in the bow, so all crews ready, and they've squeezed up on that bank, and it's the Shakers in Alley 1. Surfers in 2, Coogee in 3, Hoosier from South Curly in 4, Mooloolaba 5, and Currumbin Cockatoos in 6.
Waiting for this gun to go up. You see Sarah Weston from Mooloolaba having a look back.
2 bow pair there, keeping that nose straight.
A little bit of surf coming, hence the hold up here, I would suggest, boys. Starters trying to get a fair start here. Still looks fairly shallow on that bank.
Yep.
I doubt we'll probably see starting from the shoreline today, the way it's looking. I think we'll be all out in this bank for the remainder of the program.
Well, that's what they've indicated. So we'll see how much water comes across that bank. We're a couple of hours away as it starts to fill up now. We want the best racers. I tell you what, though, if it gets much deeper, for some of them, they'll be blowing up to start on the bank.
They will.
As Tash said, it's hard for the shorties to get in, and that's too bad, so sad for surf boats, because you've got to get in and go. So let's see here, girls, who's got it. It's a real hot race, and sadly 2 of these great crews are going to miss out, and we're going to whittle it down. There's the Hoosier Termite. See Willow there keeping an eye on the gun for her team. Ellie, Marley in that boat with beg your pardon, it's
Nicola and Willow in the boat for the Hoosier.
Yeah,
Rob Larry on the sweep there. It's a very nice even line that we see on your screens at the moment.
That's a tight start. That looks as fair as you can get it, I guess. In saying that, they have to point it out to their turning cans, and there's a gap out the back of Couldn't tell you the official distance, Scotty. Do you know?
No, it's
20 metres.
Yeah, I'm not sure, mate. I think it's 18 metres per can. So I'm not 28. I'm not 100% sure, mate.
Couldn't be 28. Might be 18. We'll leave that to Tate to get back to us. There's a bit of homework for you, buddy. We want to know the official gap between these turning cans.
Absolutely.
In the 37th edition of the manual.
And look at Surfers Paradise wearing their 100th year centenary cap, and
they're doing it for their mate.
Absolutely.
There's the Currumbin team, Matt Wildman, the Aussie team.
Looking to try and one up. Only one more Currumbin crew left after that
You
last
see
race
this
there.
wave's filling up underneath them, and there's one on the nose. Matty Wildman, big deep start. He's up and over. You see him diving in. He's got in safely, and there away the Cockatoos. So punching it out to see the rates up.
Hugo.
And there's a clash. This is why crews on the start line can't start too close together. And this is going to put pave to their race, because if it's two out, these two are going nowhere. And we know the strength of this field. And they're not going to restart this. And there's Coogee and Surfers Paradise done, guys. That is over for those two crews, I'm going to tell you. They haven't even moved. Broken all there, you see in the background for the second. Bowman for Surfers. Doesn't happen deliberately, but it has happened, and both those crews are done, and they know it. So that's real sad. And I mean, two of the great sweeps, Macro and Hugo, definitely wouldn't have meant it, and they both feel gutted for each other because they've cost themselves a race, and we don't know what's happened there, so we're looking out to screen, but it's a broken off for Surfers Paradise. Coogee now just rowing to make up the numbers in the final and hoping someone might miss a gate can or whatnot, but you see that big gap in the field. That's alley 2 and 3 for Coogee and Surfers.
Here's a replay.
There it is. You see them rowing on top of each other now. First to the oars, then the boats come down, boom. Snap that second Bowman's off from Surfers Paradise. That's done.
Frustration for Hugo there.
Looking at the starter going,
It doesn't look too happy to me,
maybe
fella.
we were too close together. So back on track now. And this is just going to be a 60-80% row now.
Yeah, I think so.
I would knock these crews off. Knowing what we know, you just have to qualify to the top 4. And you see Lowry, he's a smart, cagey competitor. He's not going to push it.
Shakers are going to feather in first here on the black can. Gus Spiteri in his boat.
So they're going around the can.
Third
clockwise,
stroke, just to be sure.
Clockwise direction.
Australian current champions, Cockatoos, around second. And then equal sort of third, fourth is the Hoosier and the Chop Sueys.
But it doesn't matter, guys. We can just talk freely here, because there's Coogee. They're done. There's no way they're going to get that gap done unless one of these crews misses the gate can, rolls on the way home, which you don't think is going to happen now.
I doubt that. You for the listeners at home who probably haven't done many surf boats, we see now
They're
going out with 3.
Yeah, missing an oar there.
Sometimes you'll be able to get might be able to get a protest. I'm not sure if it will happen here, but usually there's a time limit for these crews to come out. If Surfers Paradise managed to get
7 minutes, I heard earlier.
7 minutes.
7
today.
minutes, and we'll hear another gun. So again, the crews out in front.
Nice run here for the Cockatoos, top of screen, guys.
Very nice run. Excellent call from there from Scotty.
Yeah, we got a snapped oar, we know. So there it is, and that was from the bow of Coogee's boat dropping down onto that oar. And they're going to test the water, and I don't think they're at full strength, so I wouldn't look at these results as any indication. A bit of foxing going on, and the Hoosier up in 1. We will say Ali 1 has turned it round for the last little while, because it's gone from 0 to hero.
What's the chances that some people will say, well, now LE1 is too favoured here, where you've overcorrected officials, but it's been fantastic here from South Curl. You can sort of see their sweep just sort of easing off a little bit, showing the girls, we're well in front here, there's no real issue here, but they're just going to go and row over here.
Top 4 spots up for grabs, and here's the first 4. You see the Cockatoos, and just tapped it up to a little wave. There's Spiteri, and they're the team who won the surf boat relay. They want more medals. They're not half greedy down in South Curly with the medal bank, are they?
Mate, they're going to have to extend that surf club to mount all the trophies and up on the wall.
They should send After Club up to North Curly and just get another boat on the beach. Because they have crews everywhere, South Curl, and it's a great beach. My grandfather was part of that club, and they're a special club and special people, so there they are.
Just going to throw a shout out to Coogee and also Surfers Paradise. No one wants to go out of an Aussie semi-final like that. That's actually heart-wrenching.
Oh, I'm gutted for Coogee. They're my friends, the girls, and I've seen them up there. There they are.
And two bloody lovely blokes of the sport in Macro and Hughes.
Yeah.
Hughes will be passionate. He'll be fired up, the big guy. But
I don't think there's a leg to stand on with the protest there, Tate, given that those two cost each other.
Yeah.
We will see, though. We'll have to... The officials have a better view than us of some of it. They would have seen if a crew drifted onto another crew.
And look, racing yesterday, I was concerned about the tightness just fitting the boats on the bank. But, you know, it is only small.
It just takes one not to get in.
Yep, or miss a stroke, half
That's
a
right.
stroke. Yeah, and
Kicks the nose one way or the other, and then you point it into your competitor.
Yep.
So there you see 3 oars only, 3 rowing oars, and the second bowman there just staying in time as you do without an oar. Just keep the balance and the momentum there. You don't practice that, but it's a good skill to know. And Big Hughes, he'll be gutted, man. That's disappointing for the big fella. And as we said, Coogee as well. So unlucky to those guys, and they've had a great campaign, the Open women from Surfers Paradise. But yeah, we think their day's done. So getting through these races, guys. We're down to the top 8 for the Open women. And are we back squeezing around to the Open men, we think, guys? The big boys, the big motors. It looks like it, and you can see one of the sweeps there from North Cronulla going to step out his pace. He's
looks like
he's landing.
Black board shorts and black top.
Just wanting to check the footing so he doesn't push away or take one too many steps and fall into a hole. We're going to go to the beach now quickly.
Alrighty, so I'm here with the Coogee under-23s. Oh my goodness. South Maroubra under-23s, good start. Multi-finalists at the Aussies this year in the belt race. How'd you get roped into that?
Just the athleticism, they saw it, so...
Really spoke for us.
Yeah, unfortunately getting knocked out early in the rowing meant we had lots of time in our hands, and 3-time Aussie finalists, so we could tell our mates that when we go home.
Just get involved with your crew, with your club, sorry. What have you guys been doing over the last few days? I mean, I'm obviously unfortunate to get knocked out early, but have you got any plans for Mad Monday?
I might leave the Mad Monday questions to Tom. He's
There are some things planned. There should be some fun. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, short and sharp. Well, we know that South Maroubra will represent. Hopefully Phil can provide some cavalry there and give us a good show. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. Good start there, the South Maroubra boys, Tommy and Pato. And, yeah, you guarantee they're ready for Mad Monday, sadly. Get their heads in the game for next season because they want to have a crack. But, yeah, a bit too much party for the boys. They picked it up at the end. You see them coming off the line now. So we don't know because it's Open men. You see Bulleye just there, that's looking like a great white shark. Bulleye Gold boys. There's Point Leo next to them, North Cronulla, North Bondi, Bateman's Bay and North Cottesloe. So we're waiting on the draw, but they're coming off the line, and there's Blocker. And it's glad we got rid of that ridiculous South flag. Oh, maybe we're going back to the start off the beach. Given what we just seen. Yeah. Given what we just seen with that awful start collision, which is just unfortunate, and I reckon we should go back to the edge because, again, we don't want to see that again and again today. And
that's...
So we're going to go back to Tash with another interview. Kill a bit of time, please, Tash. And who you got?
I can't hear anything. Hi, how are you going? Sorry, I haven't got comms in my ear here. So just as you can see, we've got the boats coming in off of the line here. So they were out ready for a start on the sandbank. They've just been brought back by the check starters. We're having another pause in the program here while they're checking the course. So we had that pause earlier to try and get the cans set straight and to get things adjusted so that they were racing as fair as possible as the final stages of our racing. And it looks like now that they may have possibly even over-corrected the course. So the boat panel are currently meeting with the referees. They're going through the results, looking for any patterns that they can see where all the winds are coming out of one particular end of the beach and where another end of the beach is having all the losses from. So as I said, a little pause in the program here. So those crews that were on the line just need to refocus and resettle and just bring the adrenaline back down for a moment. And you can see if I just I'm going to walk this way. If you just want to come with me, you can see the boat panel just meeting in the background here. So we have Tamara and a lot of the sweeps just coming together just to try and work out how they can get this beach racing fair. You know, we knew coming into this beach at North Kirra that it was going to be challenging. Tugun obviously offers a much fairer racing beach, but with the challenges of the high sand dunes after the Cyclone Alfred, it wasn't going to be feasible to actually deliver an event at that beach that was going to be a good experience for the competitors. So we knew we'd have these challenges, and so the team have been working together all weekend constantly just to try and get that fair racing for everybody. So I'll put it back up top to you guys to have a chat, but yeah, we'll just see how long that pause is in the program, but we do want to get things right. So back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Tash. Great insight from the beach, and yeah, as Tate said, maybe potentially the overcorrection. So, Scotty, who's looking after us this week?
Yeah, big shout out to Tourism and Events Queensland and Experience the Gold Coast. Get up here, have a holiday, check out the place. Great part of the world. If you're feeling peckish and you've missed your brekkie, go get yourself a box of Kellogg's Nutrigrain. Best cereal on the shelf, I tell you. For Ironman food since the 80s. BRP, Brewing, still waiting for our sample pack.
It's more like nah.
Nah.
We haven't seen any about it.
But I'm telling you, it must be good. They must be sold out. That's how good it is. Well, that's why we can't get a sample.
Let's hope so.
Finn's Surfwear, mate. Make us a great backpacks, great swimmers, great goggles. Mate, if you're looking for a tune to hear in the car on the way home, tune in to Triple M Gold 92.5. Big shout out to the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission and also to our major partners from Surf Life Saving Australia, DHL, Isuzu Ute, Qantas and our friends at Westpac.
Well, that's great stuff, and unlucky for the listening audience at the moment, they haven't really panned to the camera inside this commentary box.
Well, I think that might be a bit of... Well, for me, it's a blessing in disguise, I think.
You're looking good, Tate, and mate, I know the viewers want to put a few faces to the names.
Mate, there's 3 heads here built for radio, Phil.
Talk for yourself, guys. Sitting pretty in the middle between a rose between two thorns. But no, it's Aussie titles, as we said. As Tate said, maybe a little overcorrection on Ali 1 because Bumushka, next thing we know, all 3 of the last races came from Ali 1.
Yep.
So we're going back to the beach.
Thanks, guys. I've got Peter Rogers here, who's one of our officials. But earlier in the week, you switched hats. You were competing for South Curly in the boats.
Yeah.
How did you go in the Masters?
Yeah, we rode on Wednesday. We probably had the biggest surf for the oldest fellas that day. But we were lucky enough to sort of win the gold medal on Wednesday. It was awesome. Great day. Yeah, thank you. It was good.
And then you've taken that medal off.
Yep.
Put it somewhere safe.
Yes.
And then you've put on your officiating gear and you're down here. You've been doing check starting.
And
what else?
We're starting the under 23s today for their finals. Yeah.
So that's pretty exciting. It's nice having the shotgun here in Queensland.
Yeah, and I had never used a shotgun before. I think in past years you had to have a gun licence to do it, which I don't have. But Craig kindly, they sent me up on Thursday. So I spent about an hour and a half starting with the gun. Got my gun lesson on Thursday, and then lucky enough to do the under 23s today. So it's been good.
How tricky is it doing the starting? Like I've just been watching in the previous race with that bar out there. You've got backwash, you've got a sweep going sideways. There's an uneven wave. How tricky is it?
It's really tricky, and there's the depth issues out there as well. I think there was some issues a little bit earlier where it was very difficult for the crews to get in on alleys 1 and 2. As you said, there's the backwash, there's different levels of surf coming through. very shallow up the other end, so if we don't get water under the boat, they're going to get caught on the sandbank where it's deeper at the other end. So there's probably more things to realise or to take into consideration than probably a lot of people seem to think about.
And a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, because you're always the first to blame.
Yeah, you always have the sweeps look back at you and give you a dirty look.
They're over their shoulder as they go out, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking on that role and officiating. It's a really important role, and the pressure is starting as well.
Yeah, especially on finals day. But the boat officials are just a fantastic bunch of people as well and help each other out. They're absolutely awesome.
We've got a great team down here. Guys, it looks like we've got a move underway here. I can see the boats just behind me are heading out to the sandbank, getting ready for another start. So fingers crossed, we'll get on with racing, and I'll pass back to the boys in the box. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tash. We heard the whistle in the background, and that was a great whale from South Curly, and you should have seen his gold medal in the 240s. They were behind, and there was a lot more surf when they raced, and they came through the field for the gold. So
yeah, don't worry, my boys from Crescent were telling me that they got pulled up from behind. It was a great win there.
Yeah, they got done on the line. So here we go, the big boys. Bulleye Gold in Alley 1. The Point Leo Chops, formerly Lawn, in Alley 2.
North Cronulla Brooks A's, and then followed by North Bondi Blade Runners.
In Alley 3 and 4, and then in Alley 5 we have the Bateman's Bay Black Team. And in Alley 6 we're going to have the North Cottesloe Uppies. So, down to the top 12 of the men's Open Men Division, and we're all getting set for a start. You see Bulleye Gold underneath us. And have a look at these boys go off the beach. There's none quicker, and we're going to see in this race who's going to do it, because Bulleye's got alley 1. Jalovan will be pumped. He doesn't care what alley he's got. He doesn't care what the surf's doing. If it's flat and small, 15 foot, Bulleye will still be there.
That's it, mate. One of the best all-round crews I can remember.
And stuck together, and that's the secret. Longevity as a team will see your boat get faster and faster.
And speaking about great surf boat clubs, Bulleye have been there for as long as I can remember.
Guns up here, yeah, Scotty, and away they go. Watch this one, little one for Bulleye on the nose. That won't affect them. Little another one there, doubler, going over, up the southern end, also getting a little check, and then a wave for the field here. It's steepening up. We missed that shot there, so we don't know who copped it. But Bateman's Bay on the way out to sea with Neil, and he's hit the pumps. They're on their way out to sea. So, Bateman's Bay setting a good tempo. Bulleye got some work to do down here in 1. Next to them, Point Leo, but North Cronulla have shot out of the blocks in Alley 3, and they're flying with Bateman's Bay.
And we'll see what happens as they get out to the turning cans. They go through the gate cans there, whether this course correction has made a massive difference or not. But look at Bulleye go now, mate.
Yeah, they've hit the jets now, and they know what to do, and they're getting up and into this race, and you see them now lengthening out and staying strong in that finish, that nose staying flat. So we've got some great racing on our hands, and you see the boys from Victoria, Tate's boys from Point Leo, dragging out the back door. Bulleye's there, North Bondi's there. So leading the field, Neil Innes in Alley 5, from the North Cronulla boys in Alley 3, over to North Cottesloe in Alley 6.
Very, very interesting races coming here. Bulleye Gold sitting a little bit behind the pack, but it looks like Bateman's Bay Black sitting in Alley 5, getting a good send, but following closely the crew from WA, the North Cottesloe Uppies, alongside the North Cronulla Brooks A's, North Bondi, your boys as well. The Blade Runners are looking forward to try and get up, but looks like Point Leo a little bit behind the pack here.
They sure have to do some work there because they're a length or two, and Bulleye's definitely not comfortable here, but watch this turn and watch them come out of the turn. That'll be important as they go into Alley 1. Well, there's an indication.
Yeah, fantastic throw from them to go through.
I meant that they were a length behind and they've turned first.
Yeah.
And you see Alley 6, Bateman's, or 5, was...
Well, they were first in my mind.
Bateman's Bay were in front of that, and they've just lost a length on the turn. So Alley 1 is good alley, and Bateman's have turned it into a good alley. So there we go. Bateman's have turned it around from Alley 1. Sorry, turned it up for Bulleye Gold. We just got a bit of chaos in the commentary box because there is some all-time greats joined us, and we're going to get back on air here as we go now. Cottrell's joining me for the A-grade race, and Bulleye Gold went from turning 5th on. They were in 5th position coming into the can, and then they turned first. So Alley 1's definitely in now.
There you go. They've This is what you get from an extraordinary crew. There's a mistake made off the start, or waves at the back.
Well,
waves at the back.
We talked about a course adjustment, and we don't think they've been adjusted evenly because, to be fair, as good as Bulli are, they went in, they were a length or two behind Bateman's, and they turned a length or two in front. So Bateman's went out the back door up in 5 and 6. So here goes Bulli. Not their fault the cans weren't in. They just had to take what they could get.
Shane Golovin says, let her run. The Bulli crew, 3 times national champions, going for their 5th and their 4th in a row. They're going to cruise across the line here to make it through to the top 8.
And we're joined by a special man here, but we'll come to him shortly as we keep the eyes on this race, because there's 5 boats going for 4 spots, for 3 spots. There's 3 to go through from this field. North Cronulla drifting over the line. Wow.
Oh, have a look at that.
Well, North Cronulla stopped rowing, and I hope that hasn't cost him. I mean, it's a giveaway that he thinks he's over the line, but I would have kept him rowing in this race, because you're done and dusted if you're not there.
You'd be rowing it up the beach, wouldn't you?
Up to the car park is one of my calls, Don. And,
yeah.
I'm getting nervous here now, because in the background, the dulcet tones, we've got a shout-out to him. Alan George Griffiths has joined us, Don. He's one of our commentating idols. Griffo, how are you?
Mate, I'm very well. I'm very, very happy to find you up here. You're well hidden.
Yeah,
they hide us away.
We're keeping the paparazzi out of it, Griffo. They're kind of a big deal up here, and we'd have people knocking on the door for autographs and selfies and all sorts, so they had to hide us.
Mate, it's a wonderful screen you've got here anyway, absolutely.
Take your sunnies off, Griffo. You might be able to see it even better. You're inside now, son.
Okay.
Oh, there's the heat winners. There's Bulli.
Bulli Gold, and they've got a black armband for one of their fallen comrades. So we're going to wait and see about these official places. But we're going into the second semi-final of the A-grade men. And Griffo, it does feel like Aussies with you here now. I know some of these racers are going to be enjoying your calls, so it's good to have a little. It's good to just get a bit of air, get you on the air for a little bit.
They definitely would have gone to the video for that last finish. We had 5 boats coming over the line on the one wave.
We're going to go for a quick interview now before this next race starts. So we'll go down to the beach and we'll be back with Griffo shortly.
Okay, I'm here with the man behind the camera, Malcolm Trees. Welcome.
Well, great to be here.
Good. Now, I just want to ask about your photography work. We know you do this as a bit of a passion, I would say. You're not getting paid for this. It's purely voluntary. You're a pharmacist by trade. What drew you into taking photos for surf boats?
Well, originally it was my goddaughter rode for Currumbin, and when I'd watch, it was too nerve-wracking to watch. So I was more at home behind the camera, which I've done since a kid, and it's just gone on from there.
Now, you've won awards before for the photos that you've taken with surf boats, with the Female Sport Awards. You've stepped up your game, I would say, in the last year or two. You're going into the water and getting wet now. What drew you to sort of keep going and progressing and doing more with your photos?
Well, I saw the quality of the images improving in the Women in Sports Photo Action Awards, and I thought, well, to keep up with the improvement that I saw, I was going to have to up my game as well, exactly as you said. And the way I saw it was getting in the water with the underwater housings on the camera, which just makes it, brings another dimension to the photos.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I can guarantee you that around Australia-wide, all surf boat rowers and sweeps absolutely love the work that you do, and we appreciate the time and effort that you put into flying to all of these events. So I'm going to hand back to the boys in the commentary box to get this next open mail race. But thanks for your work that you do.
Yep, guns up. Thank you. And back with Donnie here and Griffo. So call us to this one, Don. Who we got?
Alley 1, South Curly, the Sneaky Nuts. In Alley 2, North Cronulla Boss. So Mermaid Beach in 3, North Cronulla Purds in 4, Wanda Weapons, keep an eye on them in 5, and Port Kembla in 6.
Current world champions Port Kembla, and we'll come with Griffo shortly. You see Mermaid on the screen there now, Donnie, with Marty Fletcher.
Yeah, had a bit of a mishap a week or two ago, lost their stroke, and they've got a new rower in and they've lost nothing.
No, and they're here to play. So there's the Purds on screen.
What an effort by North Cronulla. I think they've still got 3 crews, have they, left in the open boat. They certainly... Oh, whoops. I've just seen the results drop from the previous race. Don't take our word for this, but it might have been Bateman's Bane, North Cronulla, to drop out of that last race.
That's red hot because Neil went in. Neil was leading that race in alley 5, and I'm not taking away from Bull Eye's win there, but yeah, that was a bit of a hot duke. So these cans aren't sweet. But as we see here now in alley 1, we got the Sneaky Nuts down this end. They're the boat relay champions. Part of that team. There's Marty Fletcher. He won't be hoping that there's much water on the bank, let me tell you.
Guns up. Marty Fletcher.
It's quite deep there for Marty.
Everywhere's deep for Marty.
Pushing in. There he goes. Griffo, how are you?
Good, thanks. That's a slow way of saying Marty's a little bit short on height.
You've picked up on me, Griffo. Have a look at the start here from North Cronulla, though, Griffo. They are flying off the beach there in alley 4.
And that's the Perds ace there out of the 2 North Cronulla crews. Down this end, just getting the worst of the starts and checked was the South Curl Sneaky Nuts and the other North Cronulla crew of Boffs Ace. So we see now getting out to sea. Alley 4, Griffo, North Cronulla leading.
Yes, indeed, and doing it nicely too. Actually, Marty Fletcher come up from Collaroy Ore a couple of decades ago, and he's had open cruise here for most of these national titles since.
Yeah, he's a great sweep. He's a great sweep.
Lying at about 3rd position at the moment.
Have a look at this wave about to break down in alleys 5 and 6. Up and over they go.
That's Port Kembla up in alley 6.
They've lost half a boat length going up in the air and not going forward.
So they're the world champs currently, the Port Kembla boys. And when you get to this is the upper end of the racing divisions, and you need luck to go your way because any one of these crews could win on their moment. And you see there now it's a race to the cans, and you see North Cronulla. Let's just
have a look at these cans. You reckon alley 1 is now in? It's been a disadvantage all day. Let's just see how the South Curly Sneaky Nuts go here.
Yep, and I don't think they're out of it just yet.
North Cronulla
creeching up.
North Cronulla in first, Mermaid in next,
and then the Sneaky Nuts just going around there.
Yeah. Don't know how far you reckon that is in. I'm not sure about that one.
Keep watching though. We'll see what happens in the later races. So, again, getting stuck up in alley 6 was the Port Kembla boys.
Yeah, okay. They came in 4th and they've come out last.
There you go. So,
Mermaid Beach, they've jumped to the front here now. If our camera angle is not tricking us, it's either them and North Cronulla.
And there's Wanda lifting the rate now, the big Wanda, and there's a wave for them. And look at this go. Look at the Wanda boys go, Don. This is what we've come to see. Look at there, North Cronulla and Marty Fletcher and Mermaid are going to be on this one. So we reckon this is going to gap the field. There'll be 3 boats going through here, and one of these crews in the back markers is going to fight for the last spot.
Mermaid working harder than the other 2 crews, a lot fatter down the end where they are, but it's on for the all-important 4th position here, and it's on between South Curly, North Cronulla and Port Kembla down the other end as to who can take that very important 4th spot.
Yeah, they're not going to give up these spots, these 3 leading crews, and that's for sure. As Griffo said, Marty Fletcher doing his best, and he's going to pull over the top of this.
Yeah,
they're sitting easy there.
Marty Fletcher says let her run, and he's going to. Oh, he's called them to row again.
2 more and then let it run. There you go, over the front.
North Cronulla, Mermaid, and Wanda, our 3 leading crews. Might be something up the other end.
What's happened there? Kembla. He's waited. Jack Patterson waited for Port Kembla to hit that wave at the right time, so he didn't row away from it. And we think they're a wave ahead of the boats behind them, which will be North Cronulla. And up in alley 1, it was the South Curl Sneaky Nuts. Wow, what a race, Griffo.
It was well, this is the Aussie Championships, mate, and you're going to see some wonderful racing. There's enough there to make a difference in the water. And, mate, I'm pleased I dropped in.
So are we.
Griffo, we're in awe, mate. There was a photo went up with you on social media. I know you're not much of a Facebook person at the youthful age of 89.
Tony, Kate, take the selfie, mate. Please, with the Griffo in this one. I want to be in this. Get in the back, boys. Hang on a sec. Team photo.
Rightio.
That's a great shot.
The selfie. There was one went up on Facebook yesterday, Griffo, and the comments were all very complimentary, mate, of the voice of summer, Alan George Griffiths, a one-eyed Tugun man, life member of Tugun, life member of the ASRL,
And Queensland.
There we go.
Don't leave him out of any of these life memberships, Don.
Yeah.
Please.
Could not row, though. Couldn't row. Yeah, trouble carrying the boat.
You have trouble telling the truth.
There we go. Griffo, finally. He's squared up on our man. So, let's get back on track here now, because I want to call this one loud and clear. In Alley 1, we have Queenscliff Major Rays. In Alley 2, my boys, the South Maroubra Mavericks. In Alley 3, the North Cottesloe Charmers. And Alley 4, Northcliffe Hurricanes. And I want to tell you that one of the boys in South Maroubra, Jordan Perez, spent a bit of time at North Cottesloe, and I think he was in the Charmers crew last year. So he's racing his old mates side by side, is Perez, and they're going to have their work cut out. They've been flying the South Maroubra boys, but this is the top 8 in the country, and I'm here to tell you that any one of these crews could win this, because your man Claypan, Griffo, he knows his way to the finish line, Damo. He's got a good crew there, Northcliffe in Alley 4. That's the South Maroubra boys in a brand new boat. They're in Alley number 2.
4-boat race. This should be more even. We've got Queenscliff, bottom of the screen, in the pink boat. South Maroubra, Stavana will talk them up all day in Alley 2. North Cottesloe Charmers, they've had a sensational carnival so far.
There they are on screen, the Charmers.
And Hurricanes, Damien Claypan and Griffo. You would have called plenty of Aussies with Damien Claypan.
Oh, mate, if my memory serves me correct, he's got about 12 gold medals throughout most of the divisions. He's got a couple in the juniors, and, well, here he is, pretty well placed in the Open.
Yep. Well, Griffo's been around. He called Noah and the Ark. That's how far back Griffo goes.
Well, guys, this one is to get through to the final.
We are taking 3 through here. We're at the pointy end of the carnival.
In my opinion, this is the toughest race of the championships.
Okay.
The pressure is on here. When you make the final, then of course you're in the final, but you got there, right?
I don't know. The race before, for me, the 6 going to 4. I prefer the 4 going to 3.
Well, I know these guys want to get this one done and dusted, because all 4 of them want to be in the final.
Tate's our mathematician. He could probably tell you this is an easier one to get through. And Gun gets him away. Bottom of your screen. Queenscliff jumped in nicely there. Not too much in front of Queensy. If they can get themselves in a bit of deep water here, they're going to go up and over the swell.
Was the Charmers from North Cottesloe taking a boat full, and they got their work cut out, and so do the South Maroubra boys, because they just haven't got the same rate as some of the crews next to them off the beach. It's quite a high rate getting away. And you see North Cottesloe there going for the pumps now, and you'll see those pumps start to spew out water. So the leaders, Northcliffe in Alley 4, but then it's 3 boats in a line, and you see that swell period, Don, those waves going up and down.
Yeah, short swell period. You see Northcliffe going up in the air here. They need to keep the boat as flat as possible, and they have torn off the beach. Northcliffe, very impressive through the break there. They had swells in front of them. Up another one here. Bow goes into the air. They just need to keep that boat as flat as possible, keep it moving forward and not up and down. But boy, they look strong through the water, do the Northcliffe Hurricanes.
And fair income. Daly's got an ownership on Alley 1, because here he is again there. And their sponsors are getting the best out of this coverage, because the big voice media teams have had that Queensy boat in Alley 1 all day. So we think it's better for now, but they're going to be racing from the white cam, which is the southern.
I think they're starting. They're marshalling from the yellow back. We'll soon see as Claypan here approaches his turning cans.
He's got a length on his closest competitor, the North Cottesloe Charmers.
North Cottesloe come back nicely into this. They're a quality crew.
And South Maroubra moving through Queenscliff there, just stroke by stroke. There's Jules LaRosa. Shout out to Bradley Dunn, who'll be going off on his chair at the moment at home. And shout out to my friends from South Maroubra. They're having a good time, these boys, representing, and they look good in this new boat.
Whee.
So as they come up to the turn, Don, they're turning off the white.
Okay. They
Daly turning first. See?
There we go. Your call on this end being a bit closer in. Claypan was definitely a boat length in front heading into that. He's come out last.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so again, we can only call it as we see it, but it's not Damien's fault that he's... well, there's 2 Damiens at either end, but Damien Daly's fault. He's in Alley 1 and he's charging away the Queenscliff A-Rollers.
Northcliffe dropped back off that swell, and they've gone to the back of the field now. They need to dig deep here.
And South
as
Maroubra,
they do, lifting now. Northcliffe top of screen. Have a look at them go. They've put the afterburners on here. They've just gone straight through North Cottesloe, and they're heading back up to the lead.
And here's the rest of the field coming together, because there's a run for Queenscliff, South Maroubra, and there's a run under the Chalmers from North Cottesloe. Damien's done a great job up in Alley 4, the Claypan, the Goat. So it's anybody's race, and this is one of the tightest races as we come back. There's another little bubble forming here, guys.
What can they do with this? A little bit too far out, I think. Possibly the crew there.
South Maroubra getting over one. Lift, boys. Keep going. Rolling to the car park, Jules. There they go, Griffo. My boys going through the gate can, streaking away. This is great to see for the good people of South Maroubra. La Rosa looking around. He wants a wave right now. He just says, there they come, boys.
Damien Daly finally gets some glory out of Alley 1, and Northcliffe with all the work to do. I don't know, that finishing line's coming too quick, and there is an upset.
Well, I think the cans upset them, but South Maroubra take nothing away from Queenscliff and take nothing away from North Cottesloe, because we think there's the first three of the Aussie finalists in the reserve grade.
Wow, this calls thumbs up from DD.
He's
Damien
got
Daly.
one up on the alleys, and
he's happy with that.
as am I, with South Maroubra there representing, and poor Damien Claypan with his Northcliffe boys.
What a row from those guys, only to be eliminated. That was some special rowing there to keep themselves in that.
Griffo, you've seen enough boat races.
Mate,
what do you think about those cans?
Well, look,
Putting you on the spot.
If you look at them from here, they're got a bit of askew. But look, there's course managers out there, and they're keeping an eye on things like that. So let's hope that they've got that under control.
That's magnificent. Well, I'm going to just jump out and give one of the boys a little break, and I'll be back for the finals, Griffo. But that has been an absolute highlight for me to dead set call a few races with you, son. And it's good to see you well. And you mentioned you've had a crook time, but we're glad to see you back on your feet and sounding as sprightly as ever. You are the voice of surf boats, mate. As much as Don and I want to take your mantle, it's yours until you don't want it anymore. So thank you, Alan George, and we'll be back shortly.
Well, thank you very much.
Second of the semi-finals coming up here. Steve Swain, mate. We are going to shoot down to Tash here. Oh, no, we're not. Sorry about that. Results, there they are. South Maroubra, Queenscliff, North Cottesloe, and as called, Northcliffe eliminated. Disappointment for them, and I'm disappointed for them as well. And we are going to head on to our next semi-final. Gerringong in Alley 1, Palm Beach Pelicans in 2, Maroochydore Force in 3, and Avalon Beach Pinkies in Alley 4. And Griffo, you were just inquiring there as to Steve Swain. We know that Swainy Yappy is watching us here, and we're thinking of you at home, mate. And Griffo sends you all the best. He's given me the thumbs up here in the commentary.
Dr. Matty Gibbon there with the Palm Beach Pelicans. They've been moving the boat really nicely throughout the whole campaign, starting on Thursday for the reserve boats, Donny.
Yep. And they've made it through to the Sunday to the top 8, and they're looking to go one further. Let's see what Avalon can do. We're a bit suspect now on the other end of the course. We're never happy, are we? Typical boat rowers.
If there's an excuse, mate, we'll find them.
Yeah. The Pinkies here. Well-credentialed crew. State champs of New South Wales state team. And Rick Miller will be smiling down on them. Check starter's happy.
Just looking back here, guns obviously not up. The boys looking quite relaxed. Just trying to think back, mate. If these guys make the final and medal, that's for the Naps. That's a long time between drinks for them. It'd be about 10 years ago since they medal.
Good question. Without notice, Gerringong. Not sure the last time they would have featured on the podium of an Australian title. Left-handed sweep, Michael Brooks on screen there. There's the Pinkies. Second stroke there, Sean. He's out of the A-grade crew from Avalon, swept by Rick Miller in 2002. He's back in. He got called into the crew. And what a replacement to have to call on.
Donny, that was a good year, 2002. Do you remember that?
Yeah, mate, I was rowing in the boat named after you, mate.
Yeah, but you were the star act. Gold medalist in 2002 for Tugan. And well done. It was an amazing finish.
Yeah, and an absolute honour to see the boat hanging off the ceiling of the casino, the Alan George Griffiths surf boat.
Bit of force still in those waves there, as you were saying before, Donny, just moving the nose around as they hit on this bank.
Swell's not that big, but they are breaking into shallow water and they're hitting pretty hard. Check starters are happy, but the gun, it must be up. And away we go.
All in fairly clean. A bit of a hit there, I think, just for Gerringong as it went off screen. Pinky's rating up very nice there.
They've started well all week. The Avalon Pinkings, Nathan Wellings at the back of that boat. Another of the left-handed sweeps, and have a look at them. They've already established half a boat to a boat length's lead here.
Got three lefties in this, mate. Both Brooksy and Mal Dunwoody there. Dr. Matty Giblin, the only righty. Just going to throw back there to Maroochydore, one of the very few crews that prefer, with Brooksy there, to still use the wooden sweep oar.
Yeah, as mentioned before, he's out of the Stone Age, and that is the Bob Stone Age. Round Rolex, wooden sweep oars. But as he reminds me, at the short course when I was giving him a hard time, he was standing there with a gold medal around his neck. What are you talking about? And have a look at the Avalon Pinkies. This is why they are the unbackable favourites in this division. I don't want to put the mocker on them. I probably just did. But they are a super crew in this division. They've won it on a couple of occasions. Going to A grade next year, as they should.
And Griffo, you know better than us, mate. Is there such a thing as the commentator's curse?
Well, yes, there certainly is. There certainly is. And if you call something, take a bit of a risk, you're as sure as eggs to come apart.
What we've discovered, Griffo, is that as soon as you make a mistake, the phone goes off. Someone's sending you a text message. Everyone loves a corrector in this game. Crew at the bottom of your screen there, the Gerringong Naps with the work to do. We are back on the leading crew here, Avalon Pinkies. They're going to approach their can. I thought they were marshalling back from the yellow, but the Pinkies turning on can number 7, the white. Three leading crews, around they go. Gerringong not fully out of this yet. They're going to spin around here and they're going to trail. Not a bad turn from Mal Dunwoody. Gets him away. And they need to accelerate out of this turning can. Palm Beach doing nicely there. Have a look at them go. They've grabbed hold of the first runner. Maroochydore, second from the top there. Swinging back into the bow and running and milking as much as they can out of these runners.
Looks like Palm Beach with the nose in front there, mate. The Pelicans soaring.
Yeah, they came out of that can and they've just run the top of one and they've continued on with it here. It's still under them. They are rowing superbly here. Palm Beach, Dr. Matty Giblin. They're going to come off the shallow water into the darker water here now. And they're going to drop into a bit of a hole here.
Something building here for the Naps, mate. If they're a chance of getting through, they're going to have to catch this, Donny.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to come to the other crews in front of them as well. The Naps into the deeper water here. Don't know what they can do with it. They do need to do something, though. They're going to run along the top of that. Is there enough in it for them? 2-3 strokes, and they drop off the back of it. And let's see what Palmy can do with it when they get their turn. Approaching the gate cans now.
Not much there. It's just fattened right up when you look at the split screen there. Dr. Matty looking round, stepping back now into the back tuck behind the back quarter bar, ready for a wave.
Gerringong coming again. They're not going to give this up too easily, are they? Crew, top of your screen there, Avalon Pinkies. They look like they're down the front and safe. Palm Beach looks like they're safe. Maroochydore need to get a wriggle on here if they're going to get through. And Gerringong just not getting the rub of the green there. Maroochydore are going to row through this one. They're going to punch through the white water here, and they're going to come across in the all-important third position. Gerringong, well done on your campaign at these Aussie titles. Rode superbly, but unfortunately, their carnival is over.
Yeah, it's always a bit bittersweet just being one away, mate. But I have to agree with you that the 6-4, I reckon, is the one that you get nervous about the most. Yep. So that's our first final of 2025 locked and loaded, Donny.
Yeah, we've got our 6. Don't ask me who they were now, though, mate. Oh, yes, you can. We've got South Maroubra, we've got Queenscliff, we've got North Cottesloe, and we're going to have Palm Beach, Maroochydore and Avalon. They are going to be your 6 crews going through to the final, barring incident. Unofficial results you get from us up here. That needs to go through the right channels.
Hey guys, I've got to tell you something too. Like I can remember Dr. Giblin back in when I was doing the commentary, and he had a pretty fancy set of shorts around about knee height, and I can tell you something, he's still got them.
The lucky shorts, Griffo, you reckon?
Yeah.
He's as thrifty as you then, Griffo.
Yeah.
I think you're still wearing the same pants from the 60s.
He's a wonderful fella. Wonderful fella, and he really loves this. He does it because he loves it.
Yeah, one of the true gentlemen of the sport, mate, just like yourself. Doing a great job there at the great surfboat factory of the north, of the northern beaches there at Palm Beach.
Official results on your screen here now. South Maroubra, Queenscliff, North Cottesloe will go through to the final as called. Northcliff missing out there. That's the upset of the weekend so far for me.
What are you picking, Donnie? If it was your choice, you're in the final, which alley are you wanting now?
I think I want alley 3. I want to be in the centre, either 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think that's the pick of him at the moment. There's no real distinct advantage now with the course adjustments either end.
Yeah, the waves have got a bit to do with it, and that's all we want to affect it.
A big bit to do with it. There's a definite bow in the shape of the wave.
We'll observe, Griffo, as we look south, and I'm going to use one of your calls, Rainbow Beach there, the furthest south club in Queensland. I know you would always call them that way.
And here we go, semi-final for our reserve female. We've got the Maroochydore Binks, Allura Wilco, Bateman's Bay Banshees, Wonder Wildfires.
And Megsy's going to have to jump out of that last boat, run back down to alley 1 and get in there with his reserve female crew. There is Wilco on screen there now, with the girls from Allura, Gabrielle, Tarani, Jessie and Edwina. There's the Banshees. Lots of grandmas in that boat, they won't mind me saying, and they are superstars in the female division, already walking away with some old gold from the Masters competition on Tuesday. Grant Wilkinson, ex-Ironman, knows how the ocean works. Michael Brooks, fresh from his last race. As mentioned, wooden sweep all there.
Had a little bit of a discussion with him over that at the Open, and he just said he prefers them because they'll take a little bit more of a bruise than the carbons. Sometimes the carbons will crack, and I guess too, being a chippy, he might just repair them himself too, mate.
Yeah, pretty sure he doesn't.
It's a bit of an art splicing a sweep oar, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's see how the girls go here from Bateman's Bay on screen. Maroochydore on screen there with Katie, Sophie, Rachel and Erin.
Still looking pretty relaxed. Jess Gunn's not up yet. Strokes just looking back.
2 or 3 of those girls were the Open Women's Champions from last year. Gunn gets them away.
Ooh, a bit of trouble there for Wanda.
Yeah, not a great start there from Wanda. One side of the boat went down. Oh, a bit of water over the bow as well. The Banshees won't be disappointed about that. Seeing their other 2 crews copping a little bit. Wanda, they are back and they're still toiling to get themselves off this edge. And the Banshees jumped out in front, mate.
Yeah, they've shot away there, mate. Really nice start. Lots of experience in that boat, though, as we said. They've pulled a fair few strokes together over the years, that crew. Allura Wilco probably the second best of the starts. Brooksy did a really good push, then unfortunately caught one right on the nose just as he got in.
Nathan Spinner at the back of the Wanda boat, and they've had a good campaign so far this weekend. The Wanda Club well represented here, and they're looking to extend even further into the competition here. We've got the Banshees, Allura, look like our 2 leading crews, hotly pursued by Maroochydore, with a crew from Wanda with the work to do after that bit of an awkward start there. They jumped in, one of the gunnels went down. They didn't get away with these leading crews, and that's cost them so far into this race.
Without the drone up, it's hard to tell, but I think they've rode themselves back into it, mate. It hasn't totally put them out of the race. Back on board here with the Banshees from Bateman's Bay. Good, strong finish there.
Tracy looking straight down the boat. We're not overly happy with that. We like it watching your oar there, Tracy. But what am I to tell you? There she goes. Looks out there. Wife of Sweep Neil Innes is Tracy Innes. And they are making their way out to the turning cans. And we will tell what's going on as they make their way into these cans here. Starting to look pretty even out there. Wanda might have made a comeback here. Grant Wilkinson up the back of the blue boat of Allura. His open men missed out. They drew the Death Nail Alley one earlier on in the day.
Caesar knows to start the feather in here to the turning can to give us an idea. Looks like Neil's going in first. Brooksy here coming in.
No one turns a boat better than this fella. 2 strokes and around and away they go. Hands the oar back to the stroke. Steps over the quarter bar and they are on their way home. Yeah, that's Wanda trailing the field there. They've come around that turn, still not squared up.
No, gone very wide there.
Heading home now, but it's all the Banshees out in front from Bateman's Bay. And did they win the New South Wales State, mate?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, yep. There you go. New South Wales State champions from Bateman's Bay. We're riding with Wanda there, the crew that we think's got the work to do. And Nathan turns around and has a look behind him because he's wishing for something.
Yeah, he's hoping and praying something's going to pop up. Looks like it's just settled a little bit, the surf. Just trying to tell that wind's stronger. It's dropped a little bit. You can see some white caps out the back, but...
Yeah, we're on a northeast facing beach here at North Kirra. We've got a southeast breeze just coming across the course.
Split screen here with Wilco with one of the Charlotte Bream boats.
What a sponsor they are.
Yep, they've looked after the Allura boat fraternity for a long, long time now.
New boat every year, I think, out of that sponsorship deal.
But the Banshees still leading the way here. Wilco hot on their tail. And Maroochydore Force for me, Biggs, apologies, for me, sitting in the all-important 3rd place.
Yep, and if Wanda need to make a move, it needs to happen now. As they come back through the gate cans now, we have our 3 leading crews. Bateman's Bay, Allura, just picking the run up there now, sending it along. Maroochydore on the left-hand side of them. Neil Innes there, just checking where he is. As Wanda, again, Nathan looks over his shoulder and he needs a miracle. As these 3 boats all come down the front of the wave, there they are. They're our qualifiers, barring incident. We think these are the 3 boats that are going to go through to the reserve female final. Wanda missing out there. That start has cost them. But they will live to fight another day.
Good race there, Griffo.
Sorry, mate.
Good race there, Griffo.
Oh, yeah. The previous race, too, was an extraordinary one. The lead changed for, about 3 different boats during the course of the race. And, it was more like a running race. You don't get the lead changing more than a couple of times in a surf boat race, but the lead changed a few times, and there were different boats in the lead.
We are going to shoot down to the beach now and have a chat and see who Tash is with now.
Faked you out, Donnie. It's Tom. I'm down on the shoreline with the Markula Mad Hatters, a rebrand of the Noisy Miners. So they've been going around the under-19s circuit a little bit. What did you think of your carnival?
Oh, yeah, pretty good. We made it to the semi-finals, but we got a bit unlucky in the last straight, but it was good. Good so far.
Yeah, and were you guys positive with your result, or are you a bit hungry for next year?
We're pretty happy. We've had a pretty tough season with injury and sickness. So, coming into this carnival, we just,
Alrighty, that's good. And would you say that the surf conditions have suited you guys, or what's your kind of surf style, if you have one?
Oh, I think just maybe a little bit more of a wave would have been better for us. When we got down here this morning, we saw it was a bit more swell, so that was a good thing. Flat conditions aren't our go. We do like that little bit of a wave, so.
Absolutely. You guys certainly aren't alone. A lot of us boaties love to, froth a decent wave, so it's come down to a lot of fitness on this one, but it's really good to see how you guys at Marcoola have been growing, and hopefully we'll see you around for many years to come. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Tommy, mate. And like I said, mate, Fox Sports, if you're looking for an interviewer, look no further than Big Tom on the beach. Here we go, semi-final number 2, reserve grade women. Donny, who we got?
We've got Avalon Beach, the Chaos in 1. Wellings is going to go around the cans again. Currumbin Crabsticks, Steve Purcell at the back of that crew. North Bondi Assets and Southport, South Australia. We're going to give a shout out to our mate Ollie. And there is no doubt, Griffo, he will be listening to your dulcet tones. And there they are. There they are. There is the Southport crew on camera there now. Lisa, Kate, Catherine and Megan, swept by Jason McGaffin. North Bondi there. Steve at the back of that crew. And they've rode well all weekend. Stevana has been riding hard on the North Bondi girls. Reckons that they are the crew to beat. Let's see how they go here. You can see the shape of that sandbank, and you can see the challenges the officials have had trying to get this course as fair as possible. Great to have the drone back up in the air. That is the magic shot.
It's like probably Southport just giving away a quarter of a boat length there, just where they're situated.
Yeah, don't know why we're not marshalling off the white. Steve Purcell and the Crabsticks. They had a cracking crab earlier on. We've renamed them the Seafood Baskets. It was more than a crab. Bumps in front. And it's going to be Avalon Beach that's going to get out into clear water, deep water.
Or clash there between Currumbin and North Bondi. You can see Steve Purcell's hand going up there.
Yeah, just letting the officials know. Did you see that? And it looks like North Bondi have come across on Steve Purcell. He's trying to get away from him here. And he's probably got a fair reason to protest here, I would imagine. Steve Purcell reaches down for the pump. And away they go. Avalon Beach, bottom of the screen there. They are leading us out. We're going to go across to Maroochydore. Make that Southport, South Australia at the other end of the field. And our two leading crews won't mind at all that the two crews in the middle had a little kiss, a little touch.
But that Avalon Beach boat, mate, leading the way again. It's must be fast. Here comes the replay at the start. We'll see what happens.
There they go. And come the clash of the oars there. Yeah, clash of the oars there. Steve Purcell puts the hand up. North Bondi, from where we're sitting anyway, it looks like they've come over onto the Currumbin crew.
That's how I'd call it, mate, too.
And they're still squeezing them here. You would think that North Bondi, if you look at the position of where Maroochydore is, you would think North Bondi has to row back up to their turning can from that position. And this is going to be interesting. I feel a 7-boat final coming up here, mate.
Yeah, I reckon there'd be grounds for that to happen, Donny. Yeah, the Currumbin girls there being hard done by. Almost looks like Steve might be going to the wrong can there for a little bit.
What are they doing here now? It looks like Purcell's come right in behind North Bondi. Does North Bondi think they're on the same coloured tin? What is happening here?
That's what's happened, mate.
Now let's just clarify here. We've got Avalon in 1, Currumbin in 2. Have a look at him. He's gone to the wrong can. He's having a shocker. He's going to go around. I'm reading the wrong can here.
No, he's realised.
Oh, man. We're feeling for the North Bondi crew and Currumbin. If North Bondi get home in front, Currumbin are going to have a lot to say about that. They had to trail behind that North Bondi crew. And they were going to the wrong can. And Purcell from the Currumbin crew, he's ducked in behind them. Runner coming now. What can these trailing crews do? Well, Avalon, we're watching that, but Avalon Beach has just gotten on with it. They have dead set put a hole in this field here now. They've got 3-4 boat lengths lead here and a runner under them. Rating comes up. Move the boat through the water here. Nathan Wellings over the front of both quarter bars.
Stand again, mate, here. The second little reform for them.
Yeah, North Bondi, centre of your screen. They're getting a good runner here now. They're all having a crack at that. Possibly the crew at the top of the screen there, Southport, South Australia. There'll be no protest if Southport drop out here. This could solve all of the problems for North Bondi. But wow, they are rowed pretty well considering they came across on one crew, went to the wrong can, and they've still managed to get themselves in a second spot. You would think they deserve to be in the final. Currumbin lift underneath them now. They're going to run the top of this. They're not going to get down it. Good run at the top of the screen, Southport, South Australia. And it's on for this all-important third position here. We think North Bondi coming through the gate cans now.
A little bit of running now under Currumbin, but Avalon Beach should pick this little one up, mate, and confirm their ticket into the final. So Nathan Wellings with 2 finals to sweep today. Well done to him and the Avalon Beach.
Swell under Southport, South Australia. Rating comes up. McGaffin's got him charging for the line here. The angle of the beach is going to favour them. We know that the waves are hitting at that end of the beach before they're heading down at the bottom of your screen. And there we go. There is your first 3 over the line. Currumbin have finished 4th, but we think there's more stories to be told there.
Yeah, I would reckon, mate, you're going to see our first 7-boat final today. I think they deserve a second bite at the cherry. I would hate to see North Bondi actually get disqualified for that, mate, for how well they rode to get back into it.
Yeah, I don't think... Well, here we go. We're saying it up here. I don't think they should be DQ'd. They've come across the line in second position after all of that. They deserve to go through. But I think you'll find Currumbin will have a good argument to be included in the final of the reserve female. And we're going to move on to the under-23 males.
In Alley 1, we're going to see the South Curly underdogs. Alley 2, North Cronulla Purds Colts. Alley 3, North Cronulla Weapons. Alley 4, North Cottesloe Moose. Tahiti Bay, 2-strokers in Alley 5. And the Currumbin Buccaneers in Alley 6. Apologies.
I tell you what, you threw me a curveball then, mate. I think I'm looking at the wrong screen.
Live Heats has let me down, mate.
I'm going to say Palm Beach Finns in Alley 1. I'm going to say South Curly Underdogs in 2, South Curly Burleigh in 3, and North Cronulla Weapons in Alley 4. There's the Termite himself, has his son in the stroke seat. Love these blokes. They are the current Australian champions. They represented Australia a couple of years ago as the under-23 development team. And along with the 3 under-23 crews from South Curly, they are all going very well, Thick Shakes included. We've got the Burleigh in Alley 3 there. They are the current Australian under-23 development team. They are the New South Wales state champions. There's your results. What's happened here? Not quite sure what that screen was all about. And we watch them on the start line here. Palm Beach Finns have been impressive all day.
Swept by Peter Spence. The Termite on the screen now that Donny's been talking about. If you want a good laugh, jump on his Instagram page. Always a bit of a laugh, loves stirring his crew members up.
He's a funny boy.
With some video stitch-ups. Other stablemate next to him, Gus Patiri, in his own boat. And North Cronulla top of screen. Check starters happy.
Yeah, the Weapons from North Cronulla. Not to be dismissed here. We've got 3 very hot Sydney Northern Beaches crews, with North Cronulla joining them in Alley 4. Top of your screen. Gun gets him away. Termite runs along the boat, springs over it, and have a look at the rating. That is beautiful from the underdogs.
Little bump to contend with here. Should be green though. Up and over.
All right, Sweep calls them forward, and they've got the best of the start here by the looks of things to me.
They've shot out here, Griffo.
Yeah, mate, that's incredible, really. 3 North Cronulla crews, is it?
3 South Curly crews.
South Curly.
Yeah. No, they've got 2 left in the competition. The Thick Shakes, unfortunately, went out this morning, and we're riding with the underdogs there, current Australian champs, Griffo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in that crew, the underdogs crew, we have Harrison, Tremaine, Zach and Sam. And as mentioned before, Sam is a new kid on the block. Have a look at these swells coming through here.
Little one feathering over the top out the back there, mate.
Oh, they've gone up and down into the one in front, and that would have checked them. Don't know what it's done to the other crews. There we go. They've still powered through at Palm Beach with a bit of work to do at the bottom of the screen. And it's the 2 South Curly crews, the underdogs in the blue and white yellow boat. And it is the Burleigh in the blue boat, Gus Patiri. He's a big fan of yours, Griffo, is Gus.
Just made a bit of a dip back on the underdogs there, mate. They're sort of bobbing nose to nose at the moment, but the underdogs just having a little squirt now. They're probably putting their effort on now. But looks like Spencer here riding on the rider screen on the split screen with those distinctive black and white boardies, probably with the work to do with the fins, but can be deceiving, the drone angle.
Yeah, Ben, Thomas, Amaric and Thomas again, a couple of Toms in there. And let's see how they hit these tins. To me, it's the two South Curly crews are going to hit in here pretty evenly. The underdogs, have a look at the Termite. He leans back on the tuck of the boat, gets the nose up. It's a novel way of turning a surf boat. Spins it around. And Palmy brought themselves back into it here.
Bit of a sluggish turn there by North Cronulla, just the top of screen.
Yeah, we think that end, because of the way the course is, we think that end is a little bit longer to compensate for how this course has been. The Burley and the blue boat there are running the top of a runner. They're trying to get back up next to the underdogs. We are riding with the underdogs there now. Harrison, Tremaine, Zach and Sam. Sam, the new kid on the block. One of them aged out. Sam's a young fella, has come into the crew, and what a great job he's doing. They're going to run behind that bit of a swell there now, try and get dragged along by it. Oh, Palm Beach having a good run here.
This is a nice road by the Finns to get back in this.
Yeah, well, they've rode impressively all weekend, and what a history in under-23s Peter Spencer's had, and the Palm Beach New South Wales club.
But here go the underdogs, mate, on a little bit of energy under them, throwing themselves into the bow.
Yeah, sending it nicely and sending a message at the same time. The Burley, they're going to try and come back at them here, and as they do, they're heading into the gate cans here. And the two South Curly crews, what a sight for the club. They're going to lead through. And barring incident here, if North Cronulla can do something, Burley, they've lifted again. South Curly Burley, they have pushed through the underdogs. But it doesn't matter. We are taking 1, 2 and 3. And North Cronulla.
Bit here for North Cronulla. Will it be enough to challenge the Finns?
Oh, absolutely it will be. Here they go with all the momentum. North Cronulla are going to charge at the line. Palm Beach, are they going to miss out here?
Mate.
This could be another upset coming at you here, and Spencer won't be happy. He will not be happy with that. North Cronulla have come from last position on a wave, and they're pumped. Yeah, they've made a final.
He just, not happy.
Vaughan Meldrum, I think, is the sweep there. Yeah, the North Cronulla crew. That is Vaughan, Harrison, Daniel, Harry and Caden.
Feel for the Finns here, though. That was a pretty good row by the boys.
I was expecting to see them in the final. There is a second upset. Northcliffe out and Palm Beach Finns out. South Curly will not be disappointed in those two results.
No, mate, and I reckon the way they move the boat, then there's a massive chance of a Quinella on the podium for the South Curly Club.
You've heard it here. Scotty Clements. Scotty. Sorry, apologies, mate. You don't look like anything like Scotty Clements. Scotty here from the Coffs Harbour Club. There is Zach on screen there.
And we'll just say goodbye to the great man Griffo. He's stepping out. What an absolute pleasure that was, Donny, to have the great man himself next to us.
Yeah, all-round good bloke, Alan George Griffiths. And there was no better callers than himself and his mate from Tasmania, Stevie Gray, two of the great surfboat commentators. And we had a few words of wisdom out of Griffo there. 89 years of age. We've got a deal. He's going to get to the big 9-0 next year. We're looking forward to that.
What an honour it is to wear Griffo's headset too, fellas. I'm back. And I've just gone up a notch because I've got the golden headphones on now, guys.
Not a fanboy here at all, is there?
Don't know if it's going to make him any smarter. I hope it does.
Griffo is a Queenslander.
Yeah, he is, through and through. And a Broncos supporter too.
We know the Queenslanders aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, Donny.
Oh. Cut me deep, bro. Cut me deep.
Yeah. Well, where's your origins from, Don? Stick with that.
Yeah, no.
That's where your IQ comes from.
Yeah.
You're a proud New South Welshman.
Yeah, Coogee Primary School, Hurstville Boys High.
And maybe a big signing for the Bondi Masters next year. We're just working out the checkbook. We want to grab a few of you guys. I know that the Cap Savs have moved on.
Guns up, trigger gone. And we're away. Kyneton Rocks, North Cronulla.
Currumbin Drakkers.
And North Cottesloe, it looks like.
Absolutely, the
Alley
Moose.
4.
North Cottesloe Moose up in Alley 4. A bit of a shaky start for all crews there. They all copped a bit of a beating.
That's O'Toole on the back of the Currumbin boys, and they had to go up and down more than most, and they probably lost a bit of boat speed and the length there.
Bit there for Kyneton Rocks up and over.
Darren Hocko at the back of the Kite and Rocks crew.
Another one here they're going to have to catch down the back of this.
Bang. And they reach in and grab it.
And look at that Moose crew go with that bucket hat stroke. He's famous now, old bucket hat. And he's charging out to sea on the white can.
Boy, they look like they're riding on a backwash, don't they? They're moving that quickly.
They're flying, Donnie. I agree with you.
Yeah, North Cottesloe, about 3 or 4 strokes, just took another half a boat length off the field.
They've got the Fremantle doctor blowing right across the country to assist them to sea here.
Yeah, and we go back to 3 boats in a row there. North Cronulla, Currumbin, and the Kite and Rocks crew, bottom of your screen. Battle Royale coming up here. We're taking 3 through to a final.
The Australian final, Donnie.
That's it, in the under 23. I'm going to rate this as one of the most competitive divisions of the week.
It has been all year, mate. Any of the majors, New South Wales State, ASRL 23s has been absolutely red hot.
So if we take the Finns out of that last race, probably one of the fancy crews that would have been in there. So
absolutely,
this final is hard to make. Regardless of how good you've been performing, you still got to get it done in the semi-final. And the Moose are really pushing forward. So we see there now the Moose going on into the white can. The length back to the field there. We see Moose going up and
just feathering in first there, mate, but throw a blanket over the others. Probably just Currumbin just slightly off, but they'll swing it around and Sue gets the first of the swells out of here, mate.
That's tight racing right there.
Bit of life coming under the Kite and Rocks here, and also North Cronulla. You see the nose drop and the rate go up, boys.
What do we think about this end still, fellas?
The jury's out, mate.
Right.
We've seen winners coming from either ends. They look good here, but as they get a little bit closer, the crew at the top of the screen gets the advantage of the angle of that swell. We saw Spency go out in that last race.
Here we go. All on here on a runner.
Oh, Currumbin. Have a look at them go. Let her run.
And as Don said, it's a fatter part of the wave up the southern end, and Kite and Rocks Monsters missing out on it, and they're going to get rowed away from here. And that's unfortunate for the Kyneton boys because they can just do nothing about it as these other 3 crews drive it away.
And they're going to get another lump come in behind them here now as well. These 3 leading 23 crews. Kite and Rocks missing out on that.
Got a little bit of a peek behind them. Might get them in, but unfortunately, no. I think you've got our next 3 booked through to the final, boys.
Have a look at Currumbin go. They've got the rate up. They've zoomed through there.
Jack in the bow.
North Cottesloe just driving into the back of the one at the top of your screen there. Currumbin are going to go down this, and they're going to separate themselves here from the rest of the field.
Let it run, says Tooley.
Northcott, they're going to come across, and here's the advantage I'm talking about. If you're at the top of the screen there, you just get a better run to the line at that particular position.
And I think you're right back to our previous conversation, Donnie. I think you're going to want those middle couple of alleys for the finals. You just get a bit of dead water if you see the Northcott crew there coming towards the end up in that top alley, and they just don't seem to stand for alley 1 as much for the runners and all waves.
So we're moving through these races, Scotty, ticking them off for us. And
up to the under 23 females, mate, is up next.
We'll get Tate back in for a couple of calls, and then we'll get the big fella back for the finals.
I'll step out and we'll let the 18 call the finals.
Very exciting for us, quite a privilege bringing it to you on the airwaves. So the most exciting time of the championships as the beach thins out with boats and boats getting back to the trailers. We're going to go into the under 23 women's division.
Who we got here, Tony, as you pull up live heats, mate?
So we're looking now at Heat 1. In Alley 1, it's the Allura Fancy Pants. Alley 2, from New Zealand, the Piha Piranhas. And Alley 3, their compatriots, New Brighton, the Boomfers. And then rounding us out, it's the Freshwater Freaks. I lost the name of the suite there for a second.
Well, maybe
N.R. Perry, that's the one.
Maybe they could have switched up these New Zealand crews, because there's a good chance that we're going to have Aussie crews knocked out from our New Zealand guests. And that's the sport, but let's all encourage ourselves to get over to the New Zealand Championships too and take a few of their medals then, if that's the case. But good luck to them, and thanks for coming all the way.
Yeah, good to see you, and welcome over here, guys. Well, obviously you have had a great time and a great campaign because you're still going.
Yeah, they're having a good time, and both of them in borrowed boats, and that's a good effort too, jumping into a foreign boat and getting it done to this point. There's the Piha Piranhas in Don's Talabudgera boat. They're set for a big show, and we will shout out to Newport at the moment, the Newport Stingers in this division. Current Aussie team, Kingy and his girls, they had an injury in the early rounds, one of the girls getting knocked out, and she's okay, thank goodness. But they would have featured around this pointy end, and they've opened up a gap for a couple of these crews to sneak through to this major semi-final. Top 4 taking 3 to the final.
On body of Grant Wilkinson, the fancy pants, those pink blades, the Piha crew here in the tally boat, moving the boat nicely there.
Well, he looks like he's left the fancy pants off for now, so he might pull those out in the final, because they just look like your regulation black boardies. Yep, and that's
look at this feathering over the top out the back here, boys.
Good
very,
sign for
very
later
exciting,
on.
yeah.
Sure is, Tate.
As we sort of see, unfortunately, the New Brighton Boomfers falling a little bit behind the pack as these crews start heading out to sea, but it's our New Zealand competitors, the Piha Piranhas, going out in first, followed closely by the Allura Fancy Pants.
Yep, and we see there NR Perry in alley 4, and he's doing a good job there for freshwater. All crews sort of in a line, maybe just the crew from New Brighton, sort of in that orange and blue boat borrowed from South Narrabeen, just off the pace. We see there all crews trying hard to get into this race. This is the no gain zone, but if you put a little spurt on here, you can put a bit of distance, and if you get to those cans first, that's the goal. Get back to the runners first and get away from the field.
Yeah, get first use the runners, mate. As you said, you swing first. You've got the first look at them on here on the right-hand screen with Piha. Moving nice and relaxed.
Their crew, Molly, Neve, Tyler and Topi with JP on the back there, setting a nice pace for the Australian crews. Very casual and very relaxed JP is on the sweep oar there. He starts to look towards his blue can that he is aiming for, starting to get it work a little bit of an angle into it as he starts to build in, but it looks like the Allura Fancy Pants on to the left of your screen is also right hot on their tail, probably about a few strokes out there as Piha go around now.
Watching the Piranhas go around that blue can. Then it's to Allura.
Fancy Pants second. NR Perry's Freshy Freaks turning third. Coming out a bit wide there though.
Getting up and going in a pretty ordinary turn from the New Brighton team as well, so that's going to cost them. Perry and his Freshwater Freaks want to get away from them and get into this final, and this is when Nath will get into these girls with these cleavers. So the Piranhas
a little bit of a run out the back here for New Brighton. Can that be enough for them to get them back in? Unfortunately, no.
As we see them charging, there's a run under Piha now, lifting the rate, but there's another run for the New Brighton team. Just behind, you see them coming back up to the Freshy Freaks. So it's Piranhas in front. They're country people chasing them in the South Narrow boat from New Brighton. Where's Perry? He's dropped the back on the right-hand side. Waves for the field.
What a run.
There's a wave for Wilco up in alley 1 here.
As well as Freshy on the other side. Here they come in the South Maroubra Road as the New Brighton Broomfers trying to find their nose starts to go down. Piha and the Talabudgera boat starts to go through as they're going through the gate count. Very, very close in. Wilco's going to be trying to build under this little wave here. Perry as well with these Freshwater Freaks. A little bit of a wave building here now.
That's a convincing win from the Piranhas here. They're going to catch this, and they're going to have a little breather going into this final.
Unfortunately for Nath, couldn't get the freshwater boat to drop.
And they were one of the fancy crews, the Piranhas, after doing what they did in New Zealand, but they're sadly, for Nathan Perry, you see the Freaks missing out on that run. And the New Brighton team, after a bit of a dodgy turn, have survived this one. And we are going to see 2 New Zealand crews into the Australian final, which is great for our friends from across the ditch. And they'll be stoked with this effort from their team. And I'm sure those girls will be mates being country. Ooh, little crab there for the bowman, nearly copped it in the chin. So good effort from Nathan and the Freaks. They've performed admirably. They've had a great campaign, and top 8 in the country is nothing to be sneezed at. They should be proud of that.
I'm not sure if you know the answer, boys, but I'll throw it out to you. Was the Piha crew the representative team for
they beat Newport? They beat Newport 3-0.
Yeah, and talking to Gussie, he was saying that they were actually faster than their open women's crew over there. They said they were a very, very accomplished crew.
Well, we'll see about that in the final because there's some Aussie teams that want to touch them up. And, well, if we're going to go down to the beach.
All right, so we're on shore with Sam from the Kyneton Rocks Rock Monsters.
Yeah, Rock Monsters.
Right. Obviously, you've just been eliminated in a really hot semi. What are your thoughts on your campaign?
Oh, it was tough. Like, every boat deserved to be out there for sure. Yeah, it was really just luck with the waves at the end there because we're all in line at the can, came out all at the same time, just about. Yeah, really couldn't do much else.
Yeah. It looked pretty harsh. You came into the turn second, and coming out, the break just didn't form up for you guys. But I hear this is your first season as a crew together?
Yeah, so I've been in 23 since I was 16, but I've sort of brought one of my best mates, Cooper Hoskin, and over to surf boats. He was originally in riverboats. Connor's come from Port Elliot, and Oscar from Aldinga, and yeah, we just sort of formed up at the start of the season when one of our other fellas broke his elbow at the very start.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you guys represent SA proudly, especially at this level of competition. So it's been pretty impressive, and you guys are going to stick it out for a few more years, you reckon?
Yeah, we're going to try to stick about, just try to keep the ball rolling with our training. Eldest fella, he's 21, so we've got a few more years with him. Yeah,
good to hear. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys go around. Cheers. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tommy. And we see on the line here our next semi-final.
Palm Beach Pina Coladas in 1, the Williamstown Waps in 2, Northcliffe Lightning in 3, and the Currumbin Vixens in 4 here for Heat 2 of the major semi-final.
Oh, just reading some devastating news, and I hope it's not right from Tannehill, but he's normally got the scoop. And he said North Bondi have been disqualified from that reserve grade women's semi-final. That's gutting, man.
Look, they did impede the crew, but for me, there's 7 tins. For them to row,
they nearly went round 2 of them.
I know, and still get in. I think they deserve to be there.
Heartbreaking for Larnack because that's just a little
brain fade.
Yeah, just a little lapse in concentration. And that he was not the only sweep that's kicking himself this weekend because it is a tough job for sweeps, and the calls come with you. I just was with the North Cronulla sweep from A grade who knocked his crew off on the finish line from rowing, and he missed out by that length. So he's kicking himself, and Larnack will be the same, and I'm devastated for the girls. And Bluey, he's a good mate, and they were going here to do business. So Tannehill's got that draw up on live heats, and they're not in it. So that's the facts that we're working off, and there's Claypan now. I think this is the last of his teams on it in the tournament.
Yep.
You see the whale there now on the right-hand side. And where we're going to take 3 from this into the final. Devastating for North Bondi, though, that news.
What's happened here with Northcliffe? They're all in.
It's a deep start there. Maybe they're going to move. Well, we're not sure.
Do you think they heard something? I don't know. Just they all jumped in. I thought, if we missed the start, no one else moved.
They're trigger happy then. Yeah. Claypan's got them wound up tight like a spring. They're jumping in at anything. So there he is, the goat, with his girls. And you see on that splashboard, there's the wins he's had in the Aussie finals.
In this boat too, isn't it?
That dates back to 16. He's probably due for a new boat, old Damo. But he likes that one, and it's working for him. So there's Dr. Giblin with the Palm Beach team now.
He's had a good campaign, Phil. Dr. Matthew.
It's coming from everywhere. North Bondi's been disqualified. Yeah, we know, and that's harsh. Mind you, though, Purcell from Currumbin, another mate of mine, and one man's misfortune is another man's blessing.
That's it, mate.
And they're going to take that, the Currumbin girls, because it wasn't their fault they got cut off.
Timmy McFarlane there looking back, as well as Chloe Robinson from the Williamstown Waps.
You think they're the North Queensland shorts? We're unsure. The Okanuis of McFarlane.
It looks like a Cowboys emblem down there on the hamstring.
That's the gun, and that's why we say guns up, and there it goes.
Palm Beach Pina Coladas on screen with Dr. Matthew Giblin as their stroke start heading out to sea. Timmy McFarland and the Williamstown Waps going out into Northcliffe in 3 and Currumbin Vixens in 4. Williamstown's got a little bit of work to do left over to try and build back into this race here, but I've got full faith that they'll be able to do it here, boys.
The Vixens up in alley 4 with Currumbin. Foxy on the back, he's having a good time with those girls. They had a great carnival at ASRL and they've had a good season, so all in the line now. Giblin Jars drifting off the tuck of the leaders there from Currumbin and from Northcliffe. Bit of a grudge match here from Palm Beach and Williamstown, and well, we've seen in the last race crews getting angled out, so you don't want to be cutting anyone off because the officials are watching, and if they deem it unfair, you're going to get cut. So
nice tight racing here though, mate, as you'd expect at this stage of the game. It's Aussie titles 2025.
Yep, and this is up for grabs now because one of these crews is going to miss out.
Throw a blanket over these crews at the moment. One of them will miss out and 3 will advance to the big dance here. Palm Beach with under Dr. Giblin building a little bit here, but it's a very close tight race between 1, 2 and 3 and Alley's 1, 2 and 3 respectively. Currumbin Vixen's got a little bit of work to do, sitting about a boat length or half a boat length behind here now, but I'm sure they'll be able to row it back in over an Alley 6.
Well, you see there the rates up, probably just on Claypan's crew, tied a bit of a higher rate than the others. Williamstown also rating it up with Palm Beach and with Currumbin just settling the tempo. Maybe a little lift now from Currumbin with a little bit of a push along.
Currumbin have a little data now, as you said, Phil. But we'll see how they go in the turns here. We do know this drone angle can be a little bit deceiving. On the split screen there, Dr. Matty at the back for Palm Beach. He'll start to make his approach here as he starts to angle the nose in on the red tin here. For me, I think Williamstown's going to be first to hit the can.
Well, they've come back into it well, Williamstown, because we thought that the Northcliffe and the Currumbin team were leading, but they've gone from leading the race to turning last, the Vixens in Currumbin, and Foxy's now got his work cut out down at that end in alley 4 on the white can, and he's a length out of it. So Giblin's still in up this end in the green boat. Williamstown right there, Claypan and Northcliffe right there, and with the whip out there is Foxy right now, head on the job.
He's going to be wanting the wave here to get him back up in there, mate. They need to run it just for them to get him back amongst this field if he wants to feature in the big dance.
So, yeah, little lift there for Williamstown now.
Here they come, the Williamstown Waps, sitting here trying to build up alongside the Palm Beach Pina Colada 1 and 2 as Damien Claypan and his Northcliffe crew fall off a little bit off the back here, and you can see Timmy McFarland start to rate them up here. They're sitting on a wave, building it from absolutely nothing.
Just sitting in between 2 little swells there, boys, just right in the trough perfectly. That's nice rowing there by the crew.
Yeah, that's what we see. That's the Bay Wave specialist here from Williamstown going through here now as we see Pina Colada start to pick up a little bit of a wave, building from nothing. Damien Claypan building a bit of separation here from the Currumbin Vixens with the Northcliffe Lightning.
Well, Palm Beach are underrepresented in the rest of these finals, so they're going to want to get a couple of boats into these finals, and Giblin's not going to let him down if he has the chance.
Here
but
he
Foxy
goes.
Up in 4, guys, pushing on the back of Northcliffe.
Here they come, coming through. It's going to be very tight here as Williamstown sit on the wave in front and start. You see that nose goes down again as it starts to build a little bit under Palm Beach, and now Williamstown will be catching up to it, building a bit of separation here.
And up in alley 4, Currumbin Vixens are back in this race. We've just seen that now. They're going to Claypan, so it's a race in 3 because Giblin's going backwards, and there's a little run on the edge of this wave. We think Matty Giblin's going to keep his nose in front. Claypan versus
Both
Foxy.
in dead water.
Oh, we think look at Claypan.
If they can get the drop,
this is anything.
Whoa, that's going to be tight.
Wow.
I'm going to go with Claypan did just enough. However, I think it's going to come down to video, boys.
Oh, little love tap there, and that's nothing malice in that. And Claypan's giving the thumbs up. And that's a bit of foxing from the old goat, giving the officials the... I got it, and they won't be deterred by his fist pump, but I think definitely Williamstown and Palm Beach are safe there, guys.
I'd say so.
And we're going to rate.
We're going to replay here.
Look at this. There's the finish line.
Carney's over.
Oh.
You have to say Northcliffe on that angle for this tower, but we don't know where the second tower actually is underneath us, so...
Unfortunately, and here's a bit of a fact for Victoria. The last Victorian gold was the Lawn Growlers in 2000, 25 years ago. Victoria now have 4 crews remaining left over in Williamstown. The WAPs are going to try and keep the dream alive for a little bit longer.
Well, I watched that race in 2000. I was there on the beach at Kurrawa. They're a top crew, so...
Stats there from the Big V too.
Yeah, great work, Big Tate and his Big V keeping us up to date. And there's the order. We've just had it confirmed on screen there now. So sadly, Currumbin Vixens and Mr. Bullock's team, the Foxy, missing out. And that's heartbreaking for those girls. But they can hold their heads up, top 8 in the country. But surprise, surprise, yeah, the ASRL champs getting knocked out, and the Queensland rep team for their division. But surprise, surprise, Claypan's in another final, guys. And, well, he knows how to do it with those girls. So let's see how they perform, because his B crew missed out just before. It looks like we're moving into the junior boys, are we, Scotty?
Yeah, junior boys up next, mate. We've got the Queenscliff Double Ds.
We've got the North Cronulla Funky Fresh.
South Curl Tickles in Alley 3.
And the Currumbin Cartel winding this semi-final up in Alley 4.
Well, a few nerves up here in the commentary box, but I can only imagine it's doubled or tripled down there. See these young faces there, future of life saving.
We're back on the edge too, boys, not out in the bank.
That's good too, I reckon. I don't like those bank starts. And you've seen a couple of crews early in the women's race, Hugel and Coogee coming together on that bank. Both those crews eliminating themselves. So I think this is the place to start. Don't know if you all agree with me, but makes the race a bit longer too.
I think it's interesting with that starting from the bank and going over that sandbank as someone who hasn't been rowing over this weekend. I think it sort of maybe evens out the playing field a little bit. Everyone's out to get a probably good start, and everyone's got to go over that sandbank.
Yeah, look, I think it made for a fairer course when it come back to the edge, mate, as opposed to the out on the bank.
Shout out to the Big Voice Media team, doing a fantastic job, and our lunch has just arrived, guys. So. Well, where's the Good call, Don.
And while we're on the plugs, let's shout out to Tourism Events Queensland. Experience the Gold Coast. Phil Stefano's favourite breakfast, the Kellogg's Nutrigrain. BRP, Brewing. Donny's waiting for his sample. Finn's Surfwear. For your tunes on the way home this afternoon, ladies and gents, 92.5 Triple M Gold. The Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and our major partners who are Tate,
DHL, Isuzu, Ute Australia, Qantas and Westpac.
And what perfect timing for the plug, mate. We're in and away here, North Cronulla on board. Queenscliff with a good start also, but it looks like the Tickles to me with the pick of the start, so they come across this shallow bank here, Phil.
Yeah, away there's the Kid Tickles with Gus Spiteri. And that's Mark Funky McDonald on the back of that North Cronulla crew, also highly accomplished. But look at these Tickles. And they train against all these top crews, and there's a good size wave to get over for the Tickles. If they get over and catch that one, the rest of the field are going to take a little hit off that, and that'll just keep the Tickles out in front. So you see there, handsome lead, length in front of Currumbin, up in Alley 4, and then back to North Cronulla. And what about Damien Daly? What's doing in Alley 1 on DD's day? Wow, it's some sort of record. Anyway, this is all pot luck, we reckon. So DD in 1.
Definitely see Alley 1 in the last 2 races here. Queenscliff and Palm Beach got very close to their compatriots in Alley 2. He has found the pick of the run here, and they'll be trying to build back into it. But they've got to keep their coloured can on the left of them as they're coming through on the way home.
Yeah, go can on the right, you mean, Tate?
Right.
He's getting nervous, the big fella from the Big V, so he's building into this, but it's the Tickles now stepping on it. There's Spiteri, and they're big juniors, these boys. I dare say their last season in the juniors. I know my man Daniel Wiseman had a bit to do with coaching them in Gus's absence, filled in the seat, and that can only be a good thing from Wiseman, because look at his technique and he's away. The Tickles put the foot down. They're the Australian Surfboat Relay champions. And they're powering away from this field, guys.
Bit of a statement semi here, mate, the way they're rowing here.
Sure is. Who can beat the Tickles, do you reckon?
Don't know, mate. If they rode like this in the final. No, Cartel making a little bit of a dent there, top of screen though now. Just clawing back each stroke.
Yeah, Will McDowell, the back of the Cartel. Beautiful Kiwi, little jockey size. So he's going well, but it's the Tickles onto the blue can. Spiteri's got 2 more cans to navigate. and then they're home. So Tickles going round first. Daly going round in alley 1 on the green can second. Up and out of it now, the Queenscliff boys. See there now. Currumbin going around with North Cronulla. And I think that southern end's a bit crook because they're turning out of it.
Fantastic turn there from Queenscliff, who's now knocking on the door of the South Curl Ticklers and now sitting a little bit at the front here, but the South Curl Ticklers are now sitting on a wave and they're going to be trying to catch it. The North Cronulla Funky Fresh on screen here, looking to try and catch up with the pack. They're probably sitting comfortably in third at the moment behind Currumbin Cartel's
nice
got work
run
to do.
Here for Queenscliff, Tate. So
Yeah.
go. A little wave under the Gus man there now as his nose drops. They pick it up here, but it's going to come for Queensy now, Phil.
I don't think there's such a position as comfortable in third, Tate, because you want to be third by a long way. So while you're third, they're still coming from behind. But there's McDowell, the Currumbin team.
Here it comes.
Here they
Here it
come.
comes. They're not giving up, and there's some noise in the background. The Queenslanders want to see this. 3 New South Wales teams in this and 1 Queensland up the southern end. So Queenscliff coming back through the Tickles. A bit of lively water down this end, we reckon. Best of the runners. So we see Queenscliff now lining up through their gate can, going through the green and red. There's Spiteri. Got to go through that blue and yellow can. Then it's North Cronulla and Currumbin. So McDonald and Funky and his juniors.
Currumbin start to pick up a little bit of the pack here. Now they're going to be touching on the turn of North Cronulla.
Got to drop
through.
that nose to keep it in there.
That nose is continuing to drop here. It's going to be very tight here as we're coming into the finish.
Have they done enough, Tate?
Oh, nothing.
This is going to be a bloody good battle here.
Just falling off his Currumbin boys, and the 3 New South Wales crews are going to get through.
That was a great row home by them. I feel for those boys. That was a brilliant row.
Magnificent effort. Again, sadly, someone's got to get knocked out, and see North Cronulla with Funky on the back, and he knows his way in the finals. There's Will and the boys. Their heads are down. They know they gave it everything, and just wasn't to be today. Unlucky. He said, "No, sorry, boys, we're done." And it's about as animated as Will get. And you just see disappointment for the boys. And, well, that was a great race. And we got another junior semi-final to make up here.
As we go back to the replay just to see the work that Currumbin did wasn't quite enough as the 3 New South Wales crews managed to get over the line in front of them. You got to feel for those boys for sure. It's Lyle there.
Sure
Will McDowell.
Sure do. Many of these boys will be their last chance at winning a junior Australian medal. You only get a first couple of years of your rowing career to win that, and then you're out of it. So trying to get on the dais will be those top 3 crews from New South Wales. But look who we got. The Mollymook Loose Cannons. There's a crew that's been performing well. You've got Kite and Rocks on that line. You've got Coleroy there as well.
And Avoca Beach Wolfpack will round us out for this 4-3 to go through in this race. Check starters are happy. You can see Mollymook
Starting back off the bank there, Jonesy on the back of that Mollymook boat. There's Kite and Rocks with Hocko.
So we've got Central Coast represented. We've got South Australia. We've got the South Coast. And we've got the Sydney Northern Beaches there with the Coleroy Black.
So,
Check starters happy.
Let's see who's going to join South Curly, Queensy and North Cronulla in this junior final, guys. There's the Loose Cannons on board. See Coleroy Black with Rob Maloney sweeping that one. There's Matty Mitchell in the Peas boat. Shout out to Mike Tamlin, the great man, the boat named after him. It's doing well, that green boat.
Floyd and Johnny Mitchell in that crew as well with Matthew Mitchell. The gun
So
goes
they're
off and
away.
these crews are out.
And they're in nicely, the Loose Cannons from Mollymook, and they've lifted the tempo as all these crews have off the beach.
Very
and there
short and
is
fast,
Coleroy lifting it up,
Revving it.
shortening up and fastening strokes. Here comes Loose Cannons, up and over. You see a little bit of drag drifting those boats from south to north, and they're going to get on the nose, Mollymook.
Oh, everyone in the one for
Doubler.
Coleroy.
Doubler there, but they've handled it well. Good rowing through that break.
Now to see Avoca might have had a bit of trouble starting off the pack there. They're a little bit behind. But now Kite and Rocks as well. Also a little bit behind from the pack here. It'll be interesting to see when we get the drone shot of that. But Mollymook and Coleroy. Mollymook being probably the favourite for us, the favourite in here at the moment as these guys go out to sea.
Yeah, good to see a great boat club like Mollymook getting crews at the pointy end of the carnival again.
Fantastic, and we were talking, they haven't had a massive junior crew or a strong junior crew for over a decade, so it's great to see Mollymook juniors coming through the ranks, and they're magnificent young men, so congratulations to their parents, but they'll be stoked. The whole town of Mollymook will be going off, and they are leading this Australian junior semi-final from Collaroy in second, and then dropping back to the bookends in Alley 1, Kyneton, and Alley 4, Avoca. So you see now going through towards the gate cans, the long strokes from the Mollymook boys.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Tom, Jacob, Paul, Hugo and Oscar at the top end of this racing here on the Sunday at the Australian National Championships. Mollymook will be, I can almost hear them all the way from up here on the Gold Coast. Mollymook fans getting nice and animated for their crew here.
Yeah, it's a great part of town, Mollymook, and they're doing their city proud. So there's Jonesy angling in, just trying to keep them calm. Look at those nice blades.
Liking that finish on that.
Great timing.
Yeah, loving the finish on that straight. Nice
strong,
and hard.
no washing out there. You see that blade angle, strong to the chest. Not much feather, but that's okay because it's working for him there now. And you see him going around the red can,
Angling
and it's
equal
them in
first.
Collaroy there now.
Back on the drone, Kyneton just probably off the pace at this stage. Avoca around and away, but running straight away from Mollymook. Look at them nose down as they come away there, Phil.
Yeah, they're taking it away, Mollymook, and it's Collaroy and Mollymook here. Another little lift for Mollymook. Jonesy's found a little hole, and they've lifted. So you see that run, taking them up away from Avoca and away from Kyneton. And this is for a place in the junior final, boys.
3 to go through in this race. Kyneton Rock's going to be sitting on this little runner coming through, trying to get a little bit of touch back onto the pack here. Unfortunately, they look like they're just about to drop off it as Mollymook and Collaroy start to build this little runner through here towards the gate cans. And Mollymook's got that nice
another little
sand.
one, yeah, another little
that is
downhill run.
Fantastic from
nice
Mollymook.
Rowing. Here comes a wave for
Wave
the back
for Kyneton. They're sitting easy, Kyneton, and Avoca's going to pick this
They've
one up.
got to get down this
and
too.
Collaroy are sitting ducks here at the moment. So you see
It's
Avoca
fattening.
and Collaroy.
fattening.
Oh, wow. Off the back, those end markers now.
Yeah, then it'll start to build a little bit back more for Avoca and Kyneton Rocks, but Collaroy on your screens at the moment, powering through, sitting in second here. Mollymook sitting in front as well. Kyneton now starts to build. You can see the green little runners coming through as they're going to build up
around,
here.
looking for something.
Searching
Gonna
for
egg
a
them on.
wave. Trying to stay in this. Head down. Boat steady. Nose flat. Lifting the boys. They're doing it. Oh, a little dipsy doodah from the bowman. I'm not sure. And they're going to fall off this one. And I think there's your 3 leaders. If Jonesy from Mollymook holds it, the wave of his life, he's got to hold it straight. And he stutters.
Yes, Jonesy, fantastic from Mollymook. That is your 3. Unfortunately, Kyneton Rocks. A fantastic effort from the critters there.
And I tell you what, it's going to be an all New South Wales final for the junior boys, and that's a good thing for New South Wales boats. That's the strength of the future, and the smiles all round from Collaroy, and there's Kyneton. They've done their state and their club proud, these boys.
It's been fantastic to see Kyneton Rocks.
Just unlucky missing out on that one. So there we go. We're getting set now for our finals, guys. Working through there, Scotty.
We've got three more lots of semi-finals to go. We've got 2 in the under-19 female, and then we've got our open female and our open male semis to go. I'll stay with you for the next 2 under-19s female, and then I'll let the A-team get warmed up, ready to call the finals, eh?
How exciting. Very, very exciting.
Look at this. Look at that vision here, gentlemen.
Look at the concentration.
Yes. Breathed easy once he got that one. Yeah.
Nice smile, little fist pump.
The loose cannons. They're my sentimental favourites for this one, but I like the look of that South Curly team as well. They're going to be hard to beat.
Let's see both of them on the podium, mate.
Let's see some great tight racing, I'm sure we will, and you see them starting back off the beach now.
It's got both South Curly crews in this one, North Cottesloe and
Currumbin
Chaos. Apologies there, I was about to call Monavar with the Green Gunnels, but it's Currumbin Chaos. Tell you what, Brittany Dowker has done a great job with these girls. I raced these girls last year. They were only 15, 16 first year, and to see them be 1 race away from an Aussie final this year is fantastic. Good on you, mate.
Well, South Curl, at least one of their crews is going to be in the junior final, and that's a fact. Who's it going to be? So there's Ribs Fleming on board with his team.
Nice start by the girls. They're very aggressive at the start. I like the fact they get the shoulders back, bit of weight in the nose from the start for a junior girls.
Now
team.
it's across that heavy, shallow bank, guys, where the boat just feels 4,000 kilos on the legs. Getting checked again there. Little doubler for South Curly, and there's more coming for the field. So they have to get through this with tidy blades and a flask nose, and there's...
waves coming everywhere.
Getting smashed is the South Curl crew with Nathan Wilson. Getting smashed is the Ribs Fleming South Curl team.
Little back shoot there.
Hitting the pumps, getting the water out.
Yeah, to see here Currumbin Chaos on screen panning over as well, just to see these little swells coming through, was tripping this boat, and now it looks like unfortunately Northcott and the South Curl Cruisers got the worst of that start there, being smashed by a few waves going out, and it looks like the Currumbin Chaos and the South Curl Runaways are sitting at the front of the pack here, gentlemen.
Yeah, Dowk's in the box seat up there, top of screen, ladies and gentlemen, with that white hull and green gunnels, looking pretty good. Trailed nicely here by the Runaways, though. Sort of making a little bit of a din on them, are they? Or pretty even, you think, Phil?
Well, it's the two leading crews, Currumbin and the Runaways, with a fair gap back to third and fourth. And we'll keep our eye on this North Cottesloe boat, and we'll keep our eye on this blue boat at the bottom of your screen, because they're fighting out for one spot, bar catastrophe for the crews ahead here. Currumbin, as you said, Brett Dowk is doing a good job with these girls. And this is the time for no looking around and just finishing them off. Trust the sweep. And it looks like North Cottesloe just working ahead of that South Curly boat. But we've seen South Curly all weekend doing a good job. And we know that's not over. There's Nath Wilson with his Runaways. Been strong also all carnival. Doing an excellent job is Nath. Going up and over. Look at these runners.
Yeah, these runners will build, and it'll be great to see these crews catching through. We saw in the previous races that if you can catch a runner out there and milk it for all it's worth, you'll be able to get back on the pack, which will be something good for Northcott and the South Curl Cruisers.
Yeah,
but it's still a half a race to go here.
Well, I tell you who will catch him, and that's all the A-grade crews. So when we're on for the finals later on, these waves are going to be featuring into the finals, and we'll see who gets the luck. But as Currumbin charging up, it looks like the Runaways have just squeezed up on them. And so it's a race with two leaders. Currumbin currently in first, turning on the yellow can. Then the South Curly Runaways on the blue. And then it's pretty even
edging
here.
in, maybe he'll hit the can just first.
Will he? It's, wow. Just overshooting it maybe was the North Cottesloe team. But not much in that as they both come up and out of it. And the Runaways getting a little run out of the cans. And that's a good time to get a lift, and this will be followed by another one,
Scotty. Going to have a cousin, mate. Look at it building again. Those drops. Rate goes up. Nathan Wilson edging the girls on here. They'll get a 4 or 5 stroke advantage out of that. And here, sort of always said all weekend, the worst stroke in surf boats, that uphill one, Tate.
Absolutely, as we see the wave under the South Curl Runaways build again, and their nose is desperately trying to get down. And we see around the other side, I think Currumbin Chaos as well, starting to build a little wave under them.
As you said, they needed Tate because they've gone. And you see North Cottesloe come up to Currumbin, as of the other South Curl crew. So it's Wilson in front with these junior girls. And there they go, another little ripple. And the field's going to pick a lump up. But we think it's steeper down this end for Ribs and for North Cottesloe. And just like that, Currumbin now in trouble. And these two crews that turn third and fourth are back up into second and third. So this is not over, guys. A run for South Curly. They haven't got it done and dusted yet, the Runaways. They're still in the hunt, these other three crews.
They are not letting it up here as Currumbin starts to see a little bit of a wave building behind them at the moment as well. Northcott start to rate up a little bit, and as well as the South Curl Cruisers in alleys 1 and 2. Here they come. Here come Northcott out. Building the rate, building the thresher as well as South Curl Cruisers.
Here goes the other South Curl crew up in the second. So we're going to have a Quinella. First and second for South Curl.
Dead water, though, for Ribsy now. Oh, no, Dowks has just dropped off.
No. And a sigh of disbelief for the co-commentators. Another Queensland crew getting bounced out of the semi-final. A good thing for North Cottesloe and 2 South Curly crews in this junior final. And there's the Currumbin guys disappointed. Great effort from Brett and his girls, as you said, Scotty, to make these top 8. Elation for these first 3 crews. There's Nath Wilson with his Runaways, and Well, good effort there from South Curly and North Cottesloe to come back into it after turning a little behind. But, wow. It's on for young and old, boys.
It's getting heated up here now, mate. This is great. This is why we love this sport. Some great racing. And there's enough there now that if you row nice home, you're going to get plenty of help, and it's not just a straight sprint.
Well, it's definitely not over until it's over at the finish line. And note to anyone watching this race, if you just got to keep it rowing to the finish line there, and you see you don't want to leave it to chance.
For me, that Alley 4 now is just dead water for that last minute.
Yeah, it's not getting the best of the water, is it?
No.
So we've watched these alleys change favouritism throughout the morning, as is the case with the surf boats. We are racing in Mother Nature, and we can only, these cans are given to you by the officials. So
Kai Cooper here with the Mona Vale McChicks.
And Alley 2 next to them is the Collaroy Cannons. Alley 3 from Victoria, the Jan Juck Jets, and Alley 4, the Noosa Heads Birds.
So 3 states represented here.
Well, one noticeable crew missing, the Mona Vale Menace, who've been performing well, the New South Wales state champions. So their counterparts, Kai Cooper's Mona Vale crew, they're in the mix, and they're away here now. So as you see them, all boats off on the line. We see a replay of something, but we're back on straight, and Cooper hasn't got in sweet there. And you see Collaroy, Mark Reese, the Cannons, as we say, shot out of the cannon.
Looking for these cruisers going, a few little bubbles building up for these crews going out. So you can start to see it build a little bit, but it's a nice field. Unfortunately, the Mona Vale Matrix with that little bit of a rough start there. Got to try and build back into it now, but it's Noosa and Collaroy at the front of the pack here.
Stewie Cooper on the back of the Noosa team. Jan Juck getting hit and stopped, and there's more coming, and the Bowman's got a crab. So Jan Juck in trouble again here. Another one to get over. Mona Vale just over.
Let's open the door for Mona Vale to get back into this after a little misfortunate start. But I'll tell you what, these Cannons have been a great crew in this division the last 2 years and are rowing nicely.
They sure are, setting a nice tempo. But let's not discount Noosa. They really need to step on the gas, because we've seen from Alley 4, it's not great. So you want to have a bit of a gap on the field just to survive. And it's Collaroy down this end, setting an early tempo, a smooth, steady rate with Mark Reese just keeping them calm.
Look at Kai bobbing away there, the front on stance, really working with the girls. Jan Juck Jets, though, mate, Big V, need to do a bit of work here.
There's a lot of pressure for Jan Juck to try and push through here, but these girls will be able to run these home really quite well. We've had several carnivals down at Fisho's in similar conditions over the year, and look at them now. They're starting to build in a lot of effort from the girls, Molly, Eliza, Daisy, and Sophia, as they're going to be turning into the cans and be able to get good waves coming out of Alley 3.
A couple of DKG boats there in Noosa and Jan Juck as they head to sea there. You can see a little bit of chop on the water from that sou'easter coming up, and still a few little bumps there to chase on the way home.
Yes, so not giving up is the Jan Juck team, and you see there the Noosa team, probably Jan Juck just coming up onto the Noosa guys, Tate, so it's not over for the Victorians just yet.
It is never over for us. We've always asked ourselves, why not us?
Why not us indeed, the underdogs, but it's Collaroy, one of the fancy crews, New South Wales rep team, performed all week very well, and Mark Reese, he knows how to do it. So let's see them go out to sea now. Kai Cooper
calling for an effort here, mate. You can see the boat starting to surge forward. I reckon they've nearly got themselves up in the second place here.
Yeah, he'd be feeling a bit better about things now, Cooper, because he's going to turn second into this one. And you see, well, there's a couple of Coopers. Stewie Cooper up in Noosa going up to the yellow can. And there's Collaroy going round first. And here's a big run out of the cans. This is what you dream of. Get it round, Reese.
Here they come. Mona Vale starts to pick it up. Reese, unfortunately, just falling a little bit off the back. Wasn't quite straight enough to catch there.
Reese. Shocking turn, but he's got room to play with. So he'll have to tidy that up if these girls want to win the final. Cooper from Mona Vale driving this Mona Vale junior girls team along.
Might have just stuck in the lead there on that little surge there, boys. And a big shout out to Kai. He's done a great job in the resurgence of the Mona Vale club. 32 rowers under the age of 23 in that club at the moment. What a great way to build from the ground up. And I think he, barring any misfortune, is going to book himself a seat in the final.
Absolutely battling here between Coleroy and them as we see towards the back of the pack. Jan Juck start to pick a little bit of the rate up, and here they come. The Jets putting on the afterburners, trying to build a bit of separation away from Noosa Heads here.
Tate's getting excited, guys. He's up and about,
Here.
and he is cheering on his boys, but you see the dominance of Sydney Northern Branch. Here goes Coleroy and Mona Vale.
Oh, look at this wave building up top here for Noosa, though, guys. Don't count them out yet. Here they come.
This is on.
The waves are starting to build here for third and fourth place. Jan Juck and Noosa start to go. Jan Juck girls a bit of separation. Their nose is still down. There's going to be another one behind them as well. As you can see, building behind Brett Mazuris there. 1 and 2. Mona Vale and Coleroy sitting comfortably in 1 and 2 here. But it's going to be a bit of a battle here for third and fourth place.
You see as they're coming through the gate cans, the sweeps trying to keep their noses straight, pointing the waves towards the runners. And here's Coleroy and Mona Vale. But in the background you see Jan Juck and Noosa, and that's where we're focused, because that's for the last spot in the junior Aussie Girls Final.
Little late take-off here for the boys, though.
Oh, they've got to hold these. Late take-off for Reese. He's only got to fall across the line from there, and he's done it. So Coleroy and Mona Vale going through, looking in the background.
Third place, mate. What do we got here?
It's going to be a battle. Jan Juck and Noosa start to go. It's going to be very, very tight.
Open up those afterburners, Tatey.
Oh!
Think the angle of the wave just got you pipped there, mate.
Unfortunate for Jan Juck, but we'll hopefully wait for the results here. But a fantastic effort from those girls who competed in the under-17 final at the ASRL. They've got 2 more years to go, and with 2 more years and coming in the top 8 of the country is absolutely nothing to sneeze at, and they'll be keen to come back up next year and have a red-hot crack at it as the Jan Juck crews and a few of the other Victorians get around to lift their boat back up onto the trailer.
And welcome back, Donnie. It's starting to heat up in here, mate.
Certainly is, and well done there. I thought it was going to be a stitch up there. Another Queensland crew getting dudded up in Alley 4. But we've managed to get one through.
The Stefano curse, we won't have to call it, mate. The amount of stuff, the crap he's been hanging on you all weekend.
And I feel for Aaron Tannehill, though. He would have been riding that Jan Juck crew home.
I could almost hear him from down in Victoria screaming at his TV or laptop, wherever he's watching it from.
Okay, and on to the Open Women semi-final number 1 here, Tate. Looks like Coleroy, North Cottesloe, South Curly, Hoosier. That's Gussie's boat. Sorry, it's Termite's boat. And Currumbin Cockatoos, I'd suggest.
Looking here, Open Female. We'll just quickly get, like we
Here
said,
they
the
are,
Coleroy Giants, North Cot and Chin Chin, the South Kelko Hoosier and the Currumbin Cockatoos. You could almost put all of these boats in an Aussie final and you wouldn't be missing out on much, but unfortunately one of them will have to go.
Yeah, there's no slouches once we get to this stage of the game. Check status ready, flags go up.
What's the go with putting the Queensland crews down in Alley 4? Can someone please explain?
Well, I don't have any answers for you, mate.
It's about 4 or 5 races in a row. We've ended up down there. Currumbin Cockatoos, Australian team representatives, back to back.
You always know it's starting to get to the pointy end now. You can see the boats starting to thin out on the beach. This is when it starts getting exciting down there.
I just received a text message from Aaron Tannehill. I was watching it from the car park at where he's at the moment, bawling my eyes out, yelling, and he threw the iPad into another postcode.
Very passionate man, Aaron, and he's done a great job with those Jan Juck Jets this year, and I feel for him. In and away here in the Open Female semi-final number 1. Coleroy probably just the slower of the starts for my mind here as we ride on board with them now.
Building up here through Northcott, sitting into Jeffrey Hegarty in the boat. And like you've said there, Scotty, the Coleroy just falling a little bit behind the pack. 1, 2 and 3 sitting, throw a blanket over it on the south end of the beach here. Coleroy's got a bit of work to do, but they'll be able to work through it.
A few waves here now, though, to see what can happen here. Cockatoos, a little bit of work to do. The Hoosier working through a little bump there. But if you can see the blade work there, that's why they're a current Australian representative team. Donnie, Cockatoos doing a wonderful job.
They certainly are. They certainly are, mate. They are a class act, are the Cockatoos. There's a ton of Australian medals, a ton of Australian representative rowers in that crew, and we are back with Coleroy here now.
Yeah, the Giants, a bit of work to do. That poor start sort of come back to bite them, but they are a class act, mate. I guarantee they'll narrow that gap on the way out to the turning cans.
Absolutely. We've seen from earlier today that Alley 1 picks up a very nice runner, and they'll be able to get Coleroy. If they get a really nice turn, they can shorten the pack up a little bit more.
Not sharing your confidence here, guys, because I'm looking at the other three crews. One of Western Australia's best, North Cottesloe, South Curly, the New South Wales state champions, and the state team, and the Australian team, top of screen there, Currumbin. They've certainly set themselves a challenge here. Have the Coleroy Giants, if they're to pull these crews back, it will be a massive effort. They are in some high-quality crews to the right-hand side of them now as they lead out to our turning cans.
Hoosier and the Chin Chin finally separating, Donnie. They were very tight there for a while. I think the oars were nearly touching at one point there. But Northcott putting the hammer down now and making a little bit of a statement here against the Hoosier.
Yeah, and we know the shape of these cans as well. We think that the top end of your screen that these girls are heading to now is a little bit out. I'd love to see them tweak this before the finals. Not sure if they will or they won't, but this end seems to be a little bit long to me. The top of your screen there into the yellow.
A few swells coming through the cans now. There's a bit of a set here. If the Chookie can get them in and around and on one, might help. So turning equal there with Northcott.
Yeah, and you would think that Currumbin were leading that. And they have turned in equal first position now with Northcott.
Probably 2 or 3 lengths back to the Giants, unfortunately for them. But they'll have to dial one up, mate, if they want to feature in this final.
Tara, Lisa, Sasha and Kalissa.
Building now, Northcott sitting in first. It's Courtney, Gloria, Jessica and Emma, but there's building a little bit of Currumbin, Cockatoos, as we've seen them start to build the run here.
Chin Chin's chance now. What are they going to get out of it? They'll search forward. They'll take that length lead again as they fall off the back of it. Not much coming now. Girls are going to have to work through this section, have to dig a bit deeper. Here comes a little run for the Hoosier. Here's the Giants, though, getting a chance, but not enough.
Not enough here as the wave starts to build underneath them. The Hoosier now sitting in Currumbin, and now Northcott are going to be sitting on the same wave here, pushing away from the rest of the field of Coleroy. And they'll be sitting, and there's all 3 boats on that same little runner.
Chin Chin milking it probably a little bit better than the other 3 crews, but here comes the Cockatoos now. Barring any mishap here or a dial one from the back, I think that's your first 3 open females booked into the final here on screen, guys.
Well, another under these 3 crews as they head into our gate cans towards the end of the race here.
Building now. Noses start to go down for the 3 crews. Currumbin on screen at the moment. The Cockatoos trying to get that nose down, and they'll use that away from nothing here. Trying to build it over. Try and maybe get over that top one if they've absolutely sent it through here.
Chookie right forward over those quarter bars, getting as much weight forward as possible to help that boat run. And here comes the Hoosier and the Chin Chin now.
Top 3 crews coming across the line. They are going to feature in our final of the Open Women. That is Currumbin, South Curly and Northcott. And unfortunately for Coleroy,
didn't recover from that start, mate. The Giants, unfortunately.
You cannot give those 3 crews that are coming across the line now any start. You need to be with them or in front of them. And well done to those 3 leading crews. And that is bad luck for Mark Anderson and Jessica, Rihanna, Alicia and Kelly out of the Coleroy Giants crew. They've had a stellar year, but unfortunately for them, they will not feature in this final.
Power of effort from Coleroy. Fantastic surf boat club holding the Young Guns event in January. It's always a mark of the under-23s and under-19s carnivals.
Yeah, great event. If you've never been there, get yourselves together next year and get there. It's one of the great events for an underage carnival on the surf boat calendar.
Certainly is. And we are looking at our second semi-final here in the Open Women. We have the Avoca Beach Zenith in 1, South Curly Shakers on screen now in Alley 2, Mooloolaba Chop Suey in Alley 3, Point Leo Edge in 4 and Surface Paradise in 5.
So Hughes has got through on the protest, I would assume, from that broken sweep oar.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Rowing oar.
Certainly did.
So 5 in, dropping 2.
Might be a bit of a blessing in disguise. However, 2 boats are going to be missing out here. Only 3 to go through. As we see here, Currumbin Cockatoos, the South Curly Hoosier and the North Cottesloe Chin Chin getting through in 1, 2 and 3, and they'll provide the first half.
Tate,
of our final.
the way you're going, mate, you're going to have a new crew name for Northcott, the Northcott Cot, the way you're
The
going.
Northcott Cot.
That's
Northcott Cot Chin Chin.
That's going to be a crew name for him next year, the Northcott Cot.
Hoosier on screen.
The Shakers.
The Shakers.
Yep, Hoosier's already there, mate. Ken Gussie joined the Termite. And if true form goes, South Curly are doubling up in most finals thus far. Check starters happy.
Couple of good crews I've got to get around here. Mooloolaba, Chop Suey, Sarah Weston in that crew. You know what she can do. Eleanor, Madison, Sonia and Sarah Weston with husband Brendan on screen there now.
Still looking pretty relaxed. Gun still down.
Plenty of experience. Guns up there now.
Nice step-in start by the girls. Nice first draw off the edge nicely. Brendan in and away. And the rate will go up now as they go over this shallow water onto this back bank.
Yeah, reasonably clean start there for Mooloolaba and South Curly as well. Gus Patiri in his crouching style steps over the first quarter bar. Big Jeff Matthews there at the back at Point Leo.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. These girls will be pushing to try and get into the final here with their two boats being jumped out. Looks like Avoca Beach is having a little bit of trouble getting off the start there as Mooloolaba makes it away there out of the Chop Sueys. Surfers Paradise Spice, you've got to keep an eye out of them down over in Alley 5. As these crews start heading out, more to see.
Hold the phone, Griffo. He's dialing.
Griffo's in trouble. He's at the back of the commentary box here and his wife has called him. And he's managed to answer the phone. Good to have Griffo keeping an eye on us here, us young fellas.
Serving our apprenticeship, I believe. Donning under the great man. But the Chop Suey's in the box seat here, boys, as we are about halfway on our trip to sea.
Spice looking all right on your right-hand side as well. Graham Hugel in the pink boat of Surfers Paradise. They're looking fair up there in that alley as well, but they're going to need to be. We know it's a little bit longer at that end, and some of the runners can fade on the way home. So Hugel needs to put his best foot forward here with his Spice crew. And there is the Wolfpack in the Mike Tamlin green boat.
Zenith with Maddie Mitchell at the back there with Kate, Melanie, Julia and Alicia.
Apologies there, the Zenith, not the Wolfpack.
Mate, that's always a good sign, though, when you get crew names mixed up. It means they've got a lot of good crews in all divisions. It's a good thing for Avoca.
Shouldn't get the male and females mixed up, though, should I?
It's been a long 4 days, Donny.
It has.
So, looks like Chop Suey, leading this race, but nice row by the Hughes. I mean, I'd say they'd be pretty fired up after what happened in the minor semi, mate.
Yeah, they've done well here. But we're going to see them turn behind South Curly here. I think you are going to see the angle of these cans. You're going to see Mooloolaba Chop Suey hit it first, South Curly then, and still a boat length to go. Oh, these cans are getting worse, in my opinion. And around they go. Mooloolaba and South Curly are going to turn equally here. Hughes has pulled himself around in third place here.
A little bit light fun, the Gussie's boat there. They've probably just got half a length lead on the Chop Suey. And another little puddle under him again now as life comes under. Brendan Weston here urging his wife and her fellow crewmates forward here on a little run.
Yeah, the Brendan Weston dance. He gets the hips going as well. Is the weirdest thing you'll ever see in the back of a surfboat is Brendan Weston. You wait till he gets a bit excited as they get close to a runner. He jumps up and down and around. Gus Patiri, though, the South Curly. Is this the second of the South Curly crews to make it to the final? Top of the screen there, Hughes has had a good run. Avoca at the bottom, they're running as well. The crew with the work to do is that.
The Point Leo edge, unfortunately, falling a little bit of that. There's a little bit of a wave starting to build behind them.
The Shakers are dropping the nose down one here. However, it won't be enough to take him home. Is this one for Jeffy Matthews up here dialed up to help him out?
He's going to need it. He is going to need it, and he's in too deep a water there. He'll run the top of it. And the wave is now going to come for Surfers Paradise, Mooloolaba and South Curly. South Curly in a good position here.
You're right about animation. It was a little bit of a finger flick there by the...
Oh, he's got the lock
going.
Here he goes.
He's pulled the whip. He's pulled the whip.
Yeah, he loves it. Urging the girls on. Get me into another final. And there they go. They are going to run down the face of this. They're going to come up alongside South Curly here.
All surface paradise, that alley.
Oh,
I'm
that
telling
alley,
you.
that Northern, it is a stitch up for Queensland Cruise, putting them up in there. Come on, Hughes.
Come on,
punch through
find
this,
something.
mate. He needs to get dragged along behind this whitewater here. He needs to keep away from Lorna Edge, who are fast finishing here.
I think
he may
he's
well
done
have
just
done
enough,
it.
mate. Just enough.
Keeping the dream alive for the Surfers Paradise Cruise in their 100-year centenary for the club up the road here at the Gold Coast.
And Griffo would know, and he probably called the race back in 1990, I think. Surfers Paradise winning the first Open men's titles ever, with the great Ronnie Payne at the back of the boat there.
Boys, I'm going to step out now. I'm going to put the A-team on. They can warm up ready for the final. I'm going to put the great man Phil Stefano back. It's been a great time calling with you guys today, and you're doing a great job. And looking forward to watching these finals.
Cheers, Scotty.
Cheers, Scotty. You see now, fortunately for Point Leo Edge, 23 is getting around, and a few of their former lawn compatriots bring the boat up. Great thing about Victorian crews, we're always willing to give a hand out to anything. We're all super wrapped when a crew makes it to a final.
Well, good afternoon, guys.
Good to have you back, mate.
Well, I'm excited now. This is getting to the nitty-gritty, Don, and we've seen Ali's cause people all sorts of problems. We don't want to jinx anyone in the commentary box, so we're not going to, but we see Port Kembla in this one, first of the Open semi-finals.
And what a final it is. Wanda Weapons in 1, Port Kembla Blue in 2, the North Bondi Blade Runners in 3, and the Bulli Gold in 4.
Well, I think if anyone's out of their depth, it might be North Bondi on this one, based on history, but the North Bondi boys aren't historians. They don't give a They don't give any. They don't care about the history because, they don't care about the history because they're here to do it now. And their sweet Bluey Larnack is going to be gutted for his girls, so he knows he's got a job to do here, and he's got his work cut out.
Check starter's happy with the line here. We're waiting for the gun gets them away, and in they go. We are with 3 times Australian champions back to back to back, and that is Bulli, Wanda, the Form Crew, ASRL Open champions.
The world champions on screen there, Port Kembla boys, Don.
Yeah, have a look at the stroke. A big fella there in the stroke seat. Wanda getting the best of the start here, it seems to me. They're going to be able to go on with it here as they get themselves in a bit of clear water. Bulli, right-hand side of North Bondi.
Yeah, you see Patterson's crew from Port Kembla copped a couple of nosefuls there, and that slowed their progress, and you see that on screen now. So Wanda up here in Alley 1, taking it away with Bulli in Alley 4. The North Bondi Blade Runners sitting in 3rd position at the moment from Port Kembla there on screen. Jack Patterson, one of the great sweeps. So as we get into this Open men's first semi-final, and this is the fastest boats on the water, with all due respect to 23 men, these boys are the real deal, and this is what we've come to see. Wanda versus Bulli, surprise, surprise.
Port Kembla with the work to do. Big Wayno, Mitch, and the Jackson brothers, Aaron and Corey. Jack Patterson at the back there. They're no stranger to this level of racing, though, are the crew from Port Kembla.
And let's hope Bluey Larnack from North Bondi's got his compass set to the right alley this time, because
Yeah.
he's got to get to the right can. Look at those lumps coming through the course, fellas.
Have a look at Bulli. They just seem to be cruising over those waves. Their timing is impeccable.
Look pretty relaxed there too as Wanda, so they're settling into their work. It's definitely not relaxed, but it's a settled rate. And you see North Bondi look to have squeezed up on Wanda there.
They will definitely need that, as well as we know that Bulli Gold is probably going to be our call for this for the winning the Open Gold here as our top informed crew. But Wanda's starting to make a little bit of a play out on Alley 1. The Weapons and the Gold is going to be your 1 and 2 going into the cans here.
Sure is. So we see Wanda going around the green can, and they're first to the tins, just ahead of Bulli on the yellow, and then it's North Bondi on blue. And Port Kembla a length or 2 behind them. So not worrying about any disregard for the competition is Wanda, because they're taking it away from Bulli here up this end.
This is where Wanda and Bulli can blow away the field on the way home. We can see them get more out of any runner than any other crew on the beach. And top of screen now, Bulli, look at them go. They're running the top of that one, and they're going to keep on running it and milking it and milking it. And here they go. They've brought themselves up to Wanda. North Bondi getting the run as well, but not getting as much as Bulli. They are still on it. These guys are freaks. They are rowing away from the rest of the field there.
No, yeah, they sure are, Don. Good call, but Wanda's just got a little piece of something too with Spinner, and it's going to form here, and these are the ones that I said that will turn into waves because they're powerful enough to pull down the front of these, and North Bondi now with a little piece.
Here they come, these crews. Wanda starts to build onto a little bit here as their nose starts to dip and starts to send, but Bulli's also going to be sitting in there, sitting in a bit of a lull as Wanda gets a little bit more of the each piece here of these crews heading towards the gate cans.
You see there, sorry Don, go
You're
ahead.
right, Paul Kembler needing a miracle here. We've got our 3 leading crews here. Paul Kembler just coming into the left-hand side of our screen now. Good wave under
for
North
Bondi.
Bondi.
Let's go, Bluey. Get it done, son. Yes.
And Bulli just whacked it back into first gear. They are just cruising now. Nothing
That's
to cruise
fine.
here.
Well, unlucky for the Paul Kembler crew. And you see, it was just those 2 waves off the beach.
Yeah, just
their
that
nose
start.
tucked under. Got a half a boat full, and that was enough to ruin their day. So well done. There's Bluey on screen. And he's pumped now because he's got his job to do in the final. There's Jack Patterson with a great effort from the boys, the top 8. See there, the bowman.
Yeah, just holding his
He's
back.
got a crook back, he told me yesterday. So
It's even more crook now.
yeah, he's put his back into that one. That's Aaron and Corey, the brothers. But great effort there from Wanda and great effort there from Bulli Gold, just turning off the switch at the end and floating across the line for another Aussie final, guys.
Did you see them just explode into that runner? They just took it further than any other crew can take it, and if they're turning with you, you're in a bit of bother.
Absolutely.
Well, fancy that. The
So-
Queenslanders are in alley 4.
In alley 1, it's the Point Leo Chops. In alley 2, it's the North Cronulla Purds A's. Alley 3, North Cot Uppies. And in alley 4, it's the Mermaid Beach Kennards.
So, all fighting for 3 spots in the Australian A-grade final. Don, you've been in that final and you've won it. Just quickly, just a quick one. Tell us about 2002.
More relief than anything, mate. You would think there would be some joy coming over the line, but it was just relief. I couldn't cheer. I couldn't do anything like that. It was just relieved. It had been a lot of years in the making. It was a lot of years before we even made it through a Saturday. But enjoy the moment, gents. We've got 3 crews through to it now. North Bondi, Bulli and Wanda.
Sorry. Griffo. I've got Griffo in my ear now. He's just unsure of...
2002 final.
Say it again.
The beat on the 2002 final, but I tell you what, we were in the wave break, and Donny had the disadvantage of having lost the sweep. There were 4 rowers in the boat, and neither of them knew where the land was. They'd spinned around several times, you know. And all of a sudden, the bloke with the big nose, he and the big voice, he started organising the other 3. And that's him right there. And it was worth a gold medal.
Wow.
Straightest we went all year without the sweep in the back.
Griffo getting emotional calling Don's 2002 final. And Don proving his worth. Griffo hammering him about the size of his beak.
Was he talking about me?
Well, I don't know any other big nose blokes in your crew, Don.
That have a good voice as well as good as yours, Donny.
Greg Hurd just giving me a bit of cheek over the message as well, telling me that there was a New South Wales crew that just won fairly convincingly out of Alley 4. Let's hope Mermaid can do the same. And I know, Greg Hurd, you will definitely be cheering for this Mermaid crew, the Queensland state team. Silver medalists from the Australian titles. They finished behind Bulli last year in the Aussies. And they are in Alley 4, and they will give this a red-hot crack.
4 boats enter. 3 will go into the final here. Check starters are happy. And we're waiting for the gun to go up.
Yeah, these are the gladiators, and this is our cauldron. And we are set. Look how deep those North Cronulla boys are there.
4 states represented here: Victoria, New South Wales, Western Australia and Queensland. Gunn gets him away. Point Leo in really quickly.
Yeah, Josh, Das, Jordan and Thomas under the tutelage of the big man himself, Jeff Matthews, as we look now to the North Cronulla Perds A's here going out to sea.
And they're rating it right up. Oh, bit of action there for the Point Leo crew. What's in front of Mermaid here? They've got their nose up and over that. And they're away to a good start there. Along with the crew from North Cronulla in Alley 2. Worst of the start has gone to Point Leo, bottom of screen there. North Cronulla leading us out. Mermaid, top of screen there. North Cottesloe sitting in third position currently. And Jeff Matthews and the Point Leo boys, bottom of screen.
Yeah, so doing a good job is the North Cronulla Perds. And they're a strong team. Been highly competitive for the last few years. And you see Mermaid there, Don. You know they're good. And look at Marty drive these boys up and into the back of the North Cronulla boat there. So Point Leo with Matthews has some work to do.
Yeah, they'll be pushing through here as well. The Hooper brothers and Darcy and Josh trying to push themselves back in here. North trying to catch up a little few runners out here to Northcott sitting in third, but it's Mermaid Beach and North Cronulla sitting comfortably in 1 and 2.
Few of the usual suspects rising to the surface here. Mermaid Beach, top of screen there in the red boat. Marty Fletcher with the crouch style. They've got the rate up. They've got a stroke that's only come into the crew in the last couple of weeks, and I think he's got the rating up a point or two from what I would normally see this Mermaid crew row. They are flying up there on the top of screen.
Yeah, it's definitely working, Don. The rate's right up. You see there now, the big new stroke doing his thing. Marty doing his thing, steady as a rock. A mini piece of steel, and he's gone past North Cronulla. They are flying Mermaid up in LE4, Don.
They're going to need to. They're going to turn slightly behind North Cronulla here is my tip, just based on the angle of the cans here. They're going to need every minute that they can here, every metre that they can. North Cronulla heading in now. They're going to hit onto the red tin.
Pretty steep turn there from North Cronulla, coming in sharp.
Had a wave just come underneath them as well. That won't help you when you're doing your turn.
Point Leo coming up to the back of North Cottesloe, guys. So Mermaid out in second, but Point Leo just off the hips of North Cottesloe, and they're fighting for the third and final spot in this race, I'd say, from here.
Yeah, little runner underneath North Cronulla on the way out of the cans. They've ducked out in front by about a boat length from Mermaid. Runner at the back here for our back crews, North Cottesloe. They're going to run the top of this one, and it's going to come for Mermaid now, as the rating will come up again from Mermaid. Can they do what Bulleye did in the last race? No, they can't. They're going to drop off that one. It comes now for North Cronulla, and the rating comes up in the North Cronulla crew. And are they going to take this one to the line? Hey, have a look at Point Leo here.
The Leo chops now starting to push through here, getting that nose down. Jeff's going to be sitting here. He's been catching these waves all summer.
Tate's fired up when the orange caps of the Victorian team have come into the picture, and rightly so. So there's Adam Purdy. Look at him go. Calm as Christmas, old Perds. This one is the one he wants to get through, and then into the big dance. So you see, well, who's in trouble in LE4, Don? I don't know, but there's crews coming back at him.
They need to go now, and they are. They have responded at the top of the screen there. Mermaid, they're going to run the top of that. Can they get the nose down? They're going to leave themselves exposed if they don't.
There's waves there if they're good enough. So Point Leo.
They need to get to this finish line in a hurry. These crews from behind are going to have the momentum.
Late takeoff for Marty.
Oh, he's going to get there. He's going to get there. Nose into the wave in front. Can he hold it straight? Digging the nose in here big time.
Jeff Matthews trying to get across for Victoria. Let's pan back on the screen. Marty's got it through, and there's Jeff Matthews. Point Leo there for you, Tate.
It's going to be massive. There's a lot of Jeff's very animated there. He's here. He knows that his crew's made it through.
He said, I told you, boys, we can beat them. You just got to listen to me and have a go.
Maybe taking a few creative liberties, sitting in the beach boat with Jeff a few times.
Oh, he's got a good grip on the English language, has Jeff Matthews. He'll be letting the boys know what they just did. They came from behind to qualify through to a final. He would have been letting them know there's one to go.
He's fired up, Jeff Rowe, and if you reckon anyone's got crazy eyes, you reckon... I know Jeff's got a wild look in his eye. So we are excited up here because we want to see these crews from around the country. We don't want a New South Wales domination.
We do not want. No, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see it.
I mean, I'm happy to see it. Most of these other divisions, but we have to have some of these competitors making it through. And Jeffrey and his team there have proven, as have Mermaid, that and Griffo's still hovering in the background now, so he's getting excited.
He's getting text messages through.
The phone's about to go off. You watch. He's on fire. So, there they are. Look at Jeffrey. He's a slimmed down version of himself. He's out of puff. Yes, Griffo.
Who's that come from?
Little bit of a...
Zilmanair. What would he know?
Was that your sweep?
That was our sweep. They actually gave him a medal. He didn't finish in the boat.
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's not you talk about that, Don, this week, eh? Let's leave that alone. So, results from the first semi-final. North Bondi just squeezing through because they had the run. Bulleye were already handsomely done, and Wonder Weapons, as we thought, with Port Kembla missing out in 4th place. Top effort from the boys, but we think Aaron in the bows got a crook back. So it's a good effort to make the finals top 8. And then the second semi-final there, North Cronulla, Mermaid and Point Leo.
It's going to be an absolute fantastic way to finish our season with that open men, but
we might be throwing down to the beach shortly, and we are getting set for our Aussie finals.
Point Leo Bait, nose in the air, just draining a bit of water. They've got a final coming up in the open men.
So, you see the buzz of excitement on the beach there now, guys. It does fatten up on the sand in front of the starting tower. Here we go for the start list now. We've got Queenscliff in the reserve final of Australia. Queenscliff Major A's in 1. The mighty South Maroubra Mavericks in 2. Palm Beach Pelicans in Alley 3. North Cottesloe Charmers in Alley 4. Avalon Beach Pinkies in Alley 5. And in Alley 6...
Maroochydore, the Force.
The Force. Tom's old team with the fill-in. So, Meggsy's got his boys into the final. And that's a huge effort. And this is the first of our finals. And this is going to be another doozy.
This is what we've come here for. Final Sunday. We're down to the top 6. And the first one is going to be reserve grade.
Very exciting stuff, guys, and it's an absolute pleasure to bring you these events. And I think we're going to cross at some point for some interviews, and we'll make sure we give everyone time for these interviews. So after this race, we're going to cross to the interviews. But
yeah, at the moment, we are introducing these crews. There will be fanfare down on the beach, and the crews will be introduced and will be into the racing. They're just getting themselves into their alleys now. Queenscliff on camera there. They are Queenscliff Major A's in Alley 1. And, mate, South Maroubra, you'd be pretty happy about that, Stefano.
Yeah, so stoked. The last Aussie medal for South Maroubra was with the great Beck Hamilton and her reserve grade girls getting the bronze. And the last final before that was when I had some juniors getting a 4th or 5th up in the sunny coast myself. So they don't come around all the time, and these boys are starting to re-energise the club, and you see how busy it is down there on the beach.
Yeah, getting crowded down, standing room only down on the beach edge. Palm Beach Pelicans in Alley 3. North Cottesloe Charmers in 4. Avalon Beach Pinkies, can anyone beat them, in Alley 5. And Maroochydore Force in Alley 6.
So at some point our commentary will cross over to the beach, and we're excited for that, Don.
Yeah, we certainly are.
There's more of those dots on the screen, Don.
Yeah, the parachuter in the background, is it, mate? Or is that a dot on the screen?
Might just give it. Yeah, there we go.
Might be a couple of choppers. He's done it again.
Oh, Silvano, you're cracking us up, mate.
Well, that's the job. Keep it light, keep it fun, but get the points across. So,
Surfers Paradise just moving their boat into position. They're not going to take part in this race.
It's an absolute honour to be called with Griffo. He's trying to pull me out of the chair, though, because it's an Aussie final and he knows his way around these. One moment, please. So
we just got the motivational chat from Alan's George Griffith. in the back of the box. Love you, son.
We love you, Griffo. You made our day, mate.
He's just pumped us
Here
up.
we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boat fans of Australia, people watching at home, people watching on the beach. This is where it's all about. Phone's going crazy here, so we are set for a start.
Strike Championship 2025 Reserve Mail on the line here now. Bottom of your screen is Queenscliff Major A's in Alley 1, South Maroubra Mavericks in 2, Palm Beach Pelicans in 3, North Cottesloe Charmers in 4, Avalon Beach Pinkies in 5, and the Maroochydore Force in Alley 6. Check starter happy.
Oh, anyone can win this race.
Waiting, watching on the gun here now. Crew set on the edge.
Nervous anticipation from these rowers. You see the legs shaking.
Damien Daly at the back of the Queenscliff crew. North Cottesloe from the west looking to represent here. Check starter
That's the
has
Charmers.
Check starter has the flags up, gun not up at this stage.
See Queenscliff again in Alley 1.
Damien Daly's got a few words to say to the check starter.
Yeah, I don't think he can do anything about pulling those other boats back.
Northcott maybe half a boat.
Hard to get them. You can't pull them back onto the sand. Guns up.
And they're away in the 2025 Reserve Grade Final, and they're all in nicely, and we see South Maroubra taking it away nicely. There's Damien Daly doing a good job.
Queenscliff there, just getting them off the beach here. A few waves in front of them, a couple of hairy strokes there. Queenscliff wave in front. They are going to punch through this.
And we're looking for the field. We need to see where these other crews are, please. So as we look out to sea, there's Maroochydore getting. That's a better shot for us. There we go.
Avalon
all crews away nice.
The Pinkies currently in front, but touching up with them is the Palm Beach Pelicans. They're trying to find a way to get this crew and beat this crew here. The top gun in Alley 5 from Avalon Beach.
We've seen it all weekend, and we've seen it for a number of years with the crew from Avalon getting their nose out in front as they take us off this beach here. That's the shot we need, guys. Palm Beach well positioned in second position there.
Yes, all crews getting away nicely, and there's no more than a length in it, with probably Avalon Beach leading from Palm Beach and then into the crew from North Cottesloe. So as we look on screen, that's Damien Daly's team, but we're going to need a wider view to call this race.
And we are back on the wide screen here now, and probably the crew with the work to do is Maroochydore down in Alley 6. But you could throw a blanket over these other crews. Nose in front there for Avalon Beach. Palm Beach in hot pursuit there. South Maroubra doing well also.
Yeah, they sure are, and they're just building into this race. There's Jules LaRosa setting a good tempo. You see Jordan in the stroke seat. Last season he was in the North Cottesloe Charmers. So they're both in this race. And Avalon Beach are leading by a length, guys.
Maroochydore Force having a little few stops there, but they're trying to try and build back into it. Palm Beach now on screen. Matty Giblin, the doctor, looking to try and build and try and catch up to Avalon here.
Yeah, but Avalon nose out in front here as they approach their turning cans. And they've got in hot pursuit from Palm Beach, Matty Giblin at the back of that boat.
As we see North Cottesloe Charmers working hard into this turn, all crews pushing up into the turn, and it's pretty even for the front three. And South Maroubra, Palm Beach and Avalon are there. So let's get excited, surfboat fans. You see South Maroubra getting out of the turn with Palm Beach. Those three crews in Avalon a length ahead now.
We're going to say South Maroubra did the best out of that turn. They've ducked away on the first little run-up. They've got their nose in front of Avalon now. And with the work to do again, the crew in Alley 6, Maroochydore, they need a miracle into this final now. We're riding with Nathan Wellings. He's got his crew onto a little runner here, and they're running along nicely.
So you see up there Avalon in Alley 5, but Palm Beach in Alley 3 doing a good job, and South Maroubra going stroke for stroke with Palm Beach. So South Maroubra now leading this 2025 Reserve Grade Final. And I'm very excited because it's Palm Beach and South Maroubra.
Northcott have managed to catch a wave here, sitting behind here, and Avalon are going to be starting to pick it up here. Northcott's rate goes up as they fall off the back, but it's Palm Beach and South Maroubra going to get the best of it here.
Yeah, Palm Beach leading us in towards our gate cans here now. South Maroubra beside them. North Cottesloe still in contention. Avalon Pinkies just dropped back here a little bit, and they come through the gate can. Our leading two crews, South Maroubra and Palm Beach.
It looks to be a race in two, guys. Fourth stroke, they're dead even. It's South Maroubra from Palm Beach, but here comes Avalon, and here comes Northcott on the southern end, and all of these crews are going to feature, and Avalon are flying on a runner, and we don't know because South Maroubra are up this end of there, and Northcott jumping off, but here goes Avalon. Will they pull over? They will, and South Maroubra. Oh, wow, what a finish.
Pinkies, we're going to give it to Avalon Pinkies.
I'm not giving it to
here.
the Pinkies.
He's not yet, but I am. The Pinkies with the momentum as they came down there. There's high fives, there's handshakings. Have they done it again?
We don't know. A great race by all those crews, and South Maroubra, fantastic effort. If it wasn't a gold, it is a dead set silver. But these Avalon Beach Pinkies, they had a mark on their back. They're about $1.04 favourites. And wow, you see these crews folded in half. There's a lot of excitement around the boats there.
And we'll shoot you back onto the beach commentators now. We'll continue on the live stream as we wait for the results to come through. We're back to our beach commentators.
So we're just going to let these results and wait for these results to come through from the officials. And you see on the edge there, that's very exciting for both these teams from Avalon and South Maroubra. And in third place, we're unsure as well.
Avalon's not unsure. On screen here now, we're looking at Nathan Wellings. They've got their hands in the air, have the Avalon Pinkies. They think that they've got it in the bag. We will wait for the official results to drop.
It's a huge effort from that Avalon Beach team, and we look forward to seeing them up in A grade next year finally.
I thought they were gone. There. They were sitting in third position after the turn, but they had the momentum. They had the momentum coming down the face of that wave.
Oh, wow.
And they've just pushed out in front of South Maroubra. Palm Beach, we think, in third position. We will wait for the official results to drop.
Huge effort.
That is another gold medal to add to the tally that this Avalon Beach reserve grade crew has done. And it looks like Tash is gathering them up down there. We still don't have the official results in front of us here.
Waiting with bated breath, all the South Maroubra fans on this result. So we are excited for joining the winners, and it did look like Tash was with Avalon Beach. Bit of a giveaway. We are going to cross down to her, moments away from having a chat with the winners, guys. That was a great race.
Down here on the beach, we have got the Avalon Beach Pinkies. Second gold medal for two of you. You've gone 20-25 for two of you, Nathan Tom. For two of the rowers.
Yeah.
So 2025 gold medalists in Aussies, reserve male champions. That was a tough race. You boys looked out of it there.
We were behind.
Yeah.
Behind by a couple of boat lengths, and I don't know, just Huey. Yeah, Huey, Rick.
Yep.
Up there to Rick, came down and just pulled in front of that one. Then there was a double in front of that, had to get over that, and then we just shot through. So
yeah, fantastic, Jace boys. Well done, congratulations. Go and enjoy, celebrate, and get behind the girls. Well done. Oh my God.
Done?
Yep.
Okay, bye.
So we're back on screen there now. And congratulations to Avalon Beach, reserve grade champions for 2025. Huge row there from the South Maroubra Mavericks. The silver medal at the Aussies for the boys, the best result for that club in a long time, long time. Jules LaRosa, very well deserved. He's had those boys moving beautifully. There's official results there now. Avalon Beach in first, gold medal. South Maroubra second, silver medal. Palm Beach Pelicans in third for the bronze. And a good shout out to North Cottesloe Charmers, the Queenscliff Major Rays, and the Maroochydore Force, all in this final. And what a race, Tate. What a race.
It has been, there's no other words to describe it other than being electric in here, and I'm sure that it's been gone down to the beach and as well as the watching from here as we now
So-
look to the reserve female surf boat. In Alley 1, the Bateman's Bay Banshees. Alley 2, the Allura Wilco. Alley 3, the Maroochydore Binks. Alley 4, the Southports from South Australia Swell. In Alley 5, it's the Avalon Beach Chaos. And in Alley 6, it's the Currumbin Crabsticks.
Yeah, good effort from the Crabsticks to make the final with Steve Purcell. They had a bit of an issue with the crew coming across on them and disqualified. And our heart sinks for the North Bondi team because they did everything to... They were one of the fastest boats easily to be in this final.
Yeah, they deserve to be here, but they're not. The officials have had a look at that, and they have DQ'd them out, and they have put the crew from Currumbin through.
Wow. Get your breath back here. Take a little sit down, guys. If you're watching at home, we're excited to call this for you, and we know you can hear us on the beach as well. So it looks like the gun's up here now. Reserve grade final of Australia. The reserve women. There's the all-conquering Banshees down here in Alley 1.
We've got the silver medalist Allura in Alley 2.
Maroochydore Binks in Alley 3.
We got Southport from South Australia. Great effort from those girls to make this final in Alley 4.
Shout out to Ollie. Devo was on the beach here, staunch South Australians. And we know that Ollie would be watching at home for his beloved Southport. Guns up.
Concentration there from Allura. And there's the gun, guys, and they're all the way. So, as we ride now, we see an open field and we see Maroochydore getting the best out of that start in Alley 3. Not by much to the crew from Southport, South Australia, as they get across this heavy bank. A couple of crews getting hit in Alley 5 and 6, and now Allura and Maroochydore also getting slowed down. Bateman's Bay also getting slowed down. Just lost a length on that one. And there's more to come for Bateman's in Alley 1 as they get hit and go over now. But it's the crew in Alley 6, the Currumbin team, with Avalon Beach up there in 5 also getting hit. Well, pretty even start.
All crews into deep water now. None better than the crew from Maroochydore. They are having long strokes here as they settle into their work. Currumbin at the Alley 6. Beside them is Avalon Beach.
There's the Bateman's Bay Banshees. They've got to work hard now in Alley 1, Don, and it's still anybody's race as they now go through these gate cans.
Can Avalon Beach do what they did at the ASRL Open and take out the reserve men and the reserve female? There's a couple of crews that are going to have a bit to say about it, that's for sure. And one of those is Maroochydore.
And the other one's the Currumbin team. So, Don, you're excited because there's a couple of Queensland crews sniffing around the lead. And there's the Maroochydore team going well.
Steve Purcell at the back of the Currumbin Crabsticks. He's no stranger to this. He's picked up a couple of gold medals in under-19 with his Chili Peppers. But at the moment, we are seeing the crew from Avalon Beach, Nathan Wellings, leading us out here. But he hasn't got much on the other two crews, Currumbin and also Maroochydore.
Yeah, sure thing. And now Avalon Beach, they're still setting a nice tempo, the girls. And they've been doing a great job for Wellings. He's only just come off the elation of winning the reserve grade male, and he's leading the reserve grade female out to sea there now.
Crabsticks on screen at the moment. They're starting to set through, currently sitting in a little bit in third in the bronze medal position, trying to beat the Maroochydore, their compatriots from Queensland, but it's the Avalon Beach Chaos sitting well in front at the moment as these crews are heading towards the turning cans now.
And the crew with the work to do in Alley 1 would be Bateman's Bay, Neil Innes at the back of that boat. But we think that they're making a bit of a move here.
They are. Yeah, Don, they are. They're creeping up on the tail of these crews. Allura sitting into third now with Currumbin, but as they go around these turns, we'll get a better idea. And it's going to be Avalon and Maroochydore turning first, and nothing in it from Allura. And the Banshees have done a great job, come back into third or fourth. So this race on now, Donnie.
Yeah, a couple of left-handed sweeps have spun it around. None better than Maroochydore. They've done a sensational job there at the turn, and they've jumped onto the first runner. Allura is going with them. The Banshees have come from nowhere to move up with that crew. Avalon Beach Pinkies, they're probably dropped back into fourth position, but there's not much in it, gentlemen.
No, Maroochidore's pressed the jets, and Allura's pressed the jets, and here goes Neil with the Banshees in Alley 1. Avalon aren't giving up down the other end, though, and it's 4 boats in a line, we think. Look at this crew from Bateman's Bay on a big run here. They've had more races than anyone, these girls. and they're just getting stuck in a bubble, and they're still in a little bubble. Bateman's, Neil diving, and here goes Maroochydore with a great run.
Have a look at Bateman's Bay and Alley 1 here. They've been drawn along behind a little swell that's in front of them, and they've done well.
Huge effort from Bateman's, Don. They're not stopping. They're pushing past the leaders here now. So Bateman's Bay with Neil Innes in 1, Avalon up in 5, and Maroochydore and Allura right there too, as we're coming towards the wave zone and getting into these gate cans.
Avalon Beach have come back into the picture here as well. We've got a race of 4 here. Avalon Beach, Maroochydore, Allura and Bateman's Bay. 4 crews all head through the gate cans now.
Here comes Bateman's Bay going through the cans now, sitting alongside Maroochydore, and the Allura Wilco starting to build up with a little bit of the waves coming. The Banshees are screaming, trying to get through down this little wave here, sitting in front at the moment. Now the bubbles are building under here, building it now.
The Banshees have lifted, and they're lifting away, and Neil Innes is going to do it, guys. Neil's going to do it from Alley 1 with the Banshees. And in second place, we think it's Maroochydore and Allura for the bronze. And just missing out was Avalon. Wow, that's unofficial. But what a race from Bateman's Bay. And Neil Innes, you have done it, son. Pat yourself on the back.
He doesn't know where he is. He's saying to his crew, not sure, ladies. I'm not sure where we ended up just then.
Well,
we could have been first. We could have been fourth. We will wait for the result.
I think he can turn that into a smile.
He's looking a bit perplexed. He's leant over. He's given his wife a tap on the shoulder. Well done.
They had their work to do. They don't know how it's happened. We're not sure if they can hear us, but
it's
we think
quite animated here. The Bateman's Bay crew have
we
got their hands in the air. Yeah.
Yep. Wow, Donnie, what a row, because they were a long way out of it, and they turned well, and you see they had a great go, lifted, and the rate come up, and they're comfortably on the gold there.
They made something out of nothing there, the crew from Bateman's Bay. It's unofficial, but we think they've got across the line in first position, but we will wait for the results to come.
They've been chasing this reserve grade gold, and there it is. Husband and wife celebrating.
They embrace.
Those Banshees are going into the legend status now.
Tracy, she is busted. She is absolutely busted. Have a look at that. Ali Wayman there getting a hug from the sweep as well.
Huge
and it is
effort
hugs
from
all
the
round
Bateman's
for
Club,
the Bateman's Bay. A lot of grandmothers in there. I think there's 4 grandmothers in that boat. They were concerned that the birth date was starting to come to the end of their reserve grade career, but
they still don't know down there, and I reckon all barring if he missed a gate cam, but I think he was sweet, and I think Bateman's have done it from Alley 1, and that's a great effort. That is a fantastic effort. Great outfit. Neil, as I call him, one of the nicest men in surf boats.
They were sitting in 4th position as they headed into the tins. They had a good turn, and they were able to make the most of those small runners out the back there on the way home.
So, Tate, well, it's exciting stuff. Sorry, mate, we're jumping around this commentary box, but
it's just fantastic to see the 2 masters at work and getting in a few words for myself every once in a while.
It's not easy.
Bateman's Bay, that was there's no other word to describe it other than just majestic. They were able masterclass of rowing. They managed to had a bit of a rough start at the start there, but then just rowed back in, turned around in 4th, and they managed to catch the little runners coming out at Alley 1 and managed to work it all the way back to the beach.
So we are going down with the winners, and we're going to find Tash, and we're going to have an interview.
Yeah,
and the
there
work's
it goes.
just gone across on if you're watching the live stream, and that's the victory.
They've just found out, the crew from Bateman's Bay, they've just got the official result, or have they?
Well, we're going to throw it down to.
It's not how it's, yeah, it's not how it's come through on our live heats. Bateman's Bay, all hugs down there, but what we're seeing on the screen in front of us differs from that.
Well, I don't know. To the naked eye, it definitely looked like Bateman, so we're going for an interview.
Okay, Maroochydore Binks, gold medalist in the Reserve Females 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. That was a super tight race. You looked like you were out of it at one point, then you got back into it. Bateman's looked like they had it wrapped up. Congratulations, awesome row.
Yeah, we're so stoked with that one. We've had a really up and down season all season. Poor Erin got the call up like a month or 2 months ago. She's only had 4 training sessions in the boat, had through surgery. We've had like 8 crew changes, so we're just really, really happy with it. Proud of Katie, first time in this crew, rowing rounds as well.
Oh, wow.
But honestly, that race was great. Like, Megsy just called it so well. He knows how to handle us and handle our heads and keep us cool and then really strike when we need to. Yeah. So, yeah, props to Meg.
Awesome job, girls. Go celebrate, get your photos. Congratulations. Awesome.
Well, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought from where we were sitting, we got that well and truly wrong.
Apologies to the Maroochydore team and definitely apologies to the Batemans that we got their hopes up.
Yeah. The results here in front of us now in 6th position, Southport, South Australia. Currumbin Crabsticks in 5th, Avalon Beach in 4th. Bronze medal goes to Allura, silver to Batemans Bay, and the gold medal to Maroochydore. And we are moving on.
Alley 1 here, the under-23 male surfboat finals. The Colts, one of the hottest divisions here. South Curl underdogs in 1. The North Cottesloe on your screen at the moment. The Moose in 2. Currumbin Drakars in 3. The North Cronulla Weapons in 4. The South Curl Burleigh in 5. And then rounding us out, North Cronulla Perds Colts in 6.
And these crews are also red hot. It will come down to the start. It will come down to the turn and the runners on the way home. And the gun is up.
The underdogs there on screen going for back-to-back, and they're away now. So you see them getting in. There's Lowry jumping in and away with North Cottesloe Moose in alley 2 for them. And we see Currumbin doing a good job there as they work out this break, and they're pushing through now, and all crews really sending it along now in this 23's final, and there's a split match in this as they go across the bank.
Even start, but the first crew into the deep water is a crew down there in alley 1, and that is the underdogs. They are going to get the cleanest. A bit of white water hitting the crews up in 3, 4, 5 and 6, and even more water for the crew in alley 6 there. That's North Cronulla.
Going next to them though is the powerful Burleigh crew up in alley 5, and it's the current defending champs going for back-to-back down here in alley 1, setting the tone, and it's the 2 blue boats in 1 and 5 so far as they go through the gate cans. The Burleigh just from the underdogs.
We've got South Curly, the current Australian champions, in alley 1. We've got South Curly Burleigh in alley 5, the current Australian team. 2 South Curly crews leading us out here, Tate.
It's going to be very interesting as these crews now head out towards the sea. Underdogs on screen at the moment, and the Burleigh are starting to make a little bit of a play here, getting a bit of separation from their compatriots in alley 1.
North Cronulla Perds Colts not going away up there in alley 6, and you see the powerful North Cottesloe Moose there working hard with Currumbin trying to catch these leaders.
Yeah, they're going to get assisted when they come into the turn here. The Burleigh needs all the lead that they can possibly get here as they turn in their alley. They're going to have the crews inside them join them. But it is the Burleigh pushing away hard at this stage, heading out to sea. South Curly underdogs and the South Curly Burleigh. There are 2 leading crews at this stage.
2 North Cronulla crews in this race, you see. Up in alley 6, it's the Perds Colts, probably in second. And then South Curl underdogs and the North Cronulla Weapons equal third as they're driving up into this turning can, and Spiteri, he will have the whip out on the South Curly boys. And it's the underdogs now coming up, squeezing on that black can. So as they get around the turn, we're hoping to see a bit more vision. The underdogs and the Burleigh even to the turns now.
Round they go, 1 and 2. South Curly Burleigh and the South Curly underdogs.
It is the battle of the South Curly crews, but the underdogs having a bit of a rough turn here. Currently sitting in first. They might be able to catch on these waves here coming through. It's going to be the Burleigh as well in alley 5 pushing through, but it looks like the underdogs making the bit of the play here to get this nose down through the water now.
South Curly, they've just taken it away from the Burleigh now. They've jumped onto a little runner and they've scooted a boat length. Make that 2 in front. What an impressive row here from the underdogs, current Australian champions.
And here comes Currumbin up the middle of the field in alley 3. The Drakars with O'Toole on the back of this one. And they've pulled down one. So it's the Burleigh, and they're sitting easy, the Currumbin team. The Burleigh and the underdogs. It's a 2-horse race, it looks like, at the moment. We see Currumbin coming through the middle. Here we go.
Momentum here with Currumbin as they came down that one. They've got the stroke rate up. They're digging in here. They need to get this next runner to separate themselves. And there is a bit of movement under the Burleigh crew up in the southern end of the field as well.
And there's waves coming on for the field. You see that Currumbin going through there. Second is the Underdogs, searching for this finish line. There's a wait for the Burleigh. What do we got?
Here they come. Currumbin's currently sitting in first. Burleigh's going to be pushing through as the Underdogs can't quite get up here.
Huge effort for Currumbin. Dracarys, and they're going to get over the Drakas. And O'Toole's going to take the Colts victory. Anthony O'Toole with his son in the bow. That's a huge win. And I don't think we can call that incorrectly. He's done it. Currumbin have done it, and we go back to those places we think it was the Underdogs and the Burleigh.
And there is a father-son moment for you. Dad up the back sweeping, son in the crew. And they have managed to do something that not too many crews have done recently, and that's take it away from South Curly. We think South Curly may have got the silver and the bronze.
And the Vikings are going mad around this young Currumbin crew. And Don's happy because Queensland look to have got a victory. And Don, surely we called that right, didn't we?
Let's hope so.
We butchered the last one, but that was a bit more clear cut. And wow, didn't Tooley get a whip out coming through the field, a run at the right time?
There was a run there for them, but what they managed to do was use that run. They picked it up, the momentum of the boat, they kept the rating up, and they would just be able to move through the two South Curly crews. North Cronulla finished pretty fast.
Watching the replay now for the minor places there, Don, as you say, North Cronulla flying across the finish line. You see South Curl Underdogs unsure, waiting on the official results of this place. And it looks like we've got it. It looks like Currumbin Drakas in one, the South Curl Underdogs in two, and the South Curly Burleigh finished in third from the fast finishing North Cronulla Weapons. Sorry, North Cronulla Perch Colts, then the Weapons in fifth, and North Cottesloe Moose in sixth position in that under-23 final.
And wow, the Vikings are getting around them.
Huge effort, and I can... There it is on screen, so just confirming what we thought.
Jubilation for the Currumbin club, as we saw on that vision on the beach.
As I said yesterday, 3 generations of O'Tooles on the beach. We've got 10 seconds to go, but Dennis O'Toole, proud of his son Anthony, who swept his son Jack. So well done to the O'Tooles there. A big party tonight for Currumbin. And let's go to the interviews.
Alrighty, I am here with the brand new 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championship under-23 gold medalists. How are we feeling?
Oh, amazing. I actually can't believe it, Tom. We just kept battling away all day and yesterday, and the boys just have been rowing home really well, and they're a young crew. I'm so proud of them. I'm really, really proud of them.
Absolutely. And boys, what was the game plan coming through this entire carnival? Like, how were you feeling? What were you thinking coming into this?
Oh, we were very excited. We just wanted to row hard, do our best, and we knew we had the boat speed, but obviously first year 23 crew were a little bit nervous, but we showed the goods.
Absolutely. A hard-fought race. The lead changed hands many times over. What were you guys thinking as you're going through that?
Oh, it's like pull pretty hard. Don't let anybody beat us. just get in front of the waves and then get in front of the boats and around us. We did that. Job's done. Steak's perfectly cooked.
Congratulations, boys. Down the camera.
Thank you.
Wow, well, insights. And that's a bit of an omen for the division. Going through the start list for this next race here, guys. And in Alley 1 in the under-23 final for the females, we are going to have Allura Fancy Pants. In Alley 2 from New Zealand, the New Brighton Boomfers. In Alley 3, the Palm Beach Pina Coladas. Northcliffe Lightning in Alley 4. Piha Piranhas in Alley 5. And the Williamstown Club, the Wups, in Alley 6, guys. This is going to be another doozy, Don.
I've just got to shoot back to that interview from the under-23 crew from Currumbin, keeping it simple. Just had to pull hard on the oar, keep it going.
Stay in front of the others.
Yeah, there's
Simple.
a theory.
Well, they've got a couple of years to go in that division. They've just come up from juniors, and this is their first year in the Colts.
Future looking bright there.
Sure is. So well done to Tooley and all of the guys in that team. It's a great effort.
Under-23 females race up next. And the Kiwis, aren't they strong in this division?
They sure are, Don, but there's five crews or 6 crews that all think they can do this.
Belief will be high for these crews coming through. Northcliffe on screen.
See a nice even line on the beach there now.
Wilco may not agree with you down there in alley 1. He's just about half a boat length back from these leading crews. The check starter is happy though.
There's Giblin for Palm Beach.
Waiting for the gun here. Check starter has him in a line and happy. Allura Fancy Pants in 1, New Brighton New Zealand in 2, Palm Beach New South Wales in 3, Northcliffe Lightning in 4, Piha in 5, and Williamstown in alley 6. Don't be fooled by the South Narrabeen boat. That has a Kiwi crew in it, and the other Kiwi crew in a Tullabudra boat. Starter being very patient here. Wants to get these crews away to an even start. Excitement building on the beach here. Packed down on the water's edge. JP, the sweep of the Piha crew. They are the winners of the Trans-Tasman Development Cup. And they are in good form.
See a few little waves just coming under these boats now.
Starter's obviously seeing something we're not here. Some swells coming through here now. Gun is up. These crews will need to explode off the beach. The gun may have gone back down again, gents. They look a little bit more relaxed on the starting line here now.
I wouldn't say they're relaxed on.
A lot of nerves and jitters they're here at the moment.
They want to relax after this, but I know what you mean though. Guns up now.
Guns gone back down here as they're waiting.
I'm getting tired and I'm just sitting here commentating.
Wow. Well,
tension building as a starter, taking his time to do the best to get these crews away evenly.
Under 23
Wilco
female.
puts his hand up. Hand back down again now.
And there's the gun. So they're away and getting in and away and negotiating this break. The under 23 surfboat final for females in Australian Surf Life Saving Championships, and away they go. And it looks like in the middle of the course, it's Claypan in Northcliffe. Palm Beach doing a good job.
Unfortunately, Williamstown.
Oh no, gear malfunction. It looks like something's happened in Williamstown.
Alley
and they're
6,
out of it.
Alley 6, something has happened there. Williamstown away now. Timmy McFarlane has corrected whatever the issue was, and he now gets underway, but he's given this field a head start, and you cannot do that in an Australian final. The best of the start's got to go to the crew from Palm Beach. Northcliffe going with them, and the 2 New Zealand crews in the mix here now. The crew from Piha in alley 5 are right beside Northcliffe.
See, there's Williamstown now. Got some work to do. Off the beach, they let a little bit of length away. So, as we're going out to sea, it's Palm Beach doing a very good job, and they're heading out in front at the moment, just from Northcliffe and just from Piha.
Lightning looking to go 2 from 2 here. You can see on the top of their boat, they all say they won last year's Aussie titles here, but there's going to be a bit of a battle here between the Piranhas coming up and catching up from Piha, and the Palm Beach Pina Coladas going in second.
Allura with the work in front of them as well down there in alley 1. They've given the rest of the field a couple of boat lengths lead here at least. Then we go across to the crew from New Brighton. They're sitting in around about 4th position, and then we get up with our leading crews, Palm Beach, Northcliffe and Piha.
Palm Beach in alley 3 going with stroke for stroke with the Northcliffe team in alley 4, and Piha only half a length off them. So there's nothing in this under 23 female final as they punch it out to sea. But all crews doing a magnificent job. Just drifting off would be the Allura team in Alley 1, and the crew from
Williamstown.
Yeah, there they are. Sorry, thanks, Tate.
Still leading our way here. 2 leading crews in front. The green boat of Palm Beach. Matty Giblin at the back of that. And beside them was a crew from Northcliffe. Damien Claypan. Can he add to his medal tally, which is impressive? More than impressive.
Sure is. He's the top of the field. So it's Palm Beach and it's Northcliffe. Stroke for stroke, and they're both the first 2 crews around. Followed by New Brighton and Piha. So the Aussies leading from the Kiwis at the moment. But Palm Beach with the better of the turns, and Giblin's picked up a length on Northcliffe, and they're heading back to the gate cans now. More run underneath this Palm Beach crew there.
Yeah, Palm Beach getting the first runner out of the cans, and they've just slipped half a boat length in front. Here comes Northcliffe's opportunity here. Damien Claypan has called for the girls to go. They up the rating. They're not making an impression at this stage on the crew from Palm Beach.
Piha now starting to make a bit of a play up in Alley 5. They've managed to run that one together, and look at Williamstown coming back. Timmy McFarlane will be telling his girls as that boat is sending through the water now.
Nate Tate's getting very excited, and they're on screen there now. So you see Williamstown in Alley 6. Now it's Piha's turn to take a go. And New Brighton also there. So all of these crews are going to be on this front wave. And Williamstown now are leading from Palm Beach, who have picked it up again.
Oh, there we go. That brought all boats up in a line, but as the dust settles, Palm Beach have stuck their nose out in front again. Williamstown has come from the heavens, and the Kiwis, little runner underneath them now. Palm Beach, Williamstown, first boat back through the cans. Palm Beach coming with them. Northcliffe making a run. I'm not sure they can drop down the front of this.
They're going to try, Don, and they're still on at Northcliffe, and they are going to drop down it. So Northcliffe now with Williamstown and Palm Beach. It's a race in 3, and Northcliffe are getting sucked across the edge here. And it's Palm Beach, Williamstown and Northcliffe. And it's Northcliffe just in front with Williamstown. Oh!
We will leave that one to the judges. 3 crews crossing the line there. Williamstown came from the heavens. Northcliffe might have just dragged along from the wave in front of them to get across in front of Palm Beach, but boy, that was close.
And Tate has fallen off his chair because Williamstown with Big Tim McFarlane had given his work away at the start, and they rode back into it and then dialed up an absolute screamer.
It came when he needed it. Timmy McFarlane has brought his Williamstown crew from miles back in the field to bring them up into contention. They're on the podium. We just don't know where.
And we're not prepared to guess at that one.
No.
After our shocker earlier, so...
There is no words, I think, to speak on behalf of Victorians, the daughters of the Melbourne's West. As you look back at the replay here, a very, very tight finish for 1, 2 and 3. I'm not confident to call it here, gentlemen.
If I had to guess, I'd say Northcliffe, but only by a whisker.
Northcliffe, just their nose of their boat was running into the wave in front. They had all the work to do and every reason not to get through there, and they might have just dragged along behind that leading swell just to get their nose in front, but we will wait.
We think our place getters on the dais are going to be Williamstown, Palm Beach and Northcliffe, but we don't know in what order. And wow, these races just keep giving, Don.
Oh, I can't believe the change in the lead in that last race. You saw Williamstown, I think a oar popped out of the Rollick at the start of the race there. They stopped. They gave the field, 3 boat lengths lead?
Perfect timing for that oar to pop out, so that just set them up to be on that runner at the right time.
Yeah, well, if it hadn't happened, that runner wouldn't have come from at the time that it came for them.
And they would not have had the momentum to keep rowing across that finish line. And they just rode their little hearts out, and we don't know who's got the medals, and it was a great effort, and we shout out to Allura, New Brighton and Piha, who have all performed strongly. So, well, we've heard it in our ear. So there we go, Tate.
25 years since Victoria took away a gold medal. Williamstown have done it for the Big V.
Amazing, Tate. 3016, mate. And I can see a tear in your eye. And that is magnificent. Unbelievable. McFarlane's done a great job with that crew and that club. And we are going to... Tate's gone down. He's gone down for the tissues. We're going to throw down to Tommy in the interview now.
Timmy McFarlane there. His last season at Williamstown. last time at Woonstown before he moves back into New South Wales, and we're going to throw down and have a chat. Is there tears down there? I think there is. There's tears in the commentary box.
This is huge.
Okay, so we're here with Williamstown, the brand new under-23 champions of Australia. How are we feeling, girls?
No, I think we had a really rough start there. I think it just showed from all the girls we really wanted this, and to be able to come back from last and get a win. I think it might take a few days to process what just happened.
Absolutely. Now, if I can cross over here, we saw you were pretty heavily impeded off the start. What were your thoughts going into that?
I knew they could come back to a point where they get a medal. Wave out the back, we could sort of up. We're first. It was just the best. These girls are the greatest.
Absolutely. Very impressive run from you girls, coming from behind, overcoming diversity. Well done. Thank you.
Well. Our co-commentator, Tate, he has a tear in his eye and he is crying on behalf of everyone in Victoria. Been 25 years since the Lawn Growlers. And there's Williamstown with T. McFarlane. In second place was the Northcliffe Lightning. And in third place for bronze medal was the Palm Beach Pina Coladas with the Kiwis from New Brighton in fourth. Piha Piranhas in fifth. And Allura Fancy Pants in sixth place. But will we talk about that run for some time?
Yeah, that was a wave for all time. Talk about dial up a runner there. Boy, he needed it.
And what a way to check out! What a way to check out for Williamstown, Don. So junior boys final now. Who's it going to be? Let's have a look at this on screen there now. In Alley 1, it's going to be the South Curl Tickles. Alley 2, the Mollymook Loose Cannons. In Alley 3, Collaroy Black. In Alley 4, the Queenscliff Double Ds. In Alley 5, the Avoca Beach Wolfpack. And in Alley 6, North Cronulla Funky Fresh. And this is anybody's race here, guys, again. The Australian Junior Surfboat Final.
And it is an all New South Wales affair here. Some quality crews here.
All these crews doing such a great job this weekend. So we're in the starters' hands now.
Check starter happy with the line. Gun is up. Gets them away. All boats in clean, and away they go. Good rate coming out of the crew from Collaroy. They're firing it up, that's for sure. They're going to get the best of the start. Along with them, Queenscliff is running out with them. Two crews in the centre here. They have let us out, but boy, what a start from Collaroy. Bit of white water in front of them now.
Doubler for Collaroy, just getting checked by a couple, and there's more to go through for Collaroy and Queenscliff. And skipping up the way in Alley 6 is North Cronulla, with South Curly in 1 and Mollymook in 2 getting hit. So North Cronulla edging ahead from Alley 6 in the early break.
Yeah, four crews out in front here. North Cronulla then going on with it after the start. We'll go back to Queenscliff, then Collaroy, then across to Avoca in the Mike Tamlin boat. Mollymook just dropped back off there in Alley 2 and South Curly with the work to do.
Yeah, working hard across the bank was Alley 1 and 2, but they just dropped out of it. And as we look out to sea now, it's North Cronulla with half a boat length from the Queenscliff Club, and just back to them is Avoca and Collaroy in even third, but no one's giving up yet. That's not in the nature of these under-19 kids. They're all going to try to the end, and it's still North Cronulla up in Alley 5.
The funky man in Alley 6 there for North Cronulla. He's leading us out here, and going with them will be the crew from Collaroy and also Queenscliff.
Rob Maloney on the back of Collaroy, Damien Daly on Queenscliff and Matty Mitch on Avoca. But it's funky out in front at the moment. As we look back to the field, it's Mollymook and South Curl Tickles only a couple of lengths out of it now. But DD working hard for Queenscliff, trying to catch up to that North Cronulla tuck. And it's Avoca in third and Collaroy drop back to fourth.
South Curly Tickles making a move here in Alley 1. You will see them come up on the rest of these crews. They've had a good second half of this row to sea. And we'll see where they will turn, but I reckon you'll be able to throw a blanket over a few of these crews.
Well, it looks like Damien Daly's pulled the rate up and the Queenscliff boys started to make a move going into this turn. And Funky doesn't want his boys to die as they're coming around the turn. And Damien Daly's turning first from Queenscliff.
being an alley one throughout all of the morning has not hampered this crew from Queenscliff as the Double Ds go around in one, followed very closely by the North Cronulla Funky Fresh in two. Coleroy start to pick up a little bit of the run here.
Great turn from Coleroy.
Yeah, Coleroy, first little runner out of the turn there. They got square to the beach before anyone else, and they shot out in front. South Curly right back in the picture here now. We've got Queensy, we've got Coleroy, we've got South Curly.
And a run for Mollymook as well, so they don't want to miss the party. And Queenscliff now lifting with Coleroy, and Mollymook trying down this end, and a bit of a bubble for Spiteri and the South Coco. But Queenscliff still on it now. And Queenscliff in alley 4 still kicking ahead.
Damien Daly pushing through his boys. That nose is going to stay down on this wave here.
He's 2 lengths in front, Tate. And coming from behind.
He's turned the outboard motor on here, has Damien Daly and the Queenscliff crew. They've got themselves a couple of boat lengths out in front here. Swell coming in alley 1 and 2.
Alley 1 chasing now. Coleroy in second. South Curly trying hard in alley 1. And Damien Daly's going to lead them by 2 lengths through these gate cans. And it's race on, guys.
Yeah, pink boat out in front, though. Put the glasses down for me. It should be the crew from South. Sorry, make that Queenscliff. The Cleaver Blades there. Damien Daly pushing it.
He's excited. He's excited, Daly. And they're coming from everywhere. So who's going to pick up the silver? There's North Cronulla trying. Mollymook, South Coco and Coleroy. They're all there. But Queenscliff have done it. The Junior Boys champions. Who's going to pick up second? Who's going to pick up third? There's chaos. And wow.
Damien Daly's crash tackled the stroke through the boat over into the second stroke. Oh, he's giving him a big hug.
We don't know the second and third places.
The big fella, pretty excited here. Damien Daly.
We are going to replay that up in the box for you guys, but an absolute pandemonium inside that Queenscliff boat. They picked a runner-up, and then DD just kept the whip out on him, Don, and it is done and dusted. He's done it again.
That's the emotion you get. That is the emotion that comes with an Australian Championship and the under-19s from Queenscliff. They have done it.
They're the face of the future. DD and his boys with his cleavers. Yes. And they're claiming it. And their team is coming across this gutter now to help them get off this beach. And DD's the last man standing in the boat. And we should stand and salute.
He's applauding his boys.
Anyone could have won that race, and we're looking now at the replay on screen, and Coleroy and Mollymook and South Curly and let's say we don't know for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, we do.
Do we, Donny?
Yeah, we do.
I'll let you call it.
As the results drop here, in 6th position was Avoca Beach Wolfpack. In 5th position, South Curl Tickles. In 4th position, Mollymook Loose Cannons. And on the bronze medal, that will go to Coleroy Black, and the silver to the North Cronulla Funkies. And our gold medalists, as called, Queenscliff Double Ds.
Unbelievable racing we're seeing now. And this is the stuff that dreams are made of.
It seems to be those crews that can just work the runners, get their timing right as they come into that wave area. Some crews even picking it up from the back there.
Yeah, I like the look of the middle alleys with those big runs coming through in the last couple of races. It's all about timing. And wow, you just want to be on the right place, right time. Mollymook didn't give up on that one. South Curly had their work to do, and they came right back up into it. Coleroy were doing such a good job, as were North Cronulla all the way out to the sea. But Damien Daly got his boys around, and he got them out of there. And they are the junior surfboat champions of Australia for the boys division.
And well deserved too. Damien Daly put a lot of work into the Queenscliff Club over a number of years. From a famous father, surfboat sweep, his dad.
Yarra, one of the great sweeps. So we are going to go down to DD and his boys, and
no one cheering any louder than Greg Hurd, I would imagine, in the far south coast. He would have loved that result.
Free honey for everyone. Hurd's honey is on the house. Shout out, Gregory. We're going to throw down to the interview now with the winners.
Alrighty, and we're on the shoreline with Queenscliff Double Ds under their sweep. Damien Daly Boys, how are you feeling?
Feeling so good, feeling great about this. Oh, it's been a long time coming. Oh, we worked hard for it this year.
Absolutely dominant performance there, pulling down a wave well in front of everyone else. What was the strategy coming into this one?
Just do what we've been doing the entire carnival, but hanging hard and just hunting those swells. That's pretty much it.
How do you boys feel to win that for your club, Queenscliff?
Oh, it's so great to be able to bring home an Aussie gold. It's great. First year together as well. It's crazy what you can do.
Awesome, boys. Well done. The under-19 champions of Australia.
There we go. That's a great effort from Damien Daly.
They need to make their minds up, though, don't they? The little fella said, that's been a long time coming. And then the other fella said, that's the first year they've rode together.
Well, a year's a long time for a 19-year-old.
I guess so.
Or an under-19. And he's got a good knack with young fellas, DD. They all live for him. He gets the best out of them.
Yeah, he's obviously made them believe.
By trade, and yeah, you have to instill them for belief.
And they had it there. They got the run and they went on with it. They stayed on that runner. As we move on to our under-19 female surf boat championship of Australia. Tate, can you read them out for us?
In Alley 1, starting us out, it's the South Curl Runaways. Alley 2, it's the South Curl Cruisers. Alley 3, the Mona Vale Machiks. Alley 4, the Noosa Heads Birds. Alley 5, the Collaroy Cannons. And rounding us out from WA, it's an Alley 6, it's the North Cottesloe Calypso.
Yeah, well, we've got them all here now, and it's a huge effort, and congratulations to South Curl for having two teams in this one. It's that shows that they're head and shoulders above their competitors at the moment as a section. They won the relay. They had two teams in that final. Now they've got teams in most finals here today, and we are in the starters' hands. There'd be a bundle of nerves across all of these teams. And, yeah, well, this junior girls final won't disappoint. I can promise you that. You got some top sweeps in this one. They've come from around the country. You've got a crew from Queensland and a crew from WA in there.
Gun is up.
Several. No.
Hand goes up from the Mona Vale.
He's dry.
He's on the sand.
You've got to get it a little deeper.
Yeah, get it in the water. He doesn't
Don't leave nothing to chance.
Didn't want his bow girl too deep, but he needs to push in.
Here comes a couple of runners underneath, which will allow these boats to have water underneath them and drop at any time now. We'd expect to start.
Ribs on screen here, South Curl. The look of intensity in that crew. Gun gets away. Oh, he's stuck on the bottom there. Ribs just a little touch of the bottom. He needed to have that boat a little bit deeper. It's not going to affect him. He's going to be able to get away here.
All pretty even away, and all got to negotiate the first of these breaks as they get out and across this shallower water.
Yeah, they're dragging hard as they come across this shallow bank here. And there's a crew in the centre there of Noosa.
All getting a little whitewash and all getting over the top of it. So we see Noosa doing a good job. We see Collaroy doing a good job. And we see the team from Mona Vale there with North Cottesloe up in Alley 6. So just off the pace at the moment is the South Curl crew in 1 to the South Curl crew in 2.
And as they drop into deeper water, the North Cottesloe crew just moving themselves in front here. In hot pursuit, we have got Mona Vale. They were chasing them hard along with Noosa and along with Collaroy. Two South Curly crews in 1 and 2. Might have just dropped back onto the tucks of our leading crews.
So this is all on for the junior girls final, and there's 3/4 of this race to go. And right about now, these girls will be asking themselves, what am I doing? Because it's about now when delirium sets in. So you see North Cottesloe up in Alley 6. They've got the early lead. But we've seen in these earlier finals, there's no guarantee for anything leading up in Alley 6. And doing a good job of it is Collaroy in Alley 5, Noosa in 4, and Mona Vale in 3.
Guy Cooper with the Mona Vale Machik starting to put the extra pressure in to try and touch up with North Cottesloe, who are sitting in 1. Collaroy starting to make a bit of a play in Alley 5 as well. It's going to be a bit of a blanket over 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Mark Reese with his Collaroy Cannons on screen, looking to try and build up that speed and a little bit more pressure through the plate.
And the two crews in Alleys 1 and 2, the South Curly crews, making their move now. They move up to Noosa. We have North Cottesloe down in Alley 6. They look like they're in front at this stage to us, but we know as they get to the turning cans, this is all going to even out. Monaval
not doing a bad job either, Don, as you called.
Yeah, Monaval for me are going to hit the tin first and spin around. They've got a little ways to go yet until they get there, but inside here, about 6 strokes to go, and we're going to see the crew hit onto their red can of Monaval.
So 3 leaders, North Cottesloe, Coleroy and Monaval, going into their turns now, and only a length off them is South Curl and Noosa. So you see Monaval turning first from Coleroy, and a great turn from number 1, Ali. That's South Curl with Nathan Wilson there. And they're out of this turn, the runaways. So anybody still can win this. And it's Monaval and South Curl in 1 from Coleroy down there in 3rd position, and North Cottesloe in 4th.
A change from leaders here as the South Curl Runaways with a fantastic turn to bring themselves back into the pack in line with the Monaval Machicks. Coleroy Cannons falling a little bit behind in Alley 5, but here there's a bit of a build under for the cruisers here with Christopher Fleming at the back of the stick there. But now Coleroy starting to make a bit of a play here on Alley 5.
Yeah, it is Coleroy. They are still there and they are still in the hunt. They are one of our 3 leading crews. It is Monaval, it is Coleroy, and it's South Curly, the runaways in Alley 1. They might just have their noses in front, but as we can see, this lead can
Kai
change.
Cooper in the middle with a run from Monaval, and if he stays on this, he'll put his nose in front. So it's Wilson in Alley 1, Mark Rees with Coleroy in Alley 5, and Kai Cooper with Monaval in Alley 3. They're your 3 leaders as we head towards these gate cans, Don.
As the noses go up in the air, they weren't able to pull down the front of those ones. You could throw a blanket over our first 3. Coleroy, Monaval, South Curly. The second of the South Curly crews making a move now, but it's Coleroy.
And there's a run here for Alley 1. Lifting is the runaways, and Coleroy and South Curl now duking it out, and Wilson's got these girls going down in 1 from South Curly. So if this reforms now, it's Coleroy, Monaval and South Curly in 1, spinning the wheels. Who's it going to be? There's 5 strokes to go, and we don't want to call it from here, but it looks good for South Curl in 1.
South Curl, Coleroy, Monaval hitting the line here now.
That's how we've seen it. South Curly first from Coleroy and Monaval, then to North Cottesloe and South Curl, second team.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. The girls are claiming it. The sweep is not as sure from South Curly.
We don't want to jinx it like our last mix-up.
Yeah, we will wait for the results to drop here. But that was another exciting finish there.
How exciting, and well done to Nathan Wilson and his runaways, we think. Unofficial, of course. But what a race, and they just never gave up. And their name says it all, the runaways. And they had a habit of doing that, Tate, this weekend. They just got to the front and then just kept driving it away.
There's a very aptly crew name there, the Runaways. We've seen them time and time again across this season and across this weekend, managing to pick something out of nothing as the boys from South Curl get around, bring the boat back up.
Zoe, Nikki, Molly, Abigail, swept by Nathan Wilson. They look like they've got the gold here, but we will wait for the result to drop.
And what an absolute screamer of an effort there from Alley 1. Wow, well.
You are kidding. We got it wrong again.
Can't believe it.
We got it wrong again.
Fully congratulations to Coleroy. Because, as we said, they were there or thereabouts. To the naked eye on screen, that definitely looked like South Curly's, but
we are calling this off the drone shot, and obviously the angle of the drone has got us again, not in line with the finish lines. Yeah, and congratulations.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the replay just to confirm that. You see there now, pandemonium around these Coleroy girls. Mark Rees.
Yeah, Eleni, Darcy, Chelsea, and Ayla.
That's...
Yeah, wow.
I don't know where that other tower is then. It must be to our right.
It must be closer into the beach from what we are seeing on the live stream. Coleroy, they weren't celebrating as much as the South Curly crews were.
Photo finishes don't lie, so we're going to fully congratulate the Cannons there and apologise to South Curl because, from where we sat, Oh, hang on. Hold the phone.
We are going to check this with the video referee. We've had the call from the Tower judges. We now want to check this with our video technology, as there is a tense moment here as we wait to see if it's confirmed that Coleroy Cannons have actually taken out the Under-19 Australian Championship of 2025.
We'll probably get the sack from commentating, Don. That's,
oh, wow. We've had a couple of shockers.
Haven't we? We thought we were going all right, but, I mean, that's the beauty of the sport, the finish line. You just got to keep searching to find it. There's our officials under the tower. So as we wait on these results to be confirmed, we called South Curly, but Coleroy also in that mix. And yeah, wow, what a race, Tate. What a race.
You look at it and you think these are the top crews in the country, leaving absolutely nothing to chance as they're going out, giving every single last little bit of effort to get through. And we're very, very privileged to be up here calling it with you, calling it and listening across Australia, New Zealand and the globe.
Yeah,
can't imagine to be anywhere else here.
Yeah, no, they'll be tuning in. And, wow. Excitement plus all deserved winners there. Those girls never gave up. Any of those crews. It was anybody's race until the last few strokes. And we're waiting for the confirmation of the results. To the naked eye, where we sat, it looked like South Curly, but Coleroy were given the nod. And then we've gone back to the video. So, again, we'll wait around for our beach interview and we'll work out what's happened there, but this racing just does not disappoint. Aussie final after Aussie final. This is the place where dreams are made of, and we just had it in our ear, Don. There they are, the national champions, Mark Reese and the Coleroy girls, the Coleroy Cannons.
There's a big hug there. There is a big hug for our gold medalists. Under-19 champions of Australia.
Huge effort, and we're going to see Big Tom there. He's head and shoulders above the field there. Easy to spot our man. So he's going to take up this interview in moments' time. Congratulations to the Coleroy Cannons, and you see the Vikings getting ready for the next race. The Currumbin team just in front of them, so we'll throw down to Tom with the winners. Well done, Coleroy Cannons.
Okay, we're down here with the Under-19 champions of Australia, the Coleroy Cannons. You came second last year at the Aussies. You've stepped up and you've taken out the ASRL Championship. How does it feel to get the big one now?
Well, it's been a very successful year for us, so we really wanted this to put the icing on the cake. The girls work incredibly hard. They love the sport, they love the club, and it shows because they work so incredibly hard for it. So all our dreams have come true.
And you've been working really hard through this season to pick up. What do these girls mean to you?
Oh, they're like my little family, and everyone at the club is as well. Like, oh, they just mean so much, like best friends.
Awesome. And did you guys have a game plan going into this race, or was it just to wing it?
Stay in our own world. Don't focus on anyone else, just ourselves.
Absolutely, and it seems to have worked out marvellously, girls. Well done. Congratulations, Under-19 champions of Australia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, super happy for the Coleroy Cannons and Mark Reese there. Great effort from the Coleroy Club, and they've got a bright future. Reese is a top bloke, and they have done it. Number one.
Yeah,
so
how wonderful. As they said there in the interview, we are just good friends. Malcolm Trees in there getting the photo. We'll see more of these Aussie photos coming from Malcolm Trees. Follow him on the socials. Single-handedly is one of the best promoters of surf boats.
So, as we squeeze through into the pinnacle of these finals, guys, Donnie, who we got?
We are into the Open Female Surf Boat Final of Australia. And in Alley 1 will be the Surfers Paradise Spice, Mooloolaba Chop Suey, in Alley 2, Currumbin Cockatoos in 3, North Cottesloe in 4, South Curly Hoosier in Alley 5, and the South Curly Shakers in 6. What a club South Curl is. Another final with 2 of their crews in it.
Huge effort, but they're all in this one. The Currumbin Cockatoos, the current national representatives of Mooloolaba Chop Sueys. You got Hugel's Paradise, Surfers Paradise Spice, and the North Cottesloe Chin Chin come all the way over from Perth, and they mean business. So,
yeah, we've got the current Australian champions, Mooloolaba Chop Suey, the current Australian team, Currumbin Cockatoos, and the New South Wales champs from this year, the South Curly Hoosier. She is red hot, and obviously North Cottesloe as well. I would imagine that they were the state champs over there in their division.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same as well. The belief from the Surfers Paradise Spice and their 100-year centenary.
Graham Hugel at the back of that boat.
So in first, just recapping the junior girls final, it was Collaroy Cannons, South Curl Runaways in second, and the Mona Vale McChicks picking up the bronze medal.
On the line here, second last race of the day for us. It is the Open Women. Check starters happy with the line. The water's edge is packed with supporters.
Middle of the field, Currumbin Cockatoos.
Yeah, I like the look of the Cockatoos.
End of that field, the far south end is dominated by South Curl teams.
Yeah. 3 Queensland crews, Surfers, Mooloolaba, Currumbin. Then we go into North Cottesloe, Western Australia. Then we've got the 2 New South Wales crews of South Curl.
Good luck to all of these ladies. Guns down. See the pressure comes off the start. So check starters just getting everyone even.
Have a look at the start of the crews in alleys 2 and 3. Don't want to put the mocker on them here, but I reckon they're going to get away pretty quick.
It's Queensland down this end in 1, 2 and 3. Northcott dividing up the border between the South Curl New South Wales teams in 5 and 6. So guns up now.
Hoosiers, reserve grade champions. As the gun gets them away, Cockatoos in and over. Mooloolaba do the same, and they get across this shallow little gutter here.
And it's very shallow as all these crews try and negotiate this, and it's Currumbin in the middle doing a good job with North Cottesloe, squeezing out to some deeper water. And the Shakers up in alley 6 getting over one. All crews just getting over that. Mooloolaba copping it and Hoosier copping it. So the Hoosiers got out the back door just with Mooloolaba. And you see the Currumbin Cockatoos setting a good tempo with the South Curl Shakers up in alley 6.
Currumbin Cockatoos, Tara, Lisa, Sasha and Calissa, swept by Matty Wildman. And Graham Hugel at the back of the Surfers Paradise crew. Not as quick off the beach as those other crews. He started back about a half a boat length or so, but they've been impressive this weekend, Surfers Paradise.
And as long as you're within striking distance, it's not over. We've seen in these earlier finals, there's big swells coming through. So you just right place, right time. But right now, the right place and the right time is the Cockatoos in first and the South Curly Shakers in second. Not giving up at the other 4 crews. North Cottesloe right there now in third with Mooloolaba in fourth, back to the Hoosier and Surfers Paradise.
Just love the technique of these Currumbin Cockatoos. The girls look so strong through the water. There is brilliant technique. Paul Davies is boat captain and rowing coach at Currumbin, and he does a fabulous job with the technique of all of the Currumbin crews. But boy, up there in alley 6, that would be the crew of South Curly, the Shakers, Spiteri.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, the Shakers, as they're punching it out to the white can. And it's the Cockatoos second, North Cottesloe Chin Chin in third. And just a length off them is the Mooloolaba team with Brent Weston. So here we go. Brendan, beg your pardon, doing the Western stomp on the way home.
Brendan Weston jumping up and down at the back of that Mooloolaba crew. He's got his wife in at second stroke, and Currumbin and South Curly are going to lead us into the turn here. Who can get the best of the turn and who can get away? It is South Curly, Currumbin Cockatoos, Mooloolaba and North Cottesloe. Around they go.
All pretty even there, Tate. Go ahead.
It is going to be a very tight turn there going through Northcott on your screen. It looks like it's going to be the crew out from South Curl and alley 6 sitting on its own. But now it's started to build a little bit of a blanket over the field. Currumbin Cockatoos building a little bit now. but unfortunately they're going to drop off a little bit off the back as the South Curl Shakers pick up the runs.
Having a cracking row out of Alley 6 are the South Curly Shakers.
And the field's come back up onto itself, Don. The Shakers only marginally in front from North Cottesloe, from the
Hoosier.
Currumbin Cockatoos, and from the crew from Mooloolaba.
It's only Hoosier that aren't in the mix here at the moment. The other 5 crews all in contention here. And top of our screen that we can see here, Alley 6 where you guys are, it's South Curl. They are going on with it here. And there is waves building at the back. If they can get themselves, Currumbin Cockatoos making a charge at it as well.
They sure are, and they're still moving the boat faster, and they've come back onto the tuck of the Shakers, Don. So it's the Currumbin team, just off the hips of the South Curl Shakers.
Hoosier fall off the back, and this is going to be the wave to build between these 4 crews sitting in front here. Now as Mooloolaba starts to pick it up a little bit, and Currumbin's their nose is starting to go down as well. They've got to milk it all the way into the gate cans here.
Downhill now, Currumbin, through the gate cans.
Matty Wildman with momentum here with his Currumbin Cockatoo crews, and they've got a couple of more strokes on that runner.
And they're over, Donny. They're going to get down at
They're
Don.
getting close. The line is approaching here. We've got Currumbin charging at the line here, in a bit of dead water now. Have they done enough on that last runner to get themselves over? Fast fishing, finishing South Curl up
South
there in Alley
Curly
6.
with the last chance.
Oh.
So here go the Shakers. Here goes the Cockatoos. And it's neck and neck on that finish line.
Yeah, we cannot pick it.
We're not going to either. But
No, Mooloolaba, our leading 2 crews, South Curl and Currumbin Cockatoos. Mooloolaba, South Curly, we're looking in their boat and they're high-fiving.
we're not prepared to say it, but
Absolutely
I reckon
not.
Mooloolaba might have picked up a bronze medal there, Don.
Yeah.
So it's between the South Curl Shakers and the Currumbin Cockatoos.
And if you look at the body language here, we're thinking it's South Curly.
But we've thought wrong all day, so let's not...
Currumbin had that shot to bits and just rode into dead water. And
then
South
a
Curly,
wave.
with
Yep.
the momentum up there in Alley 6, they shot down the face of that one. And it looks like they may have come over the top of the Currumbin Cockatoos, but we will not get caught this time. We will wait for the official result here.
Very professional of us, Don.
Oh, that's what we're all about.
So, more great racing in the Open Women's Division, and history's been made there. Dead set. What a race. As you called, there was 5 crews in it, and we're watching the replay now with the momentum.
Yeah, South Curly might have just shot out in front there. Currumbin, just such dead water.
Yeah, and we don't know.
Gus Spiteri, you've got to be happy for him. He's a lovely man. But mind you, Matty Wildman also at the back of the Cockatoos. Oh, South Curly jumping up and down. It might have dropped now. And
So-
here we have it. And Tate, I might get you to read it out for us.
Coming in 6th place, the Surfers Paradise Spice. 5th, the South Curl Hoosier. In 4th, the North Cottesloe Chin Chin. In 3rd, the bronze medalist, the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys. The silver medalist, the Currumbin Cockatoos. And taking out the Open Female Surfboat for 2025 at the Australian National Championships, it's the South Curl Shakers.
And there they are on screen.
What a club.
What a huge effort. They've all had a magnificent day, those guys, a magical week. And having 2 crews in the Open Women's Final. And there's the Hoosier congratulating the Shakers. The Hoosier used to be swept by Gus. And to make both those crews in the final is an amazing effort from the girls at South Curly.
Lara Campbell, Georgia Rowe, Georgie Smith and Michaela Very. They are our champions, swept by Mark Spiteri.
Huge effort from Currumbin there, chasing hard to get the silver, and then another massive effort from the Mooloolaba team because they got hit off the start, much like at the ASRL, and they came back into it.
We're going to throw down to have a chat with our winners now.
Moments away from the winners.
Okay, we are literally in the water here with our Open Female Gold Medalist for Australian Surf Life Saving Championships 2025. It is the South Curl Shakers. Girls, massive race, huge comeback there. It looked like it was going down the end here. You girls just dug deep, pulled over that little one, and then you were home and hosed. Well done. Girls, Georgie, how was it?
Oh, look, I just love being out there with my mates having a crack, and that was a tough alley. The girls dug in deep. Gussie said all the right things, and I think we're just so pumped. And look at the support on the beach. Like, South Curly is where it is at. So, like, so proud of everyone that's in South Curly and all the other clubs. Like, it's awesome to be here.
Yeah, fantastic. Girls, are you going around next season and staying together, or do you have to scoot off to do things? What's the plans?
I think we might have a champagne and then discuss it later. But
pregnant.
Yeah. Gus might be pregnant. Gus, how is it sweeping those girls?
Mate, it's an absolute joy. It's just a joy. They work so hard. You know, they work hard without Georgie there a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And their heads are up and their heads are on. And it's just a great team attitude when we get together. And it's just a pleasure to be part of.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to let you celebrate with the team. You've got to get your photos first, so don't run off. Congratulations, well done.
And we can't argue with that. South Curly is where it's at. Certainly in numbers in finals, you cannot argue with that, and you cannot argue with the culture of that surf club.
That's a double gold for Gussie with the relay as well there. And he's picked up a place in the Colts and in the juniors or in a final. So
there they go. They do the jump from Malcolm Trees. Just as well they can row.
Yeah, those legs wouldn't be working anymore. So here we go. The one everybody's come to see.
Ring-a-ding-ding, here they are. And on the start line, we have the Wanda Weapons in one. Bulli next to them, 3 times Aussie champions in a row, going for their 5th. Point Leo Chops in Alley 3. North Cronulla Purds in 4. North Bondi Blade Runners in 5. And Mermaid Beach Kennards, silver medalists from the Aussie titles last year, in Alley 6.
An absolutely heavy-hitting race here. But watch on Alley 2. The big boys, the Bulli Gold, looking for 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And a 5th Australian title here.
Massive effort there, and you see Wanda Weapons. This is they're in the reversed alleys from the New South Wales State Final. So fair sparring partners, Wanda and Bulli Gold, but Point Leo, North Cronulla Purds, the Blade Runners from North Bondi, and Mermaid. They don't care about history. They want to make their own history now.
Yeah, North Cronulla, they just keep showing up, don't they? They are just there. They're not as fancied as what the Bullis and the Wandas are, but they just keep showing up. Mermaid as well, they are there. And as mentioned before, they've had a change in the crew. They are down there in Alley 6.
And a huge effort from the North Bondi boys there to make this Aussie A-grade final.
Yeah, they're probably the dark horses in this field of 6.
And they're fit and strong, and they're not scared to have a throw at the stumps here with Steve Lanark. And he is a good guy, trying to bring glory back to North Bondi.
I reckon it would have been a while before North Bondi have been represented like this, and if they can go away with it, that will be an incredible result against the company that they are currently in.
Yeah, back to the days of Glenn Holland and his A-Crews when North Bondi used to feature in these finals quite consistently. It's been some time, but
Wanda Weapons have been chomping at the heels of Bulli for a number of years now. Bulli, say no more. Next to them, Point Leo Chops, Jeff Matthews. We know what he can do as well. North Cronulla, we've just mentioned them. They're not going away. North Bondi and Mermaid Beach in Alley 6.
Well, boys, good luck to all 6 crews here. And may the best men win.
Check starter, happy with the line. Tate, bit of info on this Point Leo crewmate, if we can, please.
They came up to the Victorian State Championships and managed to steal a win off the Fairhaven Angry Otters. So do not count them out for this race. They came as a dark horse in Victoria at Warrnambool States. They might be able to just pull something out of their hats at this race here as well.
I don't doubt anything that Jeff Matthews is at the back of. And Bulli, they are one incredible crew. Our current Australian team, 3 times in a row Aussie champions. They are going for rare air here.
Belief is high with these crews.
There's a couple of DKGs in there. South Coast climbers.
Gun
There's
gets
the
more.
gun.
Over the gunnels they go, the V8s of surfboat racing, and have a look at them tear this water apart. Jeff Matthews, good start there from the Point Leo crew. North Cronulla fast off the beach as well. They're hitting the white waters here. Who can do the best out of this?
All crews getting a little check, and there's another one on the nose there for North Cronulla and Bulli, and Point Leo got a hammering, so dropping out of it now. And it looked like North Cronulla getting an early lead and finding the deeper water.
Kaboom.
So,
North Cronulla, they've taken away with this one. They've jumped out in front. They've got a boat length on the rest of the field here.
and there they go up in alley 4. So it's Wanda down here trying to catch Bulli, and Bulli's trying to catch North Cronulla, who are in front of North Bondi and Mermaid in alleys 4, 5 and 6 at the early stages of the races. They're going through the gate cans.
Looking now, Wonder Weapons on screen. Spinner at the back of their sweep. They're trying to build back in. They're falling a little bit behind, as well as the Point Leo crew. Bulli Gold here. This is the hot ticket race here, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to be watching here. The
Good call,
Mercer
Tate.
brothers and going through here. They're starting to get a little bit less on the pack here, but North Cronulla, the Purds A's are currently leading the front of the field here.
Yeah, North Cronulla are leading, and Mermaid just in second, and North Bondi won't mind that because they are sandwiched between the leaders in alley 5, and it's not a bad place to know how you're going because they're right there, North Bondi, and Bulli with some work to do down here in alley 2.
Yeah, absolutely. North Bondi going with a couple of heavy hitters there. As you mentioned, North Cronulla on one side of them, Mermaid on the other, and Mermaid have accelerated here. They have accelerated. They've brought themselves up to our leading crew here, which was North Cronulla. But as we know, down there in alleys 1 and 2, we've got a couple of red-hot crews there, Wanda and Bulli, and they're not out of this, that's for real.
No one's out of this because if anyone jags one of these runners on the way home, it is on. So, as we see out the screen, Mermaid's going to turn around the white can. North Cronulla should be turning around the blue can, and North Bondi, and there's Wanda and Bulli there now, and there's 5 boats turning in a line. This is an Aussie A-grade final for the ages.
Here they come, they're turning around here. Throw a blanket over these 5 crews as Leo go around in 6, unfortunately falling a little bit under the pack here. Wanda and Bulli now having a battle in alleys 1 and 2, and it looks like North Cronulla Purds A's as well, putting on a little bit of pressure. Jess working his crews for Leo, unfortunately drops off the back.
For North Bondi in alley 5, they're going to get the best of this runner. Lanark, next to them is North Cronulla, and Bulli going with them, but it's still North Bondi, and there's waves underneath them. 4
Wave at the
boats
back.
in a line.
Wave at the back. There
Wave
is a
at the
wave
back.
coming at the back.
But we've got to stay at the front, Donny. It's North Bondi who's getting away from Mermaid. Mermaid's got to get going, and you see Jeff Matthews with Point Leo and Bulli Gold stepping through the middle. They're going neck and neck with North Bondi.
Here we go. This is the one. Wave under Bulli now. North Bondi in the lead, but here comes Bulli.
Show us your motor.
Bulli are coming down on this wave here, pushing for everything, and they're still sitting on it, edging in front of the North Bondi crew.
If they get over this is incredible. He's knocked them off.
He said, let her run.
Wow.
He is wave in front there again. North Bondi up the other end. Bulli hits their straps now. Rose for it. Surely we haven't got this one wrong, fellas. We've got Bulli there. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. And how do you spell amazing? You spell it Bulli Gold. And that will do me, boys. That is incredible. And it's been an absolute pleasure to call and witness history. And there they go. The boys from Bulli have done it again. And they're a very, very special bunch of men, these blokes. And take your hats off to North Bondi.
We stand and salute you, Bulli. We do not have the superlatives to explain this crew. They are something else. They are a great bunch of blokes. They have gone 4 in a row. They have gone 5 Aussie titles. To my knowledge, that is the only crew that has ever done 5. We know that North Cottesloe had 4 prior to this. These guys have gone into rare air. Shane Golovin.
This is unbelievable, boys.
Yeah.
This is dead set unbelievable. And, you know, they've been around so long, it is impossible not to be happy. They're great family men. They're great club men. And they're great representatives for our country. They're the best role models on the beach. And my, oh my, did they deserve this.
Shane Golovin sweeping that crew of Heath Mercer, Kyle Mercer, Dean Roberts, Fraser Worthington. You absolute champions. And I see Chris Mercer in there, the uncle of the boys. He comes in and gives a big hug.
And he builds the greatest Rolex of all time, Chris Mercer. But you see there now, it is incredible. And we're looking and waiting for these results. And let me call them out to you, if I may. In 6th place, it was the Wanda Weapons. In 5th place, the Mermaid Beach Kennards boys with Marty Fletcher. Point Leo Chops came back strong with Jeff Matthews. in third place, and a bronze medal from North Cronulla. It's the Perth A's. A brilliant silver to the North Bondi Blade Runners, who well deserved that medal. And as we have said, for the gold, for the 4th time in a row, let's just say it together, boys.
The Bulleye Gold.
Unbelievable.
If they haven't been, they've been written into surfboat history for sure, but now they have etched it in stone here at Kirra. 5 championships, 4 in a row.
Look at this
this replay.
We are seeing the replay here now. They claim it as they come across the line, and I don't know, they would have to ask which is their favourite ones. I'm looking at the emotion here. This, to me, looks to be the most sweetest one of all.
Well,
and we are going to cross down to the beach here, and we're going to have a chat with the champions themselves.
Throw to Bulleye Gold.
How did we win by a weight difference from 2?
From 2.
Oh, my God.
Okay, guys, down here with Bulleye. How many in a row is that now?
That's 4 in a row for this chair.
That's a massive effort, boys. That race, you were getting squeezed in at the start there. You had Point Leo on the side that kept sort of coming over. Off the beach, a few little checks. It was super tight coming in. You had on the far side getting runners. How was the pressure? Do you just keep your heads in the boat and just keep grinding through?
Well, I didn't feel that much pressure. Like we've done everything that we set out to achieve. And this is just, and just enjoying it. Yeah, it's so good.
I'm going to ask Shane. Shane, was there any pressure then?
There's a few nerves, always a few nerves, but didn't get our best start, which always makes it harder. And the boys worked their guts out going to sea, turned with them, and shut the gate.
It was looking a little dicey, and then you boys just turned it on like you usually do. Got in front of that wave. Fantastic racing. I'm going to let you get your photos and celebrate. You are the actual goats now. I think we can say that safely. So well done, boys. Congratulations.
Okay, guys. Wow.
And the question will be now, will they show up again next year? Will they give any other open men's crew an opportunity? Because they are a sensational crew.
Well, they've got one more finger on that hand to go for 5 in a row if they're into it. I know they've got 5 in their pocket, but...
Well, they're good enough. They've got family commitments. They are strong family men. They didn't go to too many carnivals this year. They showed up at the Australian selection event and they won that to make the Australian team. They went to New Zealand and went 3 Zot over there for Australia.
Yeah.
They then showed up at their state. They didn't show up to the ASRL Open. They showed up at their state and they absolutely blitzed the field in the New South Wales State Championship, and that was about, I don't know, number 10, 11 or 12 or something like that for Bulleye at the state. And here they go. They rock up to the Aussies and they do it again.
So we're going to watch some highlights of this one, and we're just blown away up here. We're seeing some of the earlier highlights of the racing there and some of the great shots. So at the moment, just catching up on screen there now. You see throughout the weekend various bits of action, and you see Tate clubs from all around the country gathered here this week for this special event. We just witnessed something unbelievable with those finals. All 8 of them were just incredible.
How can you not get emotional about surf boats? This is probably one of the best sports that we've got on offer in surf lifesaving, and I'll admit I'm quite biased on this, but we've seen these clubs from all across the country absolutely battle it out and give their heart and soul for their crewmates.
Yeah, we apologise if through the call we might have got a bit excited and made a few boo-boos over the mics, but generally we tried to bring this competition to you as best we could, and we want to thank you for joining us at the 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships for surfboats. We've had a great week. I've been with Don Cottrell. My name's Phil Stavano.
And Tate Tregay Copeland.
Thanks for having us, guys. Good afternoon.